So, uh, uh, oops. Well, no, we'll still play MSFS. It's just we're gonna have to wait for it to fucking launch again, which is gonna be a pain in the ass. So we might do some more SnowRunner, I guess. Or just find something else to do for a bit. I don't know. Like, yeah, my button box lives on top of my PC tower when I'm not using it. And as I went to get it out from under my desk, I must have accidentally bumped the fucking power button with one of the little foot pads on it. Because as I go to pull it out, I look up at my screen and suddenly it goes, "Oh, shutting down!" Like, oh fuck. So yeah, that was excellent. Pro fucking streamer, the proest of streamers, even. Absolute fucking 5,000 IQ. Anyway, I'm gonna get MSFS up and running. So at least the load time is, you know, starting now, not in 10-15 minutes time. I'm gonna go grab my tea and think about my fucking actions here, and then we'll figure something out. I don't know if I want to try anything new today, because if I get, like, really into something playing it for the first time, then the whole stream goes out. Well, stream doesn't go out the window, but the plan for the stream goes out the window, even worse than it just did because I just accidentally turned my PC off. I actually did have a couple of specific flights planned for this one, so... Well, not specific flights, but flying specific aircraft in specific places. Alright, Josh, thanks for hanging out, man. There'll always be the VOD, so there's that at least, but catch you later. Sleep well. I fucking love this song so much. My aunt used to sing this to me when I was a kid. I'm gonna have to remember as well, because my PC restarted, that I've got to reset up my fucking webcam when I switch scenes. Because it doesn't save the settings for some reason. There we go. I think that stream title fits a little better, given what just happened. For any who are just rejoining us, welcome back. It wasn't an issue with your internet, no, it was my dumbass accidentally bumping the fucking power button on my PC as I went to set up my HOTAS, so we now have to wait for MSFS to load again. Because fucking why not? Why not? Just when the stream was going too well, and too close to how I planned it, Fate looked down upon me and said, "Not today, motherfucker." GHPC while we wait? We could, but it's kind of awkward to do with MSFS loading in the background, because it'll, like, GHPC can't restrict my mouse pointer to one screen when there's another program running in the background. Well, I say another program, another game specifically. I mean, we could. It's just going to be kind of awkward with the mouse constantly going onto the wrong screen and clicking out of the game. But I could do it. I'll just stay on the BRB screen for a few minutes while I drink my tea, and then we will boot up GHPC, I guess. So we'll get some good variety in today, at least. We got some armor, we got some SnowRunner, which I'm sure any normal person would be like, fuck, that was like pulling teeth, but hey, I had fun. We'll get some GHPC in, and then we'll do some MSFS, hopefully. And then depending how long I've been going and how much energy I have and etc, etc. I mean, I don't really have anything important to get done today, I don't think. Nothing I remember anyway. So... Speak of the devil. Yes, I do actually have some of the tracks from the game on my playlist. It's a fucking bomb-ass soundtrack, man. Such a good soundtrack. For those of you who are, I think, MBT level patrons, the ones who get to see the Work in Progress teasers channel in the Gunner Heat PC Discord, if you haven't checked it in the past, what, 2 days? I would check it now if I were you. There was something very cool in there. Just recently posted something that Harry's been working on. Well, not just Harry, because it has a sound too. And those of you who are regulars here will recognize the thing in the teaser by both the silhouette and its very distinctive sound, which the team has absolutely nailed. They've got a new sound guy on board recently who is, I'm told, very highly regarded. So I can definitely see why after that preview, put it that way. Like I said, you'll recognize it not just by its silhouette, but by sound as well. T64, not quite. I would be worried if a T64 was doing the thing it is doing in the teaser. I will say though, and I don't know if I'm not supposed to say this, but you know what? If I'm not, then Harry can get a flight up here and visit me instead and fucking kick the shit out of me for saying it. But I did get a sneak preview of the T64 while I was down crashing on his couch, as well as some of the infantry stuff. The infantry are looking pretty slick. Particularly because, you know, during some of the dev streams, I think they said that they didn't really have a dedicated animator, and so Harry was having to do a lot of the animations himself, and he wasn't real confident about them. Consider them placeholders. That's awesome, Pom. It's fucking awesome. Hey, it sounds like you had about as good a time as you could possibly have while on a fucking exercise in California, so... You provided us with some pretty slick videos and photos of it, too. That little fucking area the mock village is in looks kind of cozy, to be honest. Like, I don't know, just something about it. Like the rolling kind of low grass or something. Burn my hand through a thermal mitt and my HWI gloves. Yeah, you'll do that. They get hot. Got more shit? Awesome, man. Post it up if you can. And if you post it in Mill Media, make sure to tag me, because otherwise I'm probably not going to see it for 6 months. Because, boy, am I far behind. Man, I don't have enough time to keep up with all these Discords anymore. I don't even have time to keep up with my own Discord. Y'all are too active. That's not really a bad thing, so please continue being too active. But yeah, it's cool that you found something that you seem to have a natural knack for. That's awesome, man. I wasn't particularly amazing with the machine guns, but I was found to be an extremely good shot with the Steyr when I was low to the ground. If I was standing, I couldn't hit the fucking arse end of an elephant, because I have noodle arms, and the Steyr is a fairly heavy rifle, especially for its size, and so you kind of get sway really fast if you have noodle arms. But yeah, like prone, sitting, kneeling, especially sitting, because that's my natural sort of comfy shooting position. I was pretty good with that thing. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the infantry. So, you know, they were kind of saying in one of the dev streams probably months ago now, like, oh, it's like the animations are kind of placeholders, we'd like to get better, but there's just not enough, you know, we don't have the staff on hand at the moment, whatever. I can tell you the animations for supposed placeholders, they look pretty fucking good. So one of the animations he was working on literally in front of me, he's like, oh, we better do a death animation. So he cobbled one of those together real fast. But he's like, you know what, we can add to it later. But the movement animations are pretty slick. So the infantry are looking good. I don't know when they'll be coming. Soon TM, but they are looking good. Should add a whole new dimension to the game, which is very, very welcome. Maybe... Might take some people a while to acclimatize to, I think, because they don't realize just how dangerous angry little men with funny green tubes are, but should be a lot of fun. And also I got to see the T-64, so yeah, the T-64 is in-game. It's not complete yet, there's still a bunch of stuff to be done on it, but Harry took it and drove it around the proving ground a bit just to show me, like, yeah, it's in-game, here it is, please stop fucking pestering me about it. So that was cool. Just tagged you. You can see Mexico. Mexico? You boys like Mexico? Let's see. Oh, for fuck's sake, Discord. Stop spamming me with this shit. Yes, I know there was an update. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, like the sort of grassy, sandy mountains vibe. It's just cozy, man. Which range is this? I'm, like, you'll have to remember I'm not super familiar with US military installations. I only know a couple of the big Army and Marine Corps ones. I'm assuming it's not 29 Palms, because it doesn't look miserable enough to be what I've been told 29 Palms is like. So many stories to explain when you're off stream. Hell yeah, man. Absolutely. Oh, it's Camp Pendleton. Okay. I always forget Camp Pendleton is in fucking California. It's not Pendleton in fucking Washington. I like how after all the fucking effort Discord went to try and force people to stop using light mode because the Discord fucking devs buy into the memes about light mode psychopaths. They've now got a bunch of themes in Discord, and like half of them are basically what light mode used to be. Very, very funny to me. Meanwhile, light mode is still what they changed it to fucking stop people from using it. Hello. Give me a moment, guys. I gotta fuck with my webcam settings. Get rid of the autofocus, because that is just a pain in the ass. It doesn't actually help. And get rid of the low light comp. The low light comp is what makes the frame rate so shit. And the white balance we can probably leave automatic. I think should be okay. It's kind of dark. Now, if I'm going to play GHPC while I wait for this to load, I'm going to have to move my HOTAS back off my desk, and this time I'm not putting the button box back where it lives, I'm just going to set it on the floor or something. Because, fuck me, if I bump the power button again, I'm going to commit Sudoku. This is a joke, please don't TOS me, Twitch. That's the, like, I've always wondered, like, what if I accidentally bump the power button while I'm getting my fucking button box from the top of the tower? It's never happened until now, in the middle of a fucking stream. Like, the one stream that goes according to plan and that happens. This is why we can't have nice things. If you try and stream, just forget the concept of nice things. Just, they don't exist. You think you got your shit together for one fucking day, and no. There we go. And we'll let this song play out before we switch over to GHPC as well, because I like this song. Not sung by an American, in fact, for those that aren't familiar with the deep lore. This song was sung by a German F-104 pilot who was very sadly killed after the 104 was retired. He switched to tornadoes, and he was killed in a tornado crash along with his backseater. So much for the Widowmaker, right? Survived the F-104 all that time. Let's see. Literally a combined arms rated range? Yeah, it looks like one. Closest subcamps, Las Pulgas. Pendleton's between San Diego and the sprawl of Orange County. Okay, that makes sense. Deploy next January. They finally gave me a timeline. You're, are they still deploying you to Africa? Is that where you're going still? Should be an interesting trip. I forget, were they sending you to the west side or were they sending you to the east? Because I know everyone, like the meme is everyone goes to Djibouti, but I seem to recall the US had deployments to the western end of the country, well, continent, sorry. geography moment. The western end of the continent as well. Don't tell me if I'm, like, asking too much, obviously, but I'm just curious. Just a major waypoint. Don't know what exactly after that. It'll be a year after before I can talk in some specifics. Okay, yeah, no worries. Does sound interesting, though. And it's, I suppose, an interesting time to go as well, because, like, obviously, 20, 30 years ago, deploying there would be a bit spicy, depending which part of the continent you were on, but what are the countries that, you know, especially that the US has ties with now in Africa, are on the up and up, which is pretty good to see. If everyone can just avoid fucking with them for a little while longer, maybe they'll actually get somewhere. 5 teams, members got XW and PJs as warfare quals. I don't know what XW is, but I know what PJs are, because I know everyone fucking loves the PJs, for obvious reasons. Okay, let's get that on pause. Oh, expeditionary warfare, okay. Unfathomable, but we can hope, yeah, right. Unfathomable indeed. Alright, let's see how GHPC copes with MSFS running in the background today. I expect it to perform fine. Like, the performance isn't the issue. The issue is that I'm worried that every time my cursor moves away from GHPC's window, it's going to go, yeah, which it's doing now, it's going to go over to the second screen. If I'm not running MSFS in the background loading it up, GHPC captures the cursor purely to its own screen. Like, I can't cursor out of the screen, so it's going to be a bit of a pain in the dick, but we can live with it. I did finish off that campaign that I was running last time I played. Oh, I should probably change my game here. Hang on. Bear with me, chat. Pro streamer. Yeah, I've still got to set up a bunch of commands for mods to be able to do stuff. And I've got to set up a bunch of other things too, both in the Discord and on the channel. I'm just, like, lazy and stupid, so I haven't got around to it. It's been how many years and I still don't have a proper fucking role bot in the Discord. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna have to be careful I don't accidentally click off the screen, because it would be very, very funny if I accidentally clicked off the GHPC screen and hit stop streaming. But at least it wouldn't be as frustrating as my whole PC restarting again. You can, but you need to use the mod thing, or for the changing the game title. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Lucathan, thanks for the follow, by the way. And anyone else who's followers or resubs or anything I've missed today, I appreciate you all guys, even if I don't notice in the moment. I'm just very bad at this whole streaming thing. So yeah, like I said, I finished that campaign last time I was playing GHPC. I just finished it off stream. I only ran like 2 missions to finish, or 1 mission to finish it, I think. So let's do a new campaign. Let's play as NATO this time, so we have crew voices, because those always go down a treat. And let's start out with a defense mission, because we're going to presume that, you know, the packed forces have come streaming across the inner German border, and we're gonna have to do something about it. Actually, let me just double check. I want to see 60A3. That was the 60A3. This is a 60A3. So the Abrams aren't. Oh no, there we go. We got 1 Abrams mission, which is a raid. 2 Abrams missions, both raids. So the Abrams. This is interesting. The Abrams are being used offensively for some behind enemy lines shit, you know, and we've got 60A3s holding the line, which I'm, you know, Max is our doctrine knower here a lot more than I am. I sound like I know shit, but Max actually knows shit. But it kind of makes sense. Like, I guess the M60 probably outnumbers the M1 in this area, I would guess. and it makes sense that they would be doing the brunt of the fighting, while the M1, which is very well suited to behind enemy lines type shit, because it's very strong and also very fast. Yeah, I can see that. It's just... I don't want to sound like I'm humble bragging, even though I guess technically I'm about to. But when I play Pact, ever since they added the thing where, if you get on a roll, the enemy can't get their best equipment, basically the logistics system. Ever since the logistics system was added, I think I went through 3 or 4 or 5 Pact campaigns without ever seeing an Abrams. Is it because I'm just that good? Probably not. There might have been a bit of a whoopsie with some of the logistics weightings, but if you get a decent amount of momentum at the start, you can basically just not fight Abrams ever, which makes things a lot easier as Pact. Not easy, especially with Bradley's on the prowl, but a lot easier. Is infantry going to eventually make it in this video game? I was just talking about that actually, Scotty. So when I went down to see the Avalon Air Show, I was staying with my mate Harry, who I have known since I was just fresh out of high school, I think, or I may have even... Actually, no, I was still in high school. So I've known him for more than 15 years, but I had never met him until I flew down to go see Avalon. This being Harry, as in the art lead for GHPC. So I got to see the infantry while I was staying down at his place. They're going to be coming soon-ish. I don't know when. He probably doesn't know when either. The team tend not to give set dates for things because they know that timelines are going to slip, and if you give a date and the timeline slips, then you end up with problems, as DCS players will be very familiar with. So they don't give solid timelines. Oh no, that's fine, Scotty. I know you just dropped in. It's all good, man. But yeah, like, the infantry are coming. They are coming soon, TM, but they are looking pretty good. So he was working on mostly the animations for them while I was down there, and he was showing me, like, this is how they move, this is, this is kind of how they behave. At the end of the day, it's still a tank game, it's still a sort of sim light, so it's not going to be, like, incredibly in-depth infantry detail. You won't be, you're not going to be able to play as an infantryman, right? You might be able to play as a dismounted tow, maybe. Currently you can, that may or may not stay a thing, I don't know. But you may end up being able to give sort of basic orders to the infantry, like, go here, do this, go here, do this, which is already more than you need. Like, just being able to tell infantry, go to this waypoint, go to this waypoint, look this direction, that's all you need, right? Really, that's all you need for anything, including the tanks. So, they will be coming to the game. They will be shocking some people out of their dream world, I think. Did any of them have steel pot M1s with cat eyes? I don't know if they've got a model with a steel pot yet. I don't remember. The default US infantry model is a PAS GT helmet. I don't think he has a vest. I think it's just the PAS GT helmet, M81s, and then Alice webbing and Alice pack. So, your sort of standard look, but I know steel pots were still pretty common in Europe by the sort of mid-80s-ish, depending on unit, so there may be a permutation with those, I'm not sure. It's actually interesting, the American forces in particular in Europe, but even to an extent the Brits, you see a lot of new equipment starting to come in, like the M16A2 beginning to sort of overtake the M16A1. The L85 probably wasn't in theatre yet because it was, this is 1985, the L85 was still in development, kind of finalising its development. What a shit show that was. But you'll see, like, for instance, if you look at photos of British troops in the 80s, Northern Ireland, the Falklands, wherever, you'll know, or even on exercises, you'll notice there's still mixes of DPM. There's DPM 68, there's DPM 80, whatever year it was, or 70, whatever year it was. Like the later print of it, there's half DPM, half olive drab. Like, there's just such a mix of equipment, and it's funny as well. Particularly within, I feel like this probably wouldn't have happened as much with the Soviets, although I'm sure it did to an extent. But within NATO militaries, a lot of the old sweats will try and retain their old equipment as long as they can as a status symbol. Sometimes it's genuinely because they think it's better equipment, they like it better or they're more used to it, but a lot of the time it's a status symbol. So we had a lot of guys in my unit that transferred across from the paratroopers. When they left active service, they came to the reserves and they were X3 RA, back when 3 still had wings. And you would not catch them dead without their jump smocks. So that, you know, because they were paratroopers, and look at me, I'm a paratrooper. A lot of guys in the British Army, I've been told, when MTP was brought in, would cling to their DPM for dear life and wear it as long as they were allowed to, because the uniform regs were slow enough to change that you could wear the old uniform and it technically, you know, you were technically still in uniform, you technically weren't doing anything wrong. What are we flying today? We're flying GHPC while we wait for MSFS to load. We're going to probably fly the AN225 and the Beach 18 with the new improvement mod for that. I'm not entirely sure what else yet. We'll figure it out from there. But those two are definitely things I want to hit today. So we'll probably start with the Beach 18, I think, just because it's a much quicker, easier thing to set up and fly. And then we'll get into the 225. Multicam takeover now, direct rule from West Coast. I hate multicam, man. I get it. It works as a pattern in a lot of environments. It's cool, you know, very clever, but it's just so boring. Like, we're gonna have this rant, I guess. We will actually play a mission here in a minute. I gotta get this out of my system. One of the things I noticed at Avalon is, because it's not just an air show, but it's a defense show, it's a civil aviation show, it's a hobby show. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happens at Avalon. There were like 300-something thousand people there. Like, the Germans came out. The Germans brought an A400 out. The Malaysians brought an A400 out. The Americans brought, what, like 4 F-22s, 2 or 3 F-15Cs, a whole gamut of transport and logistics aircraft. Like, it's a big show, right? One of the things that they had there was like all the new land warfare stuff. So they had the Rheinmetall, the tracked thing. I think it's still called a Boxer, even though the Boxer is the wheeled thing. But anyway, the Rheinmetall IFV, the Rheinmetall self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicle, whatever that's called. They had the Redback, the Hanwha Redback, which is like the IFV competitor to the Rheinmetall thing. And they all look the same. Like, this isn't me being racist, like IFV racist, but they all look the same to me. They're big boxes of coyote brown metal with like NERA packs bolted onto the sides. Like, probably half the size of the vehicle is fucking NERA packs that are just bolted onto a frame. They all look the same. Like, if you asked me to differentiate between the Rheinmetall thing, whatever it's called, and the Redback, I couldn't. They look the same to me. The Redback's slightly smaller, I think. It's still fucking huge, but it's slightly smaller. DPM, Desert DPM combo was an interesting one I've seen a few times. Yeah, I've seen combos like that as well. I know that during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the desert and woodland mix was pretty common with the Americans, because they had been issued woodland mop gear, but desert everything else, or they had like woodland fucking plate carriers, but everything else was desert. So I've seen mixes like that quite a bit. You also, with the Brits, you get temperate DPM versus tropical DPM versus desert DPM. Like, there's a whole... military fashion is very much a thing. It definitely exists. We had guys in our unit who... you know, you get your standard bush hat. So for an American, it's kind of like if you took a boonie, but you made the brim shorter and more downturned. It's like, take the aesthetics of a boonie and a bucket hat and kind of smush them together. That's a bush hat. But guys would take their bushies and they'd make an excuse like, oh, the brim's too long, I can't see out from under it. And so they'd fucking cut the brim down to half its original diameter, just roughly with scissors. They'd leave the edges all frayed looking rather than stitch it up so it didn't come didn't come unthreaded, because it looked cool. and then they'd wind paracord, like they'd wind 550 cord around the molly straps, because, you know, everything's got molly straps on it, and they'd use that to tighten it down, so it would sit really high on their head with a really short, scuffed-looking brim, because that was the height of fashion. Don't ask me why. Little things like that, or like people would desperately look for any excuse to use non-issue boots. Just, military fashion is a very funny and very niche piece of military culture, because you're trying to stay within the uniform regs, but also stand out as much as possible from everyone else. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. Absolutely love it. But yeah, so all the land-based stuff at Avalon, I'm not gonna lie, it looked pretty much all the same to me. Just brown boxes. Big brown boxes, like fucking 4 meters tall. And multicam's kind of a thing with that. Like, the pattern we use now, I think it's AMCU, Australian multicam, or multicam, multi-camouflage, whatever, uniform. That replaced DPCU, Disrupted Pattern Camouflage Uniform. Hearts and bunnies, rabbit ears, whatever you want to call it. And it's the same colours as Hearts and bunnies, but it's multicam pattern. So it's just like, is it more effective than the old Hearts and bunnies? I don't know, maybe. But why? Like, I don't know, it just strikes me as a bad idea that every country, their military procurement is verging towards, like, it's like how everything, you know, all crustaceans evolve into crabs. It's like that. Everything evolves into big metal boxes that are painted brown or olive green, with fucking optics hanging off every spare place they can put them, and multicam uniforms, and Big Mac, cheers to the follow, appreciate it, man. And I think it's not the best idea, because first of all, it's going to be fucking confusing when you're fighting an enemy force that's wearing the exact same pattern as you. Second of all, it's just boring. It's fucking boring, dude. Like, it looks like shit. Like, yeah, multicam's effective, but fucking come up with your own pattern. It's, I don't know. I feel like it's, having just spoken about military fashion, I think it's, military fashion has two levels. There's the fashion of the individual soldier, which is what I was just talking about. But then there's the fashion of the procurement wonks. The military wants to, like, the officers want to look super impressive and modern on parade, so they buy what everyone else is buying, or they buy something futuristic. Like, remember that massive rash of digital camo prints that everyone adopted in the 2000s? And, like, yeah, some of them are pretty good, like, they're pretty effective. A lot of them are just, they're shit. I don't know why they adopted them in the first place, but it's, like, why? The only reason most countries adopted digital camo is because it's digital, right? It looks futuristic. Man, the fucking Soviet army were on that shit back in the late 60s. KLMK was what, 1968 they came up with that pattern? But, I don't know. There's like a handful of digital patterns I think actually work reasonably well. CADPAT, I like CADPAT, partly because it's got such bright contrasting colours, which is something you don't see much of anymore. And I think Marpat's alright, but I don't know. The colour swatch of Marpat feels a little off to me, but it's not bad. But the thing is, like, I think the reason a lot of contrasting patterns have fallen by the wayside, DPM is a great example, because DPM was a really strongly contrasting pattern with the black sort of twig shapes in it. That shows up like crazy on nods. Like, if you're wearing any sort of night vision and somebody's got black on their uniform, or like a really strong color contrast, or like, not color contrast, but tonal contrast, they glow in the dark. They are like actual federal agents. They fucking glow in the dark. Because the nods are amplifying light, right? They're intensifying incoming light. And so when you have a contrast between dark and light, it picks that up like crazy. So I think that's why a lot of contrast has gone the way of the dodo, but at the same time, I guess you've got to strike a balance, because contrast is what you want for a human eye, right? All the best, most effective camouflage patterns prior to the mass adoption of nods were highly contrasting. It's actually interesting too, because a lot of patterns, you look at them and you go, how the fuck is that camouflage? Like, there's no way you'd blend in with that. KLMK, for example, KLMK in its, you know, when it's freshly printed, is like acid green and white. For those that aren't, you know, camo autists, KLMK is an old Soviet pattern of like sort of pixelated leaves. The base color's bright green, and the pixelated, or like sort of medium foresty green, I guess, but really saturated, and the leaves are white. And you'd look at it and you'd think, how the fuck do you blend in wearing that? And then you look at somebody actually wearing it out practically in the bush, and you realize, like in European or like some sort of other temperate or lush forest, and you go, oh my god, the bright white leaf splotches are the shafts of light filtering through the fucking tree canopy. And you realize that KLMK is actually fucking incredibly effective, because the strong contrast between the green and the white, it bamboozles your visual processing, which is why contrast is a big deal with camo. It's why dazzle patterns existed during World War I and World War II. It's why, you know, for the longest amount of time, all the best camo patterns had, like, usually splotches of black or white in them to give you that extra contrast, because you don't want to blend in color-wise with the background so much as you want to break up your outline. Like, blending in color-wise is good, but breaking up your outline is better. If you can do both at the same time, then you're onto something. And people don't seem to realize that. Well, obviously, you know, people who know, but a lot of normies, so to speak, don't seem to realize that. It's not about blending in color-wise, it's about breaking up the actual outline of a human and then blending what's left. And you can walk right past somebody wearing an effective camo pattern and your eyes just won't register that there's a person there. Dazzle was only good when being targeted at sea level. It was death sentence when spotted by air. Yeah, because when you're spotted by air, you can see the wake. But, you know, if the ship's moving at any kind of speed, you're going to see the wake regardless. So having a sort of ocean grey colour on the top of the ship isn't going to help a huge amount either. I guess from an oblique angle, you could make the argument that, yeah, it would be a problem when spotted by aircraft, but I don't know. Brent Zero, yeah, he does a lot of really good practical camo demonstration videos, and that was actually where I became like, I already liked KLMK for the aesthetic, but I was like, there's no way this is effective. I watched his video with KLMK and I was fucking converted, man. I'm a disciple of that pattern now. It fucking works really well, really, really well. Digital camera was designed to disrupt contours when using first and second gen NVGs. That's what digital camera's for. Yeah, it makes sense. I remember the Americans had some fancy, it looked like a grid pattern, like a pixel grid pattern, of like pale green and random pixels were black. I remember they had that as their anti-night vision camouflage, like in the early 90s. I don't know how often they used it though. Another fun fact, World War II aircraft camo wasn't for the air, but for the ground when parked in the airfields. Yep. In fact, when you were in the air, you wanted your friends to be able to see you so they didn't either fly into you or mistake you for an enemy and shoot you down. So that's why you typically see quite large national markings. Especially, like, once the threat of immediate attack from the air was over, you see, like, big roundels. The RAF then kind of downsized them again, but... As he points out, you can't just throw on a uniform and be invisible. It takes field craft too. It does. There's a lot of esoteric knowledge to concealment. We'll play a mission in a minute, guys. I promise. There's a lot of esoteric skills to it. One of the things that I kind of picked up, because, you know, I always had an interest in this stuff as a kid. Very normal and well-adjusted child. Light and shadow. Not just talking about your camouflage pattern. But light and shadow is a big thing whether someone sees you or not. So, back when we used to go on school camp and we used to play games of Spotlight, I was really fucking good at that, because you know what I would do? I would find a really bright light, like a street lamp or something, like a really, really powerful light, street lamp, work light, something like that, and then a deep contained shadow next to it. And I would stay right on the edge of that contained shadow with the bright light, because the eye's going to adjust to the bright light, right? They aren't going to see you. You're fucking invisible. because the shadow, which their eyes might otherwise adjust to if the light wasn't there, is just going to be this black void. There's all sorts of things like that. Yeah, shine, shadow, silhouette. There's so many different things that come into it, and color is so far down the list. There's also one of my favorite sort of weirdo, this shouldn't work, but it does camouflage patterns, is the stuff that the Brits were using on their tanks in the Western Desert during World War II. So the Germans and most other people, when you tell them, make a desert camo for your tanks, they just painted them brown. You know, maybe they get creative and paint them 2 or 3 different kinds of brown, but they would just paint their tanks brown. The Brits cracked open the they cracked open the catalog from, you know, fucking Home Depot or whatever. I guess the fucking British equivalent. It's been too long, I can't remember what it is. And they picked out all the pastel colors. So they had like a sort of pastel beigey yellow color, pastel blue, pastel pink, purple, grayish blue. And they would use it because in the desert, you've got mirages coming off the surface because it's so hot. And what does a mirage do? It distorts light. And so it's reflecting the sky, it's reflecting clouds, it's reflecting other objects nearby. And so by painting your vehicles with all these different pastel colors, at the right distance, they look like a fucking mirage. Or, you know, they blend in with the mirage that's going to be between you and them, and you can't fucking see them. Genius. Likewise, the RAF, their photo reconnaissance Spitfires. Generally, the RAF would paint its photo reconnaissance unit aircraft sort of a cornflower-ish blue. Maybe not cornflower blue, maybe a bit paler, but like a sort of medium blue. The low-altitude reconnaissance aircraft would normally fly in around dawn and dusk, and they were painted pink. Like, not bright pink, but like kind of a pale kind of desaturated pink to blend in with the dawn, right? Nakush, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, there are so many clever little things you learn when you want to not be seen. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. And, for example, with things like Dazzle Camo, usually camouflage, you're trying to deceive the pattern recognition center in someone's brain. That's why overly repetitive tiling camouflage prints are not effective at all. Like, if you ask a normal person, design a camouflage pattern, they'll design something that tiles really obviously, and they're easy to spot. But most of the time you're trying to get away from being recognized by pattern recognition. But things like Dazzle and some other different kinds of concealment, you're actually trying to play up the pattern recognition. So you're deliberately trying to get someone's attention, but shape it in a way that deceives them as to what they're actually seeing. So you end up with almost like mimicry. So you're painting something to look like something it's not. Necessity breeds innovation. It sure does. It absolutely fucking does. Alright, let's get a mission played. So I did say we would do a defend position, and we're not going to play an Abrams because Abrams is cheating. It's not. It's just... I like the Abrams. It's really cool. But I also like pain. And so I generally don't play the Abrams that much in Gunner Heat PC because I'd rather play the M60 and where possible the M60A1. If they give me an M48, I'm playing the fucking M48. The only place you'll see me not play the intentionally worst thing is when the Soviets arrive, because I want to play the T-64 because it's my beloved, it's my favorite tank. But in all other respects, like, I want to play the thing that's crap because it's more fun. Just doom scroll chat and realize why we aren't playing Misfits. Yeah, my dumb ass managed to bump my power button and reset my whole PC mid-stream. I was sitting there thinking to myself, oh, this is so crazy. I've had a stream that has gone perfectly from, you know, the whole time it's been running. Nothing's gone wrong. Like, I had a plan that I'd play SnowRunner while Misfits loaded, and that worked out really well, but I'm enjoying SnowRunner so much, so I'm just going to leave Misfits a little longer. And, yeah, then I moved my HOTAS and in the process bumped the power button, and now we got to wait again. So just a heads up, because I think they fixed... Yes! Okay, Misfits is not causing me issues anymore. I can mouse all around the screen without it falling off and clicking the wrong thing, it looks like. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You know what? Let's not crest that. Let's pull back a bit, and I probably just fucked those guys over. They're going to try and... Come on, reverse, dude. I know you don't see enemy yet, but reverse. The AI's logic as to when they should drive, you know, in reverse and when they should turn around. Oh, no, sorry, I'm wrong. I can click outside the screen. My bad. So I just got to be careful with that is all. It's only when it gets all the way over. We got a customer. Oh, fuck! It keeps happening! This might not work out as well as planned. We're going to jockey right slightly. We don't want to pop up in exactly the same place twice. That's a good way to die. No capture mouse option. So it does normally capture the mouse, but the problem is because I've got a second game running in the background, it's not capturing it successfully. And I know there's like stuff that lets you do that, like there's programs that do that, but I don't have any installed at the moment. It will be, but with a good human driver, it should be all right. Hold it. Okay. Bro, I don't... Oh, there he is. That's not a PC, that's a tank. And I think I just shot the berm in front of my face. Genius. I should probably be using the Orc sight for this engagement. Because I'm so close to the berm. I need to know when I'm clear of terrain. Fuck that, I'm going for the tank. We're just going to engage this one. Ooh, that was a little sketchy. Let's jockey again. I hear a plane. Oh. Ooh. Good effect. He wants me to engage the left guy, I guess. Yep. We barely got away with that one. What? Oh. F to my platoon mate. This would be a lot easier if I didn't have to worry about not mousing outside the window and clicking. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I'm not playing at my, at the peak of my ability at the moment. How are we going for... Oh, this not good. This not good. We've lost a lot of dudes. Identified tank. Identified tank. Shit. Yeah, the AI is very much a perpetual work in progress. We're gonna quickly restock, pull back a bit. Towing that tree line would have been nice. The AI can reverse. The problem is that they're still inconsistent in when they do it. And the other thing is, I think the AI's priorities are a bit iffy at the moment. Now, having said that, it's probably not simple to fix. But the AI seem more concerned with holding a perfect formation than they are with actually doing what you want them to. So a lot of the time you'll see them drive around in circles or like expose their ass to the enemy or like crash into a tree because they're trying to hold a perfect formation with you. It's really noticeable while you're trying to do something like a berm drill or, you know, jockeying on the back of a berm. Can you select 774 from the menu? No, but if we get short enough on supply, we will have no other choice. It's based on logistics. Ah, fuck. Well, let's just extract what blood we can from them and then try and fall back. But yeah, I kind of fucked myself here by doing this with the issue of not being able to click outside the first screen. Like I just did there, for fuck's sake. So this is why I was playing SnowRunner while I was waiting for MSFS to load earlier rather than playing GHPC, which I would normally be very keen to play while I wait. Might do 1 or 2 missions in this, and then we will either go back to Snow... Actually, no, we can just chat for a bit, I guess. Because Misfits shouldn't be too much longer, I hope. What do they even have left? They had BRDMs. Those probably got through. But I don't know where the fuck they are now. So 2 platoons of tanks we've killed. I'm gonna head over to where the other platoon got hit and see if they have something in front of them that I can't see very well from here. Is that a bush or is that a 72? It's a bush. So one thing about how a tank turret, or at least how the American tank turrets control, I assume this is common for most tanks, in-game versus real life, is in real life, as soon as you release the paddle switch on the control unit, the gun will lock to wherever it was. It won't stabilize anymore. So if you want to keep the gun point stabilized, like the M60's gun is, you have to be holding down the palm switches. Whereas in GHPC, it will just automatically point stabilize wherever you have the turret pointed when you release them. And if you want the gun to lock to where it was, then you have to, as in like lock position relative to the hull, you have to actually turn the stab off. Yeah, it was uncommon. Harry and I were discussing that actually while I was down there at his place. So that should be interesting. It should make the Bradley slightly less terrifying. And then once the Bradley's got a more realistic reload, it should make it less terrifying again. Still terrifying, but, like, less able to massacre your entire force in 30 seconds flat. I cannot see... Yes, I can. He was already knocked out, I think. They're probably in that low ground in front of me. Now, while I've knocked out 2 platoons worth... Well, we've knocked out 2 platoons worth of T-72s, I'm not sure if I'm brave enough to push down that gully and root out whatever BRDMs might be hiding in it. The friendly position there was, I think, a 113? A whole platoon of 113s. Do I risk it? We might take a quick peek, because, like, if we're gonna fall back, where's our fallback point? Well, we don't have one listed. Interesting. Oh, hello. This is still going to count as a loss, even though we have got them on the retreat now as well. Because I think the game takes the first mission completion outcome, and it just rolls with it no matter what you do afterwards. In fact, I don't even think it records enemy losses after the point of failing the mission. I could be wrong, that might have changed, but it didn't used to. Which is a shame, because there were a few missions on one of my pack campaigns where I had literally one crippled tank left, and I managed to fight back to a, you know, a moral victory, so to speak. Is that a... That is a 113, so where's the other BRDM? It's in the tree somewhere, I guess. Actually, that might have been the last one, because yeah, we already knocked out that guy there. I think that might be it. So we'll back over the hill, we'll end the mission there. So we lost... one platoon's worth of M60s, split off into 2 sections, and then 1 platoon worth of 113s. Judging by the state of his tank, I would imagine the crew didn't really have a good time. They may not have got out. Those 2 they probably did. The new smoke effects are awesome. Thermals still can't see through smoke. That will come probably with another pass at the effects. Not sure when. But that will be a thing, you will be able to see through smoke with thermals, like you should. Have you ever played Steel Beast? It's on my list of things that I should get round to playing one day, but I just haven't yet. I think Steel Beast is really good to... It's kind of like, you know, if you want to play squad or something. It's a good game if you've got a whole data kill, or even DCS for me. It's a good game if you've got a whole, well, sim, whatever, I don't care. Same thing, really. If you've got a whole data kill, because then, like, the setup for a lot of Steel Beast scenarios, they can run for hours. They don't have to, but they can. Whereas this is, if I've got 5, 10, 15 minutes to spare and I just want to get some quick action in, I can jump straight into this. And I think because this is more of a defined playset, like, Steel Beast has a... It matters less there because, like, it doesn't matter what kind of small arms the infantry have when you're in a tank. It makes no impact on you. But it has a bit of DCS disease where it has limited assets to flesh out different theaters and you have to use stand-ins. Whereas this is planned to be everything that was in theater. So, it's... They feel... Like, I know technically they're competing because they're tank games, and they're meant to be, like, simulator kind of level tank games. This is a sim light, obviously. But I feel like they complement each other more than they compete with each other. And I feel like that's true of a lot of games that people kind of view as competitors. Like, similar to DCS and BMS. I don't think they compete as much as people think. I think they more complement each other. So let's go through... Yeah, the M113's got immediately fucked on. As did our other section, Jesus. One of the recent changes made in, I think it was the last patch or the patch before, is they've made it so that spalling has more than one bounce again. I forget why they did it. I think it was like a optimization thing, but for a while, Spall would only have one bounce usually. Or like one big bounce, I think it was. Because it would still curve around the inside of the turret, but it wouldn't like do a bounce from one side of the turret to the other side of the tank and then up to the front of the hull. Well, it does that again. You'll see multiple bounces in all sorts of directions, losing energy as it goes. And it leads to all kinds of spooky moments where you'll have a single low-energy piece of spalling that's bounced around the tank 4 times and comes to rest on top of a throwing charge without actually setting it off. Terrain generation is an interesting thing. Look at DCS, for example. DCS, graphically speaking, there's probably no reason why DCS can't look as good as MSFS scenery-wise. The issue is that the way that DCS terrains are generated is quite archaic and based on splines, to what extent I can divine from looking at the way the maps work. And I don't think there's a way around that. Like, I genuinely don't think there's a way around that. It would take a complete overhaul of that whole aspect of the game to get the terrain to look any different. And I suspect probably with Steel Beast it's very similar. Like, the terrain is just what it is, and they've not found a reason or the money or the time or whatever to overhaul it. Notice we made basically no impact on the East Germans, and look at what we got from losing 4 tanks and 4 113s. If you lose stuff as the Americans, it really bites you, whereas the East Germans can absorb a lot of punishment before it starts really hurting them. Let's do... A company attack's a bit much for my current situation with the mouse going off screen, so let's do a spoiling attack, because those are usually pretty fun. M60A3, do we have any A1s? Oh, base. Yep, we're doing this. The A1 is so much fun. Scenario winners typically don't have losses applied. Yeah, because they can just recover the vehicle, right? Which is how the Soviets calculated, like, what acceptable losses constituted. Is the loss is going to hurt you much more if the vehicle's knocked out, but you can't recover it. Like, even if the vehicle's repairable, if you can't recover it, it doesn't fucking matter. It's a permanent loss, basically. Catch you later, Vex. Don't think you can recover most of those T-72s? I mean, probably not. But still. I'll turn the text to light. Difference in the A1 and the A3, the fire control system primarily. So the A3, if you look at the turret, it has like a little stalk with a ball on the end of it, which is the wind sensor. The A1 is very old school. It uses coincidence range finding. It's what the 2 little eyeballs on either, like the eyeball on either side of the turret's for. The 60A3 still has the eyeballs, but one's blanked out, the other one's got the laser in it. And so this is very, very old school range finding. The commander has the range finder, not the gunner. That's not simulated fully yet, but it'll probably be fun when you're multi-crewing. The 60A3, I think the commander still has the... Yeah, he still has the range finder because he's got the 6-pack in front of him. So in either case, the gunner is reliant on the commander to tell him what the range is, but the 60A3 at least has a digital fire control system. Really, like, shabby, kludged-on digital fire control system, but it has one nonetheless, with a laser rangefinder, whereas this is just purely old school. The 60A3 TTS, which is the variant we have, also has thermals. I should probably get away from the tree line or they're going to have problems. So our objective is down there. The 50 caliber machine gun on the commander's cupola has its own sight now, by the way. That was added last patch. Don't know if you're going to see me use it. Maybe in this mission you might, if I survive and deal with all the tanks in time. Okay, they've spotted us, which is a problem. We will deal with the scouts afterwards. As arse backwards as that sounds, I'd rather just get in position to open fire on their main force. Deal with the scouts later. Oh, never mind. There he is. And that was enough to count as destroying the enemy screen. That went over. So we got this tree line in front of us and a bit of a rise here that we can kind of use to hold down off of-ish. Which is something. Sheridan? Maybe soon. The Sheridan was out of the theater by the time the game takes place, I think, but Harry really likes the Sheridan, and the Sheridan's a really cool tank, so I would imagine it's pretty likely the Sheridan will find its way in somehow. Just a hunch, shall we say. Hello, friends! Which one does he want me? That one? I fucked this up. Boy, did I fuck this up. Okay, we're over. Don't see the tank. We'll deal with the truck in a minute. Did I hit the ground in front of myself? Jesus Christ. I swear I'm not usually this bad at the game. The fact I'm trying not to mouse off my screen is not helping me any. Fuck that, I'm going for the tank. See him. Fuck that. Okay. These trucks, we will actually try the 50 cal on them, I think, if we get in position quick enough. Never mind. How he hasn't seen me, I don't know. You'll notice how much the gunner's primary sight on the M60 vibrates as it moves. The M60A3 does that too, because of the way the stabilization is set up. It's kind of janky. No, we don't need to re-engage that. And that is correct for an M60. The way the stabs are set up in this tank is kind of arse backwards, because it was a stopgap. Big time. He's still active, surely? Oh yes, he is. Oh, that was not a good idea. All it did was piss him off. Can't tell if they're 72Ms or M1s from this distance. We need to restock. This has gone very, 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 very badly wrong for us. Another BMP down there. I don't know if he's... I think he's knocked out. I think I got him. My platoon mates here can't actually see the tank I'm looking at, so they think that they're safe to turn and drive away. The crew don't actually pop their heads out yet. That will be coming, though. And yeah, the panic crew dialogue is awesome. Really, really awesome. I should probably restock more, but I don't want to let whatever's still down there get away. The trucks would have already fucked off by now. But we want to at least deal with the tanks and BMPs. That one. He's still active. Oh. Yeah, I noticed. Well, we haven't lost any of our guys yet, so I fucked this up really badly. I haven't fucked it up as badly as I could have. I'm pretty sure I just jinxed myself. If we can deal with the rest of the armor, we might even be able to go deal with those trucks. I think he's dead. Crew killed. One of the hatches is open, so the crew might have jumped. But I'm not gonna be confident just in that. I'm gonna put another round in. You want to shoot it until it changes shape or color. There's another BMP down there. And again, I'm not sure if I trust whether that's dead or not. Where did that go? It's about... There's no way that's 1,000. 700 sounds about right. Yep, was 700. Now we restock. So just to show you what the 50 cal reticle looks like, there's the... Hold on. What's going on there? Might be the gun. No, let me figure out. Because that's the gunner's primary sight there. What's blocking it? Weird. Oh yeah, the no, you're right, because the stab's off. So I can't even move the gun sight, let alone the gun. No, you're right, I'm dumb. Small brain. So then if we go 50 caliber machine gun, we can't move that at the moment either. That might be changed at some point, I would imagine. But you can see the reticle for it's pretty basic. That's all you get. That's it. The cupola, yeah, it should independently move, but I guess they just haven't separated that out yet. Remembering that they need to do a big refactor of the fire control system to get a lot of stuff to work properly. So things like turret inertia, I think that was actually part of it, so they might be partway through it. But things like turret inertia, the way that the Soviet tanks' guns index to load, that needs to have it done so they can index properly, and a few other things too. Okay, we're going to set it back to battle sight range, which is 1200. We're going to slowly advance down the hill. I'm going to call that enough restocking for now. We've got plenty of heat rounds loaded, which is what we want for trucks and BMPs. The trucks probably fled that way, that's where I saw them going last. We'll see if we can chase them down, but they might have... I don't think they despawn, I'm not sure. We'll go see. Looks like we got most or all of the BMPs and tanks. Where did that go? What's he shooting at? Okay, maybe we didn't get all of them. That's worrying. They see something back there. That's artillery. Oh, there might be a BMP still up there. I think that one's down. I think. It's going to be too hard of a shot to hit, really. I mean, you could arc the heat over, but it's kind of difficult. So what I'll do is I'll just drop that there and maybe it'll get him. Even if he's, excuse me, even if he's active, he's not looking our way, so we should be okay. He's obviously not active, otherwise we would have been shot by now. Maybe? Uh-oh? Oh, yep. Okay. Double check down here. Yep. Got him. Okay. I think we're good here. Our reconnaissance is up there. Let's, that road looks a bit sketchy to me. I mean, I know the infantry aren't in yet, so there's no problems with following that road, but if the infantry were in, I would not... You could not pay me enough to drive down that road. In fact, I'm probably already too close to that tree line. It's something I think a lot of people don't realize. When infantry are in, you can draw like a 500-meter ring around any tree line or building, and that's bad no-no place. Kilometer ring if they have an ATGM attached. Now, whether they accurately hit you at 300 plus meters with things like M72s or RPGs, probably not, but it'll be enough to suppress you, and, you know, they only need to get lucky once, pretty much. Did I just see... No, I didn't. It was a shadow. Like, even here, this is a little sketchy with the trees, but we'll cross here. And I'll get my guys into column formation. Since we're going to be moving through tree lines, I don't want getting hung up on trees. It's a bit steep, but the tank should be able to climb this. Just. I would, like, if I was making this... If I was doing the thing I'm doing now in an actual tank, for real, I would want to go through here, because at least I've got open ground. You've still got to deal with that gully, which is a creek in real life, but at least you've got open ground on either side of it. Going through here, you've got trees on this side, a town on that side, and this is actually... It's not on the map yet, but this is where the inner German border goes through. It actually cuts between that group of buildings and that group of buildings. Whoops, that's a tree. So this is like the worst of places I could possibly be doing this. But I wouldn't say I'm in a hurry, but I'm not, like, overly concerned at the moment with doing this properly, so we'll just do what we're doing. These guys are straggling a little. They probably are having some issues pathing around the trees, because there's a lot of them. Never be here as a NATO unit anyway, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and select my 50 cal just in preparation in case I do actually figure out where the trucks went. I know they run like away towards the edge of the map. I don't know if they despawn or not though. I don't think they used to, but they might now. I have no idea. They'll be either up here somewhere or probably down here. So what we might do is we might follow this road down to that corner of the map, and if we don't see them, we'll just hoof it back to our fallback or our rally point and call it a day. And hopefully by then MSFS will actually be loaded. Depending how long I play MSFS for and how much energy I have and etc, we might do some more GHPC afterwards. where I won't have to worry about accidentally mousing off the screen and I can play the game, you know, properly. But for now, we'll just go with what we got. We are... No, I was going to say we're missing one, but he was just hiding behind the other M60. Another one of the recent changes, not last patch I think, but the patch before, was the binocular overlay, which is a nice touch. And also the binocular magnification got bumped up a lot, because it was kind of lowish before. Like, the binos weren't great for spotting stuff at a distance, and now they're quite decent. But having thermals is still better. So one thing to notice about this is the assembly area and the expected enemy objective are like not even probably 200 meters apart. Yes, that is goofy on the face of it, but these missions aren't like the final game content. You've got to bear that in mind. These missions are essentially... Hello. These missions are essentially just placeholders as a way for players to experience what's in the game currently in a quick and easy way. Interesting my commander hasn't called them out. Probably because he's looking forwards and... No, he just doesn't see them, apparently. Now he sees them. Heat? Nah, bro, we're not wasting heat on that. They'll definitely use heat on him. So there's your 50 cal on the M60. Finally with its own sight. Right, now with that done, let's get out of here. We'll just... cut past the town, I think is probably the most direct way. It's going to be fun to use with crew split. Oh, crew splitting is going to be so much fun in general. I kind of expect they'll do it, but I really do hope that the M60's rangefinder is split off only for the commander to use, and with any other tanks where that should be the case as well, or vehicles in general where that should be the case as well, so that people are forced to actually coordinate and communicate with each other and make it a lot more interesting. It's been way too long since I multi-crewed a tank. Way too long. I think the last time I did would have been in fucking Red Orchestra. Hello? Oh, they're catching up. Slowly. We're probably cruising a little fast for them. Play a loader, spam spacebar to load? Probably not. Probably not. So, for any of you who are just seeing this game for the first time and you're interested, if you put !GHPC in my chat, the bot will give you a handy link or two. Also, they're on Steam, so if you go on Steam and look for Gunner Heat PC, you will find the game. They stream their dev streams here on Twitch, channel Gunner Heat PC, as you might imagine. And they also have a Discord. And if you want to see more competent gameplay of this, I've got videos that I did off-stream that I upload every now and then to my YouTube channel. And I also have other streams where I play this a lot better, in a lot less scuffed fashion. So, I just knew that it was going to be kind of like iffy because of the whole mouse pointer thing. NTC training map. From memory, they were planning on doing some missions on Grafenwöhr for like different gunnery tables and stuff to help new players figure out how the fire control systems work and such. There was talk about it in the Discord, put it that way. I probably want to just cut through this field and then down there, I think. Actually, you know what? I'm dumb. If I just taken that road down there, it would have taken me right to where I need to go. And my buddies are way behind. They'll catch up eventually. So we'll just follow this road, and then when we hit the Y intersection at the end of it, we want to head basically south. The map at the moment's really pretty placeholder, so I would expect a lot of useful changes there as the game sort of develops. The in-game HUD as it stands now with the text in the bottom corner, that'll probably be replaced with different graphical icons. It's very much work in progress, which is something to be aware of if you are going to pick up the game, but the comparison I use is like the original Kerbal Space Program, not KSP2, because boy has that been a bit of a drama. But like the original KSP was really bare bones when it first hit early access, but look at it now. Like the original KSP with the right mods looks better than KSP2. So I would expect this to be a very similar case, where how it looks now, it will look like a completely different game in a year or two's time. As it is now, like I've got a bunch of screenshots from previous builds of the game in my Be Right Back slides on the stream, and you can actually see, because it has the little version number, which is the date that the patch was released, down in the bottom. So this patch was the 28th of February, second iteration, which was actually like I think this first or second week of March they released this iteration of it, but like the major patches are denoted by date in this game, and so you can look at those screenshots and go, oh, that was the game 2 years ago, it looks completely different, or that was the game 6 months ago, well this looks totally different now. It's really cool to be able to compare it. Shill for remove HUD button, well, that's been in since the start, pretty much. The only reason I don't run with that off all the time is so I have some situational awareness of where the turret's pointed relative to the hull when I'm in the gun sight, and also so I know which ammo I've got loaded and which is up next. Nearly there. Hey, my buddy's catching up. Finally. So yeah, Control F1 shows or hides the HUD. Play loader, RNG to fumble around into the bottom of the turret. I think when they do the proper reload for the Bradley, because the Bradley reload, right, and this is true of moving the ammunition stowage around on most tanks, but this is true for any reloading of the tow on the Bradley, as well as reloading the gun. You need to traverse the turret in a particular direction, and then to reload the tow, you have a guy pop out one of the air guard hatches and literally just push the tubes in from behind. And there's a few videos out of, like, their hand slips and the tow tube comes back and smacks them in the face. I reckon if you lurch the Bradley about while you're mid-reload, that should happen. And your little loading man in the back of the vehicle should fucking smack himself in the face with his toe and fall back inside and, you know, swear his head off. I think that'd be very funny. I don't know if it'd be worth the dev time, but it'd be very funny. So I kind of go over this every time I play the game, so anyone who's seen me play it before will have heard this spiel, but for anyone that hasn't, there's a lot of little details in this game that you don't always notice right away. Like, for instance, let's look at the markings on my tank. The like, 3, the triangle, the 3-2, I forget what the US markings stand for. It's like 3rd Armoured, 32nd something, and then the tank is Echo 1-1. Max will be able to explain it better. I forget how US fucking tactical markings work. But if you look at my buddies back here, you will see they're from the same unit, and they're sequentially numbered. Because they're my platoon. You'll notice that with the East German vehicles too. They're sequentially numbered. They belong to the platoon that they're supposed to belong to. Each of the tanks, sometimes you'll get 2 tanks with the same equipment, but generally speaking, each of the tanks has a different equipment layout on the exterior of the tank. So you'll see some of them have more Alice packs than others. You'll see some have buckets, some have rations. There's a comedy option where you get all buckets or all rations. Different things are stored in different places. So each tank, as you load into a mission, is slightly unique. You'll see that this guy here has a slightly different place for his tarp and his bedrolls and stuff. And while it looks like my entire platoon has their antennas secured, sometimes you'll have a tank that doesn't, and their antennas whipping about all over the place. So there's a lot of little attention to detail like that. And part of it is that they want to evoke, like, some of the experience of these machines through the way they're shown in game. So, for instance, they did an interview with Casmo, who DCS players will know as, like, one of the Apache SMEs. Or I think, is he an Apache SME? He's a Kiowa SME, but he flew both the Kiowa and the Apache, so, like, he's a community SME, if nothing else. But he was also on tanks for a while. I think he was on tanks before he went to aviation. And he was telling a story about how you would see tanks carrying, like, wooden pallets, like, you know, like your standard fucking logistics pallet, your CHEP pallets or whatever, on the side of the turret. And it's like, what the fuck are they carrying that for? It's so that when they were in the desert, they could put that pallet down on the sand, hang a bag full of water over the gun tube with it traversed out to the side over the tank, and that was a makeshift shower. So that you could stand on the pallet without your feet getting sand stuck to them, and have the water over the gun barrel. Like, there's all these little details like that you can convey through the way the equipment's stored on the outside of the tank and what they're carrying. You'll notice as well, they're all scanning around their sectors with their turrets. So while they're moving, while they're stationary, whatever, they're looking around themselves, actually scanning with their turrets. Lots of little details in this. The fire mechanics, combustibles were a whole thing that Josh, who's the lead dev, he just fell into a bit of a hyper-focus hole and decided, wouldn't it be cool if the the combustibles inside the tank weren't just RNG or weren't just all the same outcome when something catches fire, but if it actually depended on what was hit with what, how many hatches are open, so how much oxygen the fire has access to. Obviously, the ammo combusts itself, because it's, you know, that's kind of how gunpowder works, is it's self-oxidizing. But once the fire gets started, it still needs available oxygen to keep going. So if the hatches are closed, maybe the fire starts and kind of there's a little puff of smoke and then it goes out, because it starves itself once it sucks all the air out of the tank. Maybe, I think MSFS might have just about hit the menu there, because we got tabbed out. Maybe all the hatches are popped open and 2 or 3 rounds started to deflagrate, I can speak, and so you get this massive gout of flame coming out the top of the tank. Maybe it'll smolder for the next half hour. Like, it's not random, it's actually based on the game calculating, like, okay, well, this is on fire, that's probably going to explode sympathetically with this. Like, it's doing all of this to figure out what happens each time you shoot a vehicle. So there's a lot of in-depth stuff that you don't notice when you just play the game, unless you're really paying close attention to it, but it's quite cool. So if I go back to here, and we'll take off the filter for own shots only. So that was where we bumped into their scouts, and then this is me opening fire from a pretty poor position on these guys. Poor position, poorly ranged, not leading targets properly because I was scared of clicking outside the window and minimizing the game, but it is what it is. These were regular T-72Ms, not T-72M1s. The T-72M1 has a 16mm high hardness plate bolted onto the hull armor, and it also has composite in the turret cheeks. It has quartz inserts into the turret cheeks, whereas this just has a plain cast steel turret. So the 72 M1s are a bit scarier than the regular 72Ms. With the best US ammo, which is what we have here, the M833, we can cut to them pretty easily at closer ranges, and even out to reasonably good ranges. But with the older US ammo, it becomes more of a struggle. I haven't actually used the older US ammo yet, because I haven't lost a campaign badly enough to need it. You can see the heat rounds, because these rounds predate shoulder fuses. These just have the fuse on the nose of the heat round. They won't detonate if they don't hit with the nose of the round. They will crush into the thing they hit, and they won't detonate properly. They won't form a jet. They won't go through the armor. There we go, MSFS is just about loaded. So you've got to be careful where you hit things with heat rounds. Like, if you hit them at that kind of angle, great. If you hit it at a really shallow angle, it will just crush into the armor. These are all sabot shots, so these don't care about angle at all, more or less. That's a sabot that got stopped because it just hit his turret at kind of a bad angle. Got eaten by the armor. Then we had a better shot there, which would have disabled his gun. And that probably was what made the crew abandon the tank, or popped him. I don't remember which this tank did, but see how it says up the top right, hit propellant casing? And you can see that, if I borrow the free camera here for a minute, these teal rounds are sabot rounds. So the sabot rounds have the sabot, obviously, which is the pointy bit. Or rather, the dart is the pointy bit. The sabot itself, the thing that surrounds the dart and makes it full muzzle diameter, or full bore diameter, words are hard, is that kind of weird toothed looking thing, and then behind that is extra propellant, because the sabot rounds are overpressure rounds. So you don't just have a throwing charge, which is this big brown thing. You don't just have that, but you actually have almost a whole other throwing charge worth of propellant behind the sabot. So hitting one of those is not going to do him any favors. On the other hand, this is the same tank, I think. Yes, it is. So he got lucky. His gun would have been disabled by that hit and that hit, so he's got no functional gun. Is that the same tank? No, it's not. I was gonna say, he got very lucky. That's him there, so he got blown up. So this guy had his gun disabled. He had a very low energy round, or a very low energy piece of spool hit a propellant casing. So the color coding on this, the white is the actual round itself, so a sabot dart or a significant chunk of a sabot dart, or either the heat shell itself or the heat jet. That's what this is, and it's volumetric. So that's why the sabot ones are skinny and the heat ones are fat. It's volumetric. So white is the round, or the terminal effect of the round, and then yellow is high energy, so it's either very large pieces of spalling or very fast small pieces, or a large fast piece in the worst case. Orange is kind of mid-energy, and then red is low energy, so it's either very small pieces that don't have a lot of momentum behind them, or it's large pieces that are moving kind of slowly. So you can see he had an orange piece go into a throwing charge, which would probably be enough to detonate it, and then a red piece go into a sabot propellant, or into a sabot round that would have ended up in the propellant. Probably he might have got away with this. You can sometimes get a hit from a low energy piece into propellant and it won't set it off. But this, yeah, you can see it penetrated through the casing, so it probably would have detonated that. Slow being relative, yeah, very relative. And he had just enough time, it might not have instantly detonated it, but it would have probably set it on fire, and he had just enough time to traverse his gun forwards. Maybe it didn't. Maybe he got away with it. Sometimes they do. Hang on, which... So it's the throwing charge... Hold on. Oh, no, I see what's going on here. The damage model's desynced. See how it's clipping? This might be a new bug. I'm not sure if this is reported yet. But the spare reload is not traversing with the carousel or with the turret itself, which it should be. Normally it does. So that throwing charge that it hit is actually under the gunner's knees. So yeah, it didn't hit that one. It would have just stopped on the upper shield of the carousel. There's nothing actually there, and it would have had a low energy one go into the Sabo round, which didn't set it off. I see. We just found a bug. Testing. Yeah, it looks like it's a persistent issue, and it's a new issue because that used to work just fine. Interesting. And there's the trucks having a really bad day, and we are back to that. So, now that MSFS is finally loaded in for the second time, hopefully without anything catastrophic happening and causing me to have to restart it again, we're going to call it for now on GHPC. Yeah, that wasn't the best outcome, but it could have been worse, and we've made a bit of a dent in the Germans there. So we'll save the campaign, we will exit the game. I'm going to grab another cup of tea and make a quick toilet break, and then we'll get into MSFS. Finally! So, give me a moment, guys. Alright, I've returned. Just give me a minute to settle in here. Our first flight will be in a Beechcraft D18S. This is the Coronado Local Legends Beechcraft, the one that released... Fuck, what was it? What country it released with for the Local Legends thing? Anyway. However, it has been modded. So there's a guy on .to, whose name escapes me at the moment, unfortunately, but who has made a really deep overhaul of this. It's not quite at Duckworks level yet, but it's looking like it's heading that way. There's a lot more fidelity added in the systems. Obviously, some of them still are inoperable or, you know, kind of hedged into the aircraft because, you know, some things you need model editing or other things like that to actually enable properly. But either way, the systems are a bit more in depth. The flight model is pretty heavily overhauled, so it should be a lot closer to the actual performance of the aircraft. And overall, it's just an absolute joy to fly now. I mean, it was all right before. It was pretty nice before, but God, now it's so good, so good. So if you go on .to, if you can bring yourself to deal with all the bullshit there these days. Just poke around and it should be pretty highly rated. It's like right up there with Duckworks as far as mod quality goes. Really, really, really good. There's another aircraft I need to fly more often. The S-55. Beautiful plane. Weird looking thing, but quite beautiful. And flies quite nicely as well. One thing I will note is, as I pop back into existence, hello. One thing I will note is that... fuck, misclick, is that, just let me make sure it's grabbed the right window. Yeah, okay, it has. You'll notice that the CG positions are still, like, wherever the fuck you want it. I haven't messed with this yet, so I'm not sure if it's actually simulating the CG range as being whatever the fuck you want, or if it's just showing it that way. Because the thing is, the CG position on this menu does not always correspond to what the flight model's doing. For example, the Lake Skipper, which is another thing we'll probably fly today because it's a shit ton of fun and it's free. That uses imaginary fuel to move the CG around to simulate a wing-in ground effect aircraft by stopping you from being able to climb out of ground effect, because it's just using imaginary fuel to shift the CG of the aircraft around so it can't climb any higher and it wants to naturally dive. Really clever the way that's been done, like really like 5-head stuff. But yeah, like a lot of modules, you either, like the CG's locked, you can't move it, or it gives you a really tiny range, or it gives you a fucking massive one. A lot of the Coronado stuff seems to give you just whatever you want, the whole wing, have at it. The cord is there to be used, but I haven't tested it with this one, so I've kind of loaded it out with a pretty ordinary load. I like to fly aircraft loaded up in this sim. I know a lot of people don't, and they're like, oh, why does it not have performance? A lot of CCM's mods, he makes it just pilot weight only, because people will go try and compare it to the numbers and say, oh, well, why isn't the aircraft performing? Well, it's because it's got a shit ton of weight in it. But I like flying stuff with weight in it. It makes it feel a bit more authentic, I guess, and it's a bit more of a challenge, particularly if you're operating out of a kind of sketchy airfield. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take it up 90% fuel, way more than we need, but we're going to take 90% just because it gives us some weight to play with. We've got a motley assortment of passengers all around sort of average-ish to brick shithouse level. Well, not really brick shithouse level, I guess. And then a bit of baggage, you know. It can't be a good stream without a bit of baggage. That's what we're going to fly. And we're going to fly from Gorge River Airstrip, which I don't think I've flown from yet. I was going to fly from the next airstrip down, but it looks like they've removed its sole sad parking spot, and so you now have to hot start on it, which I'm very sad about. We'll probably change the weather because I don't want it to be too miserable. We'll leave live. Yeah, we'll leave live weather because we should have plenty of daylight left. Me to plane, I weigh like 153 pounds. I think I had one set to 150, which is close enough. Like, I just guesstimate my own weight as somewhere between 170 and 180, and I usually leave that for the pilot. I was also going to say, how the fuck do you only weigh 153 pounds, but you're, like, shorter than me, aren't you? I seem to recall you being shorter than me. Right. Oh, lovely weather. Track IR, reset, but what the fuck? Okay, well, we're having this fun issue, are we? So this didn't happen last time I flew this. Let's try resetting the flight. That bug where you have the pilot models rendering in the cockpit and your face is like clipping through the camera, it seems to be a MSFS thing. It happens sometimes on and off, and you can temporarily fix it by hopping out of the cockpit and back in. But yeah, we'll just restart it and hopefully that will... It didn't fix it. Fuck. How has this happened? In fact, how has this happened? What the fuck? Oh, I know. Some liveries don't play nicely with this mod. That's what it is. So we'll go back to the menu and we'll have to choose a different livery, which is a bit of a bummer. Black Iron, thanks for the follow. I'm like 5'11" or something. I was underweight for pretty much my entire life until I hit my late 20s and I finally started putting on a little bit of weight. Not a lot, but a little bit. Okay, so we were going to fly with the Aussie livery, Aussie Civi Reg livery, but it appears to not be working. So we're going to fly with the livery that I know works, which would be this one, because I was flying the other night. So if it doesn't work this time, it means something's broken overnight, literally. Okay, 90% fuel. We're gonna edit that down to 180. Max, you can be our co-pilot today. Mate, 190, 220, 170. Let's have an absolute unit on board. And then 160, I just randomized these pretty much. And then baggage, 250 pounds of baggage in that compartment and 400 pounds in that compartment. We can bump this up to 500 actually. Yeah, that looks good to me. Cool, let's try again. Intentional passengers, I do not know how to fly a plane. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. What we bringing? I don't know. We're smuggling Kiwis out of the country. I don't know. Just random numbers to give us some weight. When I fly the DC-3 quite often, I'll try and set it up like it's carrying paratroopers, though. Because that's always fun. Hey, there we go. Yeah, it's a livery issue. So I'll have to figure out what causes that, and then I can probably fix it myself. Right, we're gonna get rid of the weather, because as much as I like shitty weather, it doesn't look real great on stream. So let's go... Let's see... 25 degrees Celsius. I don't know how hot it gets on South Island. Probably not that hot. So we'll stick with... Let's go with that. 23 degrees. Let's drop that a little bit. I wish that this was set in fucking Celsius. Cool. Good enough. Right. I'm also going to, before I forget, although I'll have to change this for the Lake Skipper and the Maria, we're going to go here, and we're going to go twin engine. Hello? Twin engine. Cool. I don't usually bother with the twin engine preset on anything that isn't the fucking DC3, because I need the differential throttles for taxiing in that, but we'll do it anyway. I free-casted the wheel on this. It isn't free-casted by default with the mod, but it's pretty easy to handle, honestly. So, we want our left and right batteries on. I've got to hide this to get to a lot of these switches, which kind of annoys me. I don't like actually hiding the yoke. I prefer to be able to just look over or under it to click stuff, but the click box for it's massive, unfortunately. I might just find a way if I can disable that altogether. So we'll put our navs on steady. That can stay off for now. That has to come open to start the aircraft. We need our fuel. We'll feed it from the front tank first, because we're pretty full with CG. I haven't tried to start this without priming yet, but you shouldn't be able to, because the mod does add a requirement for it, along with a few other things that the aircraft didn't used to have. Okay, let's see, what do we got here? Glare's not real helpful. Beacon, that is the electric trim switch, it's in-op. The electric trim's on by default. That's the seatbelt sign, that's the dome lights, we'll turn them on even though it's daylight, we don't really need them. Okay, let's go left engine mags, props full forward, yeah, throttle's free and does the throttle thing. So then let's go engine starter left, crack throttle a bit. Wait, we didn't prime it, did we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably good enough. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, booster and starter. Give the throttle a bit of a jiggle to wake it up. There we go. It's not too difficult to start as long as you actually prime the engine and the conditions aren't too bad, but you do have to heat these up. Like, you have to actually warm these engines up. If you try to take off with the engines too cold, you're going to have a bad day. So that's something to be aware of with this mod. Engine temperature and oil temperature actually matter, versus by default where they don't make a squid of difference. So we'll get the left engine gen on. We'll go ahead and get the right mags running. Engine start select to right, boost, and throttle up and starter. What did I fuck up? I fucked something up. Click the boost again, and it's probably already clicked. And it didn't catch, because I forgot to prime it. So there we go. That answers our question. Yes, you do need to prime it. 6. We'll just pretend I meant to do that. Intentional testing, right, guys? Okay. There we go. 2 happy engines. Right gen on. All that's on that needs to be on. We'll put the compass light on. I like having the lights on even though it's broad daylight for reasons I've spoken about on stream before. Trim looks okay. We'll probably want to give her a little bit of nose up. Not too much. This is a pretty short runway, so I actually have not done the maths to figure out if we can clear this runway with this aircraft, especially at this weight. We will find out together. We'll let Jesus take the wheel. I know the Caribou can get out of here, but the Caribou is kind of known for being able to get out of places that other aircraft can't, so yeah, we will see. Let's get our yokes back on. Excellent. Instrument lights. Avionics on. As much as I'd like to get rid of this bullshit, replace it with a fucking... This would be too small for a Sperry. I don't think they ever had gyro pilots in these things, or if they did, you'd have to move half the instrument panel. Like, I could really live without this. I could even live without the modern radios. I've actually been in a Beech 18. There's one in the Alberta Aviation Museum in my hometown of Edmonton, well, home city of Edmonton, and you can walk around inside it. By walk, I mean, like, crawl. It's very small. Like, you don't realize how small this aircraft is until you try and clamber into one when you're, you know, around 6 foot tall, 5'11", whatever I am, and your shoulders are basically at the level of the fucking overheads there. Okay. We don't need that, but we'll turn it on anyway. We'll leave it on terrain display. I don't know where we're flying with this. I don't have a flight plan, but we are going to just buzz around with it. Temps are a little cool, so we're going to close the oil shutters. And then we'll run the engines up in a minute. You can see the props are out of sync a little, which is neat. I don't think that's a thing by default in this aircraft. I could be wrong though. I hope we got room to turn without clipping that fucking chicken wire. So you'll see, because I started one engine, you know, a good minute or so before the other, it's a little warmer, and so it runs up quicker. It's pretty cool. Okay, the cowl flaps are closed. We're going to leave them closed. Otherwise, it's going to take even longer to heat the engine up. You can see the prop sync is starting to match up now. Now, I don't think that the props are out of sync when the engines are fully run up. Like, once they're fully warmed up, I think it automatically synchronizes, and I think that's common behavior in a lot of MSFS aircraft. I'm not sure how many, if any, actually model the player needing to sync up the props by default. I mean, most of the time you wouldn't give a fuck anyway, but it'd be a nice little touch to have, I think. So we're in the greens for our cylinder head temp. Our oil is still a little cold though. I've got to remember as well, because I'm running my twin throttle, my twin engine setup, I have to do mixture by hand. I can't use the slider I'd usually use, because that's RPM now. Yeah, we could lean the mixture. We might do that. We do have a little EGT thing here, so we can lean out easier without having to look for RPM drop or anything like that. Oh, the props do seem to still be a little out of sync, which is a nice touch. I'm not sure if this has a facility to sync up the props, to be honest. Well, I'm sure it probably does, I just haven't found it yet, because I've not needed it so far, put it that way. We're gonna, we'll leave this open for now, but don't let me forget to close that window, because the first time I tried to fly this to test the mod with the window open, I forgot to close it before taking off, and it did not end well. We'll probably take one stage of flat, because this is a relatively short airstrip, and we are pretty heavily loaded. And the Beech 18 does need a bit of runway. In fact, we might... I don't know if 30-degree flap's a good idea for takeoff. We might just stick with 15. Oil's good. Okay, so we're gonna give a full rich. We're gonna come off the power a little. I'm gonna stick my head outside. I think we might have room to turn if I stand on the brakes, but it's gonna be pretty close. Oh, our wing is inside a branch. Let's just, before we take off, let's take a look at this little airstrip. So this was added with the New Zealand World Update. Isn't this gorgeous? There were a few airstrips that were kind of low effort. In fact, even around Milford Sound, which is just near us, there are a few that were pretty low effort, but this one's gorgeous. This is part of the free add-on for New Zealand. Yes. So I have tree collisions on. Chat, we may have made a mistake. The wing's gonna clip that. I don't think we have enough runway either. We could slew to a longer runway. Oh yeah, there's no way. There's no way this thing's getting off that. Okay, so, well, we've had our little look around here. Just winch it, yeah, winch it into the air. We've had our little look around here. We're just going to, this isn't about to happen, chat. This isn't happening. Nothing is happening. You're not seeing any of this. Let's just go to Milford Sound. Because I know that they've got a longer runway. Try it. I can tell you right now it won't get off that. It will not get off that. The Beach 18 has a deceptively long takeoff run, especially when it's loaded. So Milford Sound, I think, is to our... Is it south or north? It might be north. No, it's south. Here we go. Now, I should also add... that's another airstrip down there on the beach. We could probably get off that. I should probably add... I have mod scenery for Milford Sound, and I don't know if it conflicts with the world update, and the game is shitting its trousers. Excellent. This is what I was worried would happen. All that time loading the sim only for performance issues to rear their ugly head. Incredibly haram. Come on. So that's the other strip I would have liked to fly from. I've tried that with the Caribou, but the Caribou's wingspan is too wide. So it won't make it. Excuse the stutters. Hopefully it will improve when we stop slewing. This is God punishing me for my hubris. Man, it really is chugging though. Like one frame every several seconds. And I don't know why either. Hang on, this isn't Milford Sound, is it? Or is it? Where's the airport? Let's get higher up so we can see better. In fact, let's open the VFR map so we can see where the airfields are. That would be a clever idea. Can I not open the VFR map while I'm slewing? Apparently not. Okay, well, you know what? I know where there's a slightly longer runway. Fuck it. It's stuttering less up here. I wonder if it's Milford Sound, like there's a conflict with the mod or something and it doesn't like it. Oh, no, it's stuttering again. The band is Karat, as in K-A-R-A-T. East German rock band. This should maybe be enough. And also it's a proper, like, concreted runway. Oh, it's still really short. We'll try this one. We'll try this one, right? It's a concrete runway, so we can at least say we tried. But I have my doubts. Because I think this thing was designed for, like, bush planes and small Cessnas. Okay. Even this one's kind of narrow. We've got basically no wind, which is nice. Engine temps are still good. In fact, we're going to open the cowlings now because they're getting a little toasty. Everything is on that should be on except pitot heat. We will turn that on now just before we take off. And then pull the parking brake. And I'll be steering mostly with my toe brakes here. Visibility out of this thing is not fantastic. It has a strong desire to turn on the ground. So we're going to be very persistent with the toe braking. Nice and slow taxi speed, just to keep it straight. I could use the tail wheel lock, but I don't want to fuck with that until we're actually preparing for takeoff. It's a lesson you learn very quickly in the DCS Spitfire. You have to relearn it if you've been away from it for a while. Well, you know you don't, because we're on a slope here. It wants to go right. Is you take it slowly and you make small corrections, because the aircraft will get away from you very quickly. You'll end up in a ground loop. We're not lined up very well. I really don't trust this runway. Just a little more to the left, and we'll call that good. Should be pretty much on runway heading. We're going to hit the tail wheel lock. We're going to stand on the brakes, and we're going to start running up the power. Now the engines on this are pretty slow, so are the props, so we need to be pretty deliberate with it. Max power at sea level is like 33.5 inches manifold or something like that, so we don't want to get much past that. A little bit of right brake until the rudder becomes effective. We don't want to turn too far to the right because we'll clip a building with our wing. Oh, no. Just. Oh, we were about to go for a swim. Calculated. Not really, but we'll pretend, right? Right, chat? Nobody saw a thing. Okay, now flaps can come up. We'll back off the revs a little to not overstress the engines. We'll back off the manifold pressure a little to not overstress the engines. We'll begin a right-hand turn away from the terrain. And we'll try and hold about 120-ish, 100 to 120 in the climb. Come back to about probably 31, 32 inches, should be good, which is actually where my throttle detent is, which is nice and convenient. I don't know why the sim is running so badly. It's not like we've just flown over a massive amount of photogrammetry or anything. So yeah, I think probably we might have a decrease in the amount of MSFS streams until I can get add-on linker and stuff sorted and figure out what exactly is causing my performance woes. I mean, I have an idea, a large part of what's causing it, but I think it's a complex problem that may need a few weeks to sort out. A little bit of a downdraft there. Does DCS introduce multi-threading? MSFS introduced single-threading? I think MSFS might have actually been single-threaded from the get-go. I'm not sure. There are all sorts of things that inflict fucking psionic damage against MSFS performance. Certain aircraft have like broken avionics that will fuck every other aircraft in the game that has the same avionics. Or like certain scenery is just so badly optimized that once it loads in, it just screws you until you restart the sim. So yeah, I think we will go the way of just using add-on linker and separating things out and restarting the sim between flights, or at least between like hopping from one part of the world to the other, if nothing else. Okay, temps and pressures looking good. We'll start to lean it out a bit. It's going to be one engine at a time, so that's going to be pretty scuffed, but a little bit leaner peak. There we go. This has persistent engine wear, so the way you figure out the state of your engines is to use the top two positions on the little electronic fuel gauge. So they're 99.7% good, if that makes sense. And you can reset that by using the, I think it's the left cabin heat plunger. The other cabin heat plunger is actually cabin heat, because it's, you know, it doesn't actually do anything at the moment, so they decided to just use one as the engine damage reset, which I have not had to use yet, happily. I was kind of tempted to fly up to Auckland, but with the sim performing like this, it might not be such a good idea, because Auckland is photogrammetry. And it might be a relatively long flight. Okay, so we'll just confirm gear and flaps should be definitely up. Yes, they are. About a degree of nose up trim. And we'll check how we are with the... Okay. So we're pretty much right where we need to be with the mixture at this altitude. We'll get a little bit higher because, you know, mountains. And then we'll level off a bit and do a bit of a fly around. We're just going to leave the seatbelt lights on, because the way I fly, you wouldn't want to ever unbuckle your fucking seatbelt. I'm prone to bouts of aerobatic maneuvers without warning, so... In-game, that is, obviously, not in real life. Wouldn't be that irresponsible in real life. Not while flying, anyway. We'll range out the Garmin a little. So that other airstrip I want to take off from is, like, past that headland, that a ways. From memory? Actually, no, is it behind us? I forget. But the one that I was going to originally take off from, but they removed the parking spot, is down this way. It's past this headland, along the river. This does have an autopilot. It's a pretty basic one. I mostly just use it if I'm going to be taking screenshots, or if I need to go get a drink or take a piss or something. I don't really use it that much in actual flight, because why would you? It's fun to hand fly, especially this thing. Check right about there. So I'm really, really happy with this mod, and I'm really hoping it does go the full way like Duckworks did and start, you know, changing up some of the avionics, maybe adding different features to the aircraft that weren't previously modeled. Because the Duckworks DC-3 overhaul is just nuts. It's an absolute must-have. It's funny how much it's falling on modders to, like, bring these aircraft up to the standard they really ought to be. I mean, the Carinado stuff's not bad, but it could be better. And at least they're not charging, like, ridiculously high prices for stuff that's barely, like... I'm not even going to use the S word, but it's, like, barely even above FC3 level for DCS players, sort of reference. But yeah, it could be better. And it's funny that modders are kind of taking up the improvement projects on all these different third-party products, as well as some of the Asobo products, and making them what they should have been from the start. Meanwhile, a lot of the more prestigious third-party devs that everyone sings the praises of because of shit they did 15 years ago in other iterations of Flight Sim will tell us it's impossible, or it's too hard, or it would be too expensive in dev time to do this or that thing that somebody has done for free in 5 minutes in fucking Notepad. It's just, it really cracks me up. I wish they'd let people mod the T6 and the P51. Yes, so do I. I mean, There are ways of doing it, but not ways that we can talk about on Twitch, because of their proximity to doing other things which cannot be talked about on Twitch. In fact, I have a suspicion that's how this mod came about. Because the thing is, like, the stuff that you can only buy on the marketplace, it's encrypted, right? And you can't mod it if it's encrypted, because the only things you need to do is get at the config files. They're basic text config files. So you can either reverse engineer them from a similar aircraft and just guess at the values until you get close, which is what some people do, or you can find an unencrypted version, which if it's a marketplace only aircraft means that somebody's done the naughty on it, yah ha ha, and work from that. Which is annoying, because like all the encryption does, it doesn't stop people from taking the Avast Mihatis route, but at the same time it does stop it from being easily moddable. Unless you go to the place that you would go to get the, you know, the Jolly Roger edition of an aircraft. So it's, if anything, they're causing more traffic for those kinds of websites because people need to go there to get stuff that they can mod. Yeah, then you can dump the unencrypted file. Yeah. That's the whole thing. Like, the only reason you need to get the non-legit version is to get the file unencrypted. Once you have that config file, you can dump it in the normal version. It works just fine. Because the way the mod works is it's an override file. So once it's set up, it's good. You just need the original config file, or to, you know, reverse engineer it. And reverse engineering it is like kind of ridiculous. No one's got the time or patience for that, really. I'm actually curious, because this has an electric trimmer, right? I'm curious what the original pitch trim mechanism on the Beech 18 is. I know I said I've been in one. I've literally got photos of it. I posted some of them recently on CCM's Discord, but I forget. I think it's probably a wheel, or it's like, actually this is it. It's just a little stick with a button on it, on a stalk. That's probably exactly what it is. But I'm curious. Is this a 40s plane? Yeah, like 30s, 40s, something like that. We're getting some interesting wind off the mountains. I'm just going to briefly chuck her in autopilot. No, we don't. You know what? Yeah, we do want heading. We'll just set it to, like, 060. So I will pop out and show you guys what she looks like from the outside. Ain't she a beauty? It looks very similar to a Lockheed Electra, not the big turboprop Electra, the little twin-engine Electra, the thing that, fuck, my brain is not working at all today. Why is my brain not working? The thing that the round-the-world flight lady disappeared in. Amelia Earhart, that's it. Fuck, I'm terrible today. I'm glad the plane's firing on all, what, 18 cylinders? Because I'm firing on fucking, like, 3. Yeah, Amelia Earhart. She was flying a Lockheed Electra when she disappeared, and the Electra is basically the Lockheed version of this. It's twin radial, little sort of baby passenger plane with twin boom tail. Very similar looking, to the point where I used to mix them up all the time. Can you explain why you forgot one of the most well-known female aviators? Because I forget my own name 9 days out of 10. I just... brain not working. It's also kind of hot here. Also, Super, you'll appreciate the nose art, I'm sure. I hope that's not TOS. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's fine. But, beautiful little plane. Especially in bare metal. Okay, what are our engines doing? We'll just lean it out a touch more. Right about there. T's and P's are looking pretty happy. We can probably close the cowl flaps. We'll just have to keep an eye on the temps. That will give us a few knots extra speed, not too much, but a little bit, and we will go ahead and disconnect the skill issue pilot. You got to double click it for some reason. If you single click it, then it won't engage properly the next time you want to use it. Man, this fucking stuttering. Come on, Misfizz. We're over the sticks. You should be doing better than this. I could also turn my video settings down. That would probably help, but probably not too much. Oh, you know what it is? It's because it's fighting OBS. I guarantee it. It's fucking fighting OBS. Because I set OBS to render on CPU, didn't I? Yep. But I'm not going to restart the stream again for it. Well, not during this flight. We might need to do a quick, cheeky stream restart before I jump in the Maria, or even maybe the Lake Skipper. Lake Skipper we might get away with because it's a pretty simple aircraft and we'll probably be flying it around an island atoll somewhere, but the Maria is a bit heavy in more ways than one. So this thing's a really lovely little plane. It's not the most responsive thing on Earth, but it handles nicely. Fairly stable. One thing I will say, and this is, I think this was true from memory of it even before the improvement mod, both with CCM's improvement mod and with the original flight model, I'm pretty sure, it turns basically into a giant air brake with the gear and flaps out. So you, like, when you land this thing, you want to be fucking prepared for it, and you want to keep power on. So basically, land it like you land the MiG-21. I find that mantra works for me in a lot of aircraft. Just pretend it's the fucking MiG-21. New Zealand is one of the places in the world I have yet to visit. Dad's been there a bunch, mostly for work trips, but I have never been. And it's somewhere I do need to get to. It's also a lot more my speed climate-wise and scenery-wise than Australia is. Like, this looks a lot more like home than what we have here. 300k touchdown speed. I usually come in on approach at about 100 knots, which is blue line speed in this. And it typically won't touch down until about 70 or 80, but you don't want to be approaching at 70 or 80, because if you hit wind shear, or like even a small wind shear, or just anything goes wrong, you're going to die. Even if you just misjudge the glide slope a little. Like, once you get that slow, you ain't getting the altitude or the speed back. So it cruises around 140 to 160 knots, depending how hard you run the engine. Like, I could just kick it forwards a bit here. We'll run it at 30 inches. At this altitude, I think the limit is 31.5 or 32.5 for like an hour. That's your 1 hour rating. So it's not blisteringly fast, but it's not super slow either. It'll keep up with most general aviation stuff, even modern general aviation stuff, so put it that way. Ain't that gorgeous? If you can ignore the stuttering. Oh, one thing that might help is, let me just set the skill issue pilot again, and we'll change the heading, because we want to go check out Milford Sound maybe, so we'll head south-ish. Just head directly south. I think it's in that general direction. My New Zealand geography's not great. Let's get our yoke back in. I'm going to quickly Alt-Tab and assign this high priority. I probably should run it as admin too, I guess. That might be an idea. That might help. Or it might just make it fight with OBS even worse for resources. Oh yeah, my CPU is like dying on its ass. Curious what my temps are, I should probably check. Because it is pretty warm in here. Set it to high priority, maybe not real time, but high. How much utilization? Yes. I don't know, like... It's dropped a bit now, 73, 74. It did hit like 90 something for a minute there. Are we going to clear this terrain? We should do. It's using more than one core, but that might be OBS. So I'm not sure. Anyway, that might help. What was the other thing I was gonna do? Oh, check my temps. First in the aircraft, then on my actual PC. Yeah, temps look good. Okay. Hardware monitor. You wouldn't want to be this close to mountain peaks, by the way, because it only takes one good downdraft to yeet you into the terrain, which I'm sure is about to happen while I'm tabbed out. 87 degrees, 88 degrees, meh. It's a 5800, it usually runs that hot when it's under load. What's my video card temp doing? 57. Okay, let's get rid of the skill issue. And go back to hand flying. Whoa, that's a big updraft. Let's range this up a bit. Okay, let's range it up a lot. Milford Sound's down there, I think. That's probably it there. So we will just... Where is it? It's one of these. We'll just continue along the coast. Actually, it's that, I think, so we might have gone past it already. But there should be an airfield there. Like I said, I am not good at New Zealand geography. At least we know we got heaps of fuel, because I loaded her pretty much full up. I think giving this high priority actually made it run worse, which is very funny. Now, to be fair, my graphics settings are cranked pretty high, including, like, really ridiculously far draw distance for, like, trees and ground objects. But in my defense, I spend most of my time flying this off-stream, like, taking pretty screenshots, so... Turning it down may or may not help. I haven't bothered to check, to be honest. I don't think the issue is so much the terrain at the moment. I think it's just that it's how much shit MSFS has processing in the background. Because like I said, I've got over a terabyte of shit in my community folder, and it's probably trying to figure out what it is and isn't loading from that all the time. Also, altitude above ground. Oh, you know what it probably isn't helped by is tessellation. Because I'd say the tessellation's a problem with photogrammetry, because it's fine when I fly over it at altitude, but when I get low it starts to chug like shit. So, I could turn the tessellation setting down, maybe. I think we're okay for now. Like, this isn't great, but it's doable. But if it starts getting really nasty, we might bump the tessellation down for a bit and see what happens. And when I'm flying Muria, I'm going to be really high up anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to see much. At least most of the flight. So this is just the default New Zealand update. It has some issues in places, like, you know, stretched textures on mountainsides or trees where trees shouldn't be, whatever. But overall, it's pretty decent. I do have the Orbex New Zealand mesh. I don't know what's the deal with that now. I think they're like offering partial refunds or something. Like they give you Orbex points for having it. I don't remember. I don't really care. But I found that with that mesh, it was causing the game to chug like shit, probably for the same reason photogrammetry does. So I haven't got much use out of it so far. And now with this update, I probably won't need to use it. But it is there as an option at least. So I have yet to put this thing, after its little improvement mod, through a full, shall we say, regime of flight testing. It's not an aerobatic aircraft. It probably should never do aerobatics, but you guys know me, I like doing aerobatics and things that shouldn't do it in-game. Only in-game. So I don't know if we'll do that today. Probably something best done off-stream, because, like, then I'm not having to deal with OBS fighting the game. And also, I won't embarrass myself as much. But it might be something to look at, because a lot of the time, like, this is the kind of aircraft where you mostly just do point A to point B flying. You don't really pay much attention to much else. But I don't know, I like to see what the aircraft can and can't do. And, you know, whether it's modeled realistically or not, it gives you an idea of what you can expect from it. I can tell you right now the roll rate on this thing's not fantastic. In terms of pitch, it's pretty good. It's quite responsive on pitch. Like, you can see it has inertia, but you can see that, like, even small inputs, relatively, it responds to pretty quick, but roll is... It's not bad for a twin-engine aircraft, like, of this class, but it's not great. No, this isn't Milford, is it? Milford's, like, way bigger. And it's, I think the actual, like, town is more inland. That's probably it, like, ahead of me. That little weird squiggly dick of airspace there. Hey, Sterlo. Good to see you, man. We've had an interesting one today. I was having an excellent stream where nothing went wrong until I finally got MSFS to finish loading after playing some SnowRunner. And I bumped the power button on my PC as I went to set my HOTAS up. So, it was a bit of a long process getting into MSFS today. Longer than usual, even, but we got there in the end, and now we're having some performance issues, which hopefully won't get too much worse. But other than that, it's been good. Yeah, pro strimmer. Absolutely. So we're just buzzing around the South Island in New Zealand in the Beach 18 at the moment, because there was a very nice improvement mod made for it, similar to the Duckworks improvement mod for the DC-3, and hopefully going to be just as comprehensive. And we'll be flying the Lake Skipper as well, which is a free release from Got Friends. It's a little winging ground effect aircraft. It basically is like a baby Akranaplan. So we'll be flying that, probably somewhere in a Pacific Island atoll, or maybe in the Caribbean or something. Somewhere nice and fitting for that kind of aircraft. And then we will be taking out the N225. Probably taking off from Cozumel. I don't know where I will be landing it. I kind of want to do a landing into Kai Tak. I did one off stream the other day, and it was a lot easier than I thought it would be. I landed short of the displaced threshold a bit, but I didn't break the aircraft. I didn't bounce. Like, it was a decent landing, other than the fact I was short of the threshold. So I'm kind of tempted to do that, but, you know, Kiev to Kai Tak is a bit of a long flight, even by my standards, so we might save that for a future stream sometime. Got to install a consent key and a special code enter to get the on-off button live in the case. I should put a spring-loaded cover over it, like a little safety cover over it. Like, no joke. Let's see, outside temp. Just don't want to ice up. How many Fahrenheit is fucking 0 Celsius? Like, what temperature does water freeze at in Fahrenheit? Well, it's an American plane, right? An old American plane, so it's going to be instrumented accordingly, at least for the outside air temp. The engine temps are all Celsius, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, they're Fahrenheit too. I tell a lie. Wait, no. What the fuck? The oil is Celsius. The cylinder head temp is Fahrenheit. What the fuck? Beechcraft, why? What are you doing? 32? Okay. So we're pretty close to freezing then. We're not in a cloud, but it's humid up here because there are clouds, so we'll just need to keep an eye on it. I don't think we're going to ice up, but it never hurts to be cautious. And as someone who doesn't usually fly anywhere near clouds, or didn't when I was still flying in real life, and in an aircraft with no anti-ice equipment, and that was very much not supposed to fly in icing conditions, I have like no sort of muscle memory for knowing, oh, I might be in icing. Because if I was ever in a situation where I had to think, oh, I might be in icing, I shouldn't have been flying. I should have been on the ground. So it's a kind of habit I need to build, is to check, like, what is the outside air temp? Am I going to ice up? Let's turn on the cool guy lights. They don't do anything since it's daytime, but they look cool. One of the little things with this is the water. The different wave patterns, or like, you know, whatever. I think it's different wave patterns in the water based on depth or whatever. I don't know if it's actually simulated or if it's just faked, but it looks pretty realistic. And to do that in, for example, FSX, you had to install all these third-party add-ons to change the water textures, and it would just be randomized, I think. Or mostly randomized. Here, like, that looks gorgeous. Oh, there's some land over there. We could fly over there, I think. Let's... yeah, Auckland might be a bit of a stretch with the sim starting to shit its pants because photogrammetry. As much as I'd love to fly around Auckland, we might save that for a future stream. But we could totally do that. We'll just buzz around here for a bit. I think that's Milford Sound there. I see a sailboat, so that would be Milford Sound, I'm pretty sure. We'll buzz around Milford Sound. We will head over there and see if there's an airfield. And if there's not, then I guess we just made a very long scenic trip. There should be one there, I think. We'll check the cheetah map, the VFR map. But I would say there probably is. Oh, that's quite... hang on. That's quite a long ways out. I think. Is that even... oh, that's not landmass. I'm dumb. Those are cloud shadows. I'm glad we didn't fly out there. That would have been very embarrassing. Disregard me, chat. Fucking hell. As you can see, I am tremendously big-brained today. Yeah, that's Milford Sound off my left. Which is why it has that little squiggly dick of different airspace classification in it. Not a great place if you need to do a forced landing. I mean, there's the water, and I guess you might be able to find a decent stretch of beach somewhere along here, but besides that, here's your options. Definitely suboptimal. Don't ever need to boil myself, though. How do you know? Have you tried it? Didn't think about that one, did you? Fuck, that looks good. See, the textures, like the satellite textures on the mountains ahead of me are a bit smeared on the peaks, but that looks absolutely stunning. It'll probably improve as I get closer because of the tessellation. In fact, it's already starting to look like it's improving. T's and P's still looking good. We're not over boosting the engine at all. Mix is probably close enough. I don't really care if I'm burning a little more fuel than I need or not making as much power as I could. Oh shit, we got a raid! Hey, Wolfpack! Cheers for the raid, man. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody to a very scuffed stream. We are finally flying around in MSFS after several hours of attempting it. Thanks for the follow, BX Marine. Appreciate it. So yeah, I started out with some armour, as is usual for me on a Monday, and then we did some snow runner while I was waiting for MSFS to boot up. Unfortunately, as I went to set up my HOTAS after MSFS booted up, because it takes forever on my PC because I've got so many add-ons, I bumped the power button and my PC restarted, so it took us a while, but we finally got here. We're flying a Beechcraft D18S, which is one of the like local Legends aircraft that comes, you know, from the marketplace. But it has recently had an improvement mod made for it by the community, well, by a specific member of the community, and it's absolutely dreamy to fly now. It was alright before, but now it's absolutely dreamy. Thinking Riot, cheers for the follow as well. And for anyone else that that is new here, welcome. Appreciate you guys. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. So we're over Milford Sound at the moment, or we should be, if my navigation is slightly less scuffed than usual. We might descend a little. We'll go down the back of this gorge here, and we might descend a little and kind of hook around in a hairpin turn and do a nice slow pass down the sound. We might land here, I think. We still got tons of fuel, but I got other things I want to fly today before the sim decides to crash on me. Is this the Orbex mesh? No, this is just the was it World Update 11, I want to say, the New Zealand one. I do have the Orbex mesh, but I don't have it installed at the moment because I was having severe... actually, no. I tell a lie. I don't think I do have the Orbex mesh for New Zealand. I think I have a mod mesh for New Zealand, and I have Orbex for something else. I could have that backwards. Anyway, when I was trying to use a custom mesh for New Zealand, it caused me severe performance issues, so I stopped using it, and this is just the default now, so there's probably no need for a custom one anymore. Aside from a couple of areas where the default's not fantastic. It has its pitfalls. I know, like, well, right there you can see a lovely big fucking stretch texture. And there are a lot of people flying around kind of picking holes in it when it came out, which is fair. I probably would have done the same thing if I could be asked, but overall it looks pretty good. It looks better than a lot of places, put it that way. And I'll just quickly chuck the skill issue pilot on so I can show you guys the wonderful aircraft we're flying with today. Let me get my heading bug over there so we're not turning out to the sea. Yeah, there's some serious stretch textures going on there, so like I said, it's not perfect, but it's pretty decent. It's a lot better than it was. And there's our beautiful little aircraft, Beechcraft D18. I've been in one of these, not flying, just on the ground in a museum, but they're quite cute little things, but no headroom at all. Absolutely none. That door is like, I want to say maybe 4.5 feet tall. Maybe. It's not the most convenient thing to get in or out of. And that's about as much headroom as you have in the whole aircraft. We are having some performance issues with the sim, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So we might head down the back of the sound here, and then when it opens up over that a ways, we'll turn around and fly back up it. Oh, or maybe not, because I'm not sure if I'll be able to clear these mountains on the way back. Let's actually use the the Garmin. Yeah, we might not descend just yet. We'll wait until we're past these and come back around. Check the T's and P's again, because this improvement mod does in fact model engine stress. If you go down to the electronic fuel gauge here, the little fuel totalizer, fuel consumption, fuel flow, whatever you want to call it, we have 99.7% health on each engine at the moment, because we've been taking good care of them. They will accrue wear over time, no matter how well you look after them, but if you kind of abuse them and knock them around a bit, that number will go down very quickly. Because the mod only just came out the other day, and because I've only flown this a few times since it did come out, I have yet to have any engine issues. I've been taking pretty good care of them, or at least I like to think so. Where's the bombing target? The runway at Milford Sound is probably where we're going to end up bombing into with our face. I could do Queenstown too. Although Queenstown, like, I've got a custom airfield or airport for Queenstown, which is really nice, but Queenstown is also pretty heavy on performance, so we might do it. We might do a buzz along Milford Sound. Rather than land here, we'll just climb back up and head to Queenstown. It'll make it a longer flight, but you know what? Who cares? We're here to fly. Not like I've got anything better to do today. How's that for a view? Like I said, the terrain textures on the other side of the sound are kind of crap. But the ones on this side are glorious. Absolutely glorious. Okay, we want to come back on the power a bit. We got to watch our airspeed too, that we don't overspeed the aircraft. I'm gonna give her a little more mixture. There's my EGT. We'll just set it about there. That should do us. Because we're probably not going to descend all the way to sea level. I'd say probably the satellite they got the imagery from was on the south side. Like its view was from the south of South Island, if that makes sense. Because the north faces of the mountains all look like shit, and the south faces of them look fucking stunning. Yeah, this is the Beach 18. With the improvement mod that was just put up on .to the other day. I cannot remember the name of the guy that made it. I cannot remember the name of the mod either, other than it starts with D. But yeah, it's a really, really good mod. Really good. Adds state-saving persistent engine wear, makes temperatures and pressures actually matter, so you've got to warm the engines up by running them up before you try and take off. Few extra systems added in or made more functional that weren't fully functional before. It's just overall an excellent mod. And also tweaks the flight model so the aircraft behaves a little more like it probably should. Descending a bit, so we'll give it a little more power. So Milford Sound is basically over this ridge line, so we could follow the river we're on now to the coast. It's got a nice little sound of its own there, it looks like, but we'll hop the mountains here, I think, back to Milford Sound, and just fly down the length of that. And we're kind of close to the mountains here, like altitude-wise, so we're going to have to hope we don't run into any nasty downdrafts. Because this thing is probably not going to have the power to clear them without some very rapid fiddling with the engine controls. far away is Queenstown? Is that not... What's Queenstown? I forget the airport code. Oh, because that's an O, not a Q. Genius. It's NZQN, I think. Yep. 98 degrees magnetic. What's our distance? $36 miles? That's not bad. So I'll do a pass down Milford Sound, we'll climb back up and we'll head to Queenstown and probably land there. And, boy, we just hit an updraft. Holy shit. The joys of mountain flying. Okay, that's Milford Sound ahead of us. We'll throttle back and just let it descend. So in New Zealand they have proper mountains, much unlike Australia. Australian mountains are, because of the way that the different countries were formed geologically, the mountains in Australia used to be part of the seabed. And so rather than this, which is actual tectonic activity, you get what was once the seafloor forming a plateau and then the action of wind and rain eroding away at it. So Australian mountains are essentially just gorges carved out of a very high plateau, and then weathered down over time, so they, you know, they're high points in the terrain, and they're very rugged, they're impassable. Like, don't get me wrong, they're very hard to get through, because they're extremely steep and rocky and heavily forested, but they're not what most people think of when you say mountain. Whereas New Zealand has a lot of actual tectonic activity. It's on the, like the Pacific Rim or the Rim of Fire or whatever it's called, I think. And so they have a lot of that stuff happening here. They have actual mountains from plates colliding, and they have volcanoes and all sorts of fun things like that that we don't have. And earthquakes, unfortunately for them. Hey Gurn, good to see you, man. Is that fucking snow? Bruh. Live weather's on crack again. I'd expect it on the mountaintops, maybe. Not fucking... Like, it's the middle of summer. Shouldn't be snow down there. I'm resisting the temptation here to just pull a split S. Because I feel like a split S is not something this aircraft is going to handle very well, especially since I'm already near my max maneuver speed. Alright, let's just chuck a bit of a Yui here, because we're, you know, there's not that much to see down there, just the mouth of the sound. Let's pack on some power. A little stutter. Again, you'll have to excuse the stuttering and, at times, sketchy frame rate. My sim is not cooperating at the moment. This is why I left the seatbelt sign on, because this is how I fly. What the fuck? Sir? Sir? Sir, I'm gonna need you to stop the boat. What the fuck? Oh, man. So I'm guessing, I'm not sure if that's, the marketplace shipping add-on or the Geist add-on, but either one of them, which is causing that, is a little drunk. Looks like it hasn't caught up with the nav meshes for the new terrain yet. Oh, the frames. I feel like they could have done Milford Sound a little more justice, to be honest. Like, it doesn't look terrible, but it could look better. Let's range this in a bit. So the airport is down there. Oh yeah, like that could definitely be better. I don't think they had good satellite imagery for the ground. It looks like it's kind of auto-genned it. Don't know. Anyway, if I go left, we're going to box ourselves into that side of the sound. So let's instead go right, put on the power, and we'll start climbing again once we hit the end of this. Very cool, they want their land yield back. Comedy Heroes 3 has a special Churchill unit that likes certain kinds of adventures. Oh no. Oh no. The Men of War PTSD. Power just a little more. I should note that it was only about 2 or 3 weeks ago I figured out if you turn the knob on this, it changes mode. I thought this was the only mode it had. Now bear in mind, the aircraft I learned to fly in had one of these. I just never used it. It was just permanently set to the terrain display, and I didn't realize you could get it to do anything else. There is a traffic display, but it doesn't work because I don't have the working title stuff. Because I don't really care for modern avionics, so it's not a big deal for me. But yeah, it's kind of neat. I like the terrain display at least, it's actually useful. But I'd prefer to just not have modern stuff in here, to be honest. Okay, we'll set it to about 1 hour climb power. We're not going to be climbing for an hour, obviously. We just want to get a bit more oomph out of it. We're going to check our mixture, lean it out a little. Right about there. Ish. Whoop, bit of turbulence. To be expected when you're flying around mountains, especially in the summer. When I was flying between here and Melbourne, on the way down it was pretty bumpy most of the way, but it was like normal bumpy, like glider bumpy, you know, fun turbulence. On the way back it was smooth pretty much the whole way until we were on approach to Canberra, because the flight path goes over the mountains. Australian mountains, and it was both pretty warm out and also quite breezy, and so we were getting thrown around fairly well. I'd say it was like moderate turbulence, but it was enough that the girl next to me, who was obviously a nervous flyer, was fucking white-knuckling the armrest of a seat. So that was interesting. It was fun. When you think about, you know, the A320 is not a particularly big airliner, but when you think that an airliner like that gets thrown around so much by mountains, you kind of realize why flying something this size near them is not the greatest idea. There's an airfield here, under me, right down there. We're not going to continue straight ahead, because I can already tell that's like a crater I'm going to get trapped in. My turn performance at this altitude is not very good, especially while trying to climb at the same time. So we're instead going to hang a left, because I can see on the terrain display that I've got a nice little gap down here that I can sneak into. In fact, I got a nice gap there. I can hop over to get into the next... oh no, that is what I'm looking at on the terrain display. So we just hop over this little saddle between these mountains, keep our climb up, and unless we get yeeted into it by an unpleasant gust of wind, we should be good. And that'll put us on the other side of this drainage basin. When are you going to get that beast of a station wagon that has a non-supercharged 27-litre Merlin V12? I think I know which one you're talking about. Old mate made like a hot rod that has like a meteor engine in it from a Centurion. I think I know which one you mean. Probably never. It's a bit beyond my price range. Be cool though. Story reads like the start of an NTSB report. Yes, yes it does. Yes it does. No, I enjoy a bit of turbulence when I'm on an airliner. Just a bit, like not dangerous, ouchy kind of turbulence that actually can cause injury to people or damage to the aircraft, but like enough to throw you around your seat a bit. It's fun. And I'm glad that I spent so much time flying on routes where there was a lot of turbulence as a kid, because when I started learning to fly a very lightweight aircraft, 600 kilo max takeoff weight, I was not generally concerned by how much the aircraft was getting tossed around, because I was just used to it at that point from much larger ones. The Meteor is a V12 Merlin. The Meteor is just a derated Merlin without the supercharger, that's all it is. Still a 27-litre V12, just no supercharger and obviously a bit less power. And optimised for automotive use rather than aviation use. This is going to be squawking at me to change my course because I'm off my direct 2 line, but that's alright. We'll refresh our direct 2. Yeah, okay, so we want to hop over these mountains. We could kind of terrain follow it, I guess, but that'll make this flight a little too long, considering I do have other planes I want to fly this stream, if the sim will cooperate. Bit expensive for a tank, I guess. Fuel consumption, too tight tolerances for the job. Aero engines and tanks are pretty common. A lot of the Shermans built during World War II had aviation radials in them. I think it was the M4A... Was it the A1 or A2? It might have been the A2 that had the radial, continental radial in it. Excuse me. The German engines that they used in their tanks, part of the reason they were super lightweight and tightly tolerant is because they were... I don't remember if they were aviation engines originally, but they were certainly like inspired by or derived from them. But yeah, use of aviation engines in non-aviation endeavours is pretty common. PT boats were mostly powered by aviation engines. And like racing boats and stuff were often powered by obsolescent racing engines. But the Meteor did have a lot of fuel consumption. That was one of the Centurion's big problems, was it has no legs at all. Like, no legs. World War II German tank levels of no legs. It also doesn't help the Centurion's massive and very heavy for what it is, but you know. Merlin just happens to be expensive and complex even for an aero engine. Yeah, relatively speaking. I mean, by the standards of the time, sorta. For like a military aero engine, sorta. I mean, obviously it's going to be more expensive and complex and tightly tolerant than a radial, because radials just don't give a fuck, but compared to other inlines of the era, it wasn't too bad. Napier Sabre says, yeah, yeah, Okay, so what's our actual course that we want? Basically, like, close to what we're doing now. So what we're going to do is we're going to set our heading bug to about where we're going, actually a little right of it, like 080 probably, 075080, and we're going to... I don't think I can get rid of the direct to without setting it to something else, can I? Whatever. We'll just leave it. I just don't want to be a child with a magenta line, you know, bad habits and all that. I think I can get some leeway with that, because I never actually plan these flights. Like, if I was actually doing a planned flight from point to point, then yeah, it would be kind of shitty if I was just using the magenta line the whole time, but I tend to just come up with flights on the fly. Like, I'm taking off from somewhere, I want to do a bit of a sightseeing buzz around, I'm like, oh, what if we go here? So, without having oodles and oodles of charts at my fingertips, the quickest way to do is just direct to, and then fly generally in that direction. I don't even follow the line half the time, I just kind of vaguely... some reason nobody ever put a saber in a tank. I wonder why. Yes. A mystery, truly. I think the Meteor made like 680 horsepower or something like that. 680 horse, 700 horse. So it wasn't a huge amount. Considering an early Merlin would make, was it 1030, I think? Like a Merlin 1 or Merlin 2 would make a 1030 horse with a single stage supercharger from memory. $700? That's pretty close. The late war Merlins were close to... In fact, I think some of the late war Merlins, if you fed them the right stuff, namely 150 octane, I think some of them broke 2000. Just barely. But yeah, typically like a Merlin 60 series would be like 1500 to 1700 horse, depending what you fed it. Late war would be up around 18, 19, maybe 2000. Griffin was 2000 plus. The Griffin was a pretty fucking impressive engine in its own right, honestly. Like, for what it was and what power it delivered, it was pretty fucking compact. $2,000 with plus 25, yeah. So like a late 44, early 45 Spit Mark 9, you'd be getting about 2,000 horse out of, which is pretty fucking good. And again, we've had this discussion before, but this is why the Spitfire's tail changed so many times over its career, versus the 109, where they made one slight change and barely even made it any bigger. And then people wonder why the 109 was such a fucking prick to handle on the ground. Or just in general, but especially on the ground. Yeah, 25, plus 25 pounds per square inch of boost. Because the Brits use boost, not manifold pressure, in inches mercury like the US uses. So, you know, zero pounds is essentially, you know, a cunt hair short of 30 inches manifold pressure. I forget what the conversion is from 25 pounds to inches, but it's a lot. Big boy power. Running back and forth, helping my brother set up his schedule for next semester, and this is torture. Rip. You ever seen that 40-0 movie about the invention of the Spitfire? I don't believe I have, no. I got plenty of books about the Spitfire, but I haven't seen, like, really many movies and things about it. Documentaries, yes, but movies and period, like, you know, stuff from the era, I haven't seen much of. Oh, this is pretty. This is pretty. Well, yeah, I know what atmospheric pressure is in inches, I just can't be asked to do the maths to work out the difference. Never had this much struggle even when I was in open studies trying to get 300 levels. I'm on a bit of a break from my study at the moment because it was becoming too much of a headache to try and get into the course I wanted to get into. So I just said, fuck it, I'll wait for mid-year intake. So I'm going to see if I can pick up a job in the meantime, just like part-time or something, so it's enough to support myself, but not enough to impact on my streaming or my study when I go back to that. Get myself some more things to put on the resume, hopefully pick up some work pretty close to home. There's a couple of places around here that have like admin jobs going that looks pretty much what I want. You know, like 20-ish hours a week, pretty cruisy. So we'll see how we go. Cheers, RTR, I'll check that out later. Ever seen Old Smoky F1? It's a Ford F1 pickup with small block Cummins turbo diesel with 3 turbos into 2 intercoolers and pushes like 103 psi boost. Jesus. Ooh, pretty... I have to resist the temptation to start mashing my screenshot key here, because if I do that, the sim probably will crash. I was going to say, we already had this on the stream, but then I realized it's not because it's repeating songs, it's because my PC restarted, so it doesn't remember what it played earlier. Yeah, New Zealand's pretty beautiful. I'm gonna have to try and get over there sometime before too long. I'm curious what the airfares are like. That should be Queenstown there, I think. Looks like it. Curious what the airfares are like. It's funny because, you know, I'm flying from Canberra. If I was flying from Sydney, it would have cost about half as much to get to Melbourne. If I want to go from Canberra to Newcastle, it costs me twice as much as it cost me to go from Canberra to Melbourne. Because you're going from second-rate airport to second-rate airport, like domestic to domestic. It's dumb. I get it, like, it's a less served route, so they got to jack the prices up, but still, like, It would be nice if I could just fly from here to Newcastle, because it would save me about a day's worth of fucking around on the train. And these are New South Wales trains we're talking about, not Victorian ones, so they're a dumpster fire. But it's not worth it, money-wise, and at the same time, it makes no sense to train it into Sydney, which is, you know, less of a trip, but train it into Sydney and fly from Sydney to Newcastle. It's like a fucking 100 kilometres between Sydney and Newcastle, right? It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours on the train. The long part is getting from here to Sydney. The rest is whatever. But I want to go up there so I can finally get to fucking Fighter Town at Williamtown Air Base, or Airport Air Base, it does both, wears 2 hats. Because all the time I spent living in Newcastle, 10 years, and all the times I was on base at Williamtown getting IDs done up or at the wets to do practice shoots and stuff, I never actually got into the museum there, which was very stupid of me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think we have a scenery conflict. I thought I installed the mod to fix that. That, I'm pretty sure, is Queenstown, but there is some funky shit going on. It might just be LODs. It might improve as I get closer. Just, let's not look over that chat. Let's pretend we don't see it. It's not a place of honor, yeah. No great deeds are commemorated here. It looks like it is fixing up as we get closer. There's probably a fix for that. It's probably a conflict between the airfield, or the airport mesh, and the scenery. I thought I had the fix for it, but I guess maybe I forgot to install it or something. F-Bomb 3000. Great name. Welcome to the stream. Cheers for the follow. That's what happens when you don't turn a fan on. I wonder what my PC's temps are doing. Aircraft temps are looking pretty happy. How about the PC temps? Oh, we got some Crowded House playing in the background too. Perfect. 85 degrees. Meh, not bad. It's a 5800. It's supposed to do that. Yeah, as we get closer, that should fix itself. You get that a lot. There's a lot of this happening around Jasper as well, where the water heights are off. There'll be a fix for that on .to or something. It might not even be conflicting scenery. It might just be that the new mesh for New Zealand has some errors around the water. Because the thing is, DEM, digital elevation mapping, as done by satellites to get terrain data, does not like reflective surfaces, especially water, but also including like polished metal rooftops, polished metal aircraft sitting out in the open, things like that. Those are generally what cause monoliths. Is something was shiny and the satellite had a bit of a temper tantrum. But that should clear as we get closer to the airport. We'll go ahead and crank the mix up a little because we're going to be descending. We won't put it full forwards, but we'll just bump it up a little. Again, I'm not too worried about fuel consumption or whether I'm making peak power or not. As long as it's good enough to keep me in the air, I'm happy. We loaded up way more fuel than we would ever need anyway. So let's come back on the power. Let's get some manifold heat on so we don't ice up. Just in case. I don't know if we will, but just in case. And let's descend a bit. Now the frames, fair warning, the frames might get worse as we get lower to the ground. That has been a bit of a pattern with the scenery for me in this game lately, is that when I have been having performance issues, they get worse as I get lower to the ground because it's trying to, you know, load in more detail. I might need to fuck with my graphics settings just for the remainder of the stream if it gets too bad, but I'm hoping we'll get, you know, get away with it without too much issue. The sling load monoliths of DDCS first discovered by POM. Yeah, those are pretty fucking funny. We had those on Alpines too on a couple missions, which is always fun. So yeah, this is Queenstown. A very beautiful spot, and very popular for people visiting New Zealand for the first time. Understandably so. Oh, the stuttering. Please, please, Ms. Fizz. Please. Like I said, my settings are cranked like to pretty silly levels, so I might need to bump them down a bit for the stream. I don't want to, but I might have to. Yeah, you know what? We're going to. Like I said, I've got them set to something pretty silly. Terrain level of detail, set it to 300. Objects level, we'll set it to, we'll leave it at 200, I guess. I think that's for like buildings and stuff. Or no, this is buildings, high, terrain vector high, trees high, grass and bushes high. We'll leave that because that's good enough. Texture resolution, I'd have to restart sim for. We'll bump that down a bit. Medium. We'll just leave it high, fuck it. Waterways high. Shadow maps, I did bump that up recently, that might not be helping, but we'll try that. Cube map reflections, we'll set it to 128. That's medium, that's high. So the terrain tessellation is this setting, so we'll leave it on medium for now. We'll see how we go. The thing is, it's not really the graphics settings that are the problem, I think. It has improved things a little, but not a lot. Because on certain days I can run this sim absolutely full-blown maxed. Obviously I'm only on a 1080p resolution because I've got a small monitor, but I can run this absolutely fucking maxed, and it runs like butter. And then another day, without changing anything, the sim runs like absolute shit. So I have yet to figure out what exactly is going on. And it differs from update to update. Same as load times, they differ dramatically from update to update sometimes. We're still stuttering. Oh my god. Once it fully loads in, the area that we're around at the moment, it might improve, question mark. Hopefully it will improve. I don't remember if this is default photogrammetry or if this is mod photogrammetry. I think it's default. Because this is photogrammetry around me, which is definitely not helping. Oh, doesn't want to play that song. Sag. Get some fill oaks going. Now you can see the tessellation popping in. Ugh. What I might do is I might bump the shadows down, like the terrain shadows down a little. Bump these down to medium. And I'll just bump all these back up after the stream because screenshots. But let's see, terrain shadows. That's for, like, shadow maps is for in your own aircraft, I think. Terrain shadows is long range, so we'll bump it down to 1024. See if that helps any. It probably won't. Who knows? Maybe it'll be like DCS, like patch before last, where low terrain shadows makes the problem worse because it's offloading to CPU instead. Oh man, it's still stuttering. Sorry guys. I think we're just gonna have to fucking deal with it. That's really annoying. That is extremely annoying. Let's bump it down more. I should not have to do this, and yet I do. And you know why? I reckon it's because of OBS. I reckon if I wasn't running OBS, it would be butter smooth. It's probably because OBS is fighting it for resources, just like it was with DCS last time I streamed, but DCS now wants to be rendered on the CPU, and this doesn't. Or was it? No. Was it CPU we have DCS rendering on now? I think it is. For OBS. This is the streamer problem, right? Is if you have a single PC setup, which I do because I can't afford space or money-wise a 2-PC streaming setup, you have to trade off in performance for your stream because OBS and games that you're playing will fight each other. Routinely will fight each other. Terrain vector, I can't really go much lower on that, to be honest. Medium texture synthesis. Medium contact shadows. Fuck it, I guess we'll have to. See, this is all cockpit stuff, so it shouldn't be too heavy. Medium. Depth of field I don't have on unless I'm taking screenshots, so it shouldn't matter. Very annoying. Let's turn this down to, like, I don't know, 175. I would say the problem is actually the terrain, so that's probably none of what I did is going to help, most likely. And you can see the pop in now. Oh god, it's hideous. We'll just full rich it. Hopefully, as it loads in the terrain around me, hopefully it will get a little smoother, because I'd like to do a proper buzz around this area at low level, but I get the feeling that's not going to be possible. Oh, and our fucking monoliths are back. God damn it. So turning my terrain settings down has made that even worse. I think we might just land. This is getting to be a bit of a losing battle here. But anyway, if you ignore the monoliths happening over there, this is Queenstown. Beautiful area. Maybe one day when I solve my MSFS stream performance issues, I'll do another flight around here and something. But looks like today is not going to be the day for that. Now, I'm curious what runway is in operation at the moment. Which runway. So we'll hang a right around here, left around the base of this this mountain slash plateau slash whatever you want to call it, and we'll do a pass over the airfield to see what the windsocks are doing, even though the windsocks in this game are dirty liars and will often contradict each other. I've lost count of the number of times I have been looking at the two windsocks within a couple hundred meters of each other in the sim, and they're pointing the complete opposite direction. Now, I would expect that on some airfields because of the weird wind currents you get with certain terrain features or weather patterns or whatever, but not every airfield, which is where it happens. So I think there's a bit of an issue with the windsocks, to be honest. Is that another aircraft down there, or is that a hazard light on like an antenna or something? It's probably a hazard light. Oh, please stop freezing. Yeah, it's like a radio antenna or something. Please, MSFS. Please. So the game now looks awful, and I don't think we've had any improvement in performance either. This is excellent. So yeah, I think, well, it's a good thing I've been getting back into DCS, because, you know, I can do that for flight simming stuff for a while, get back into that, but I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to set up this whole add-on linker thing, start moving add-ons around so I can get some performance back and get some space back on the SSD that this lives on, and hopefully then that will improve the performance at least a little. And then I'll just have to figure out which OBS settings both DCS and MSFS can get along with, or I'm going to have to figure out which game I'm streaming on any given day and just set it up for that before the stream. Oh my god, with the tree settings on low, you can see through them. That's hideous. And it literally has not improved performance. It's actually getting worse. Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. I don't know if this is, I want this high or low, to be honest. I assume I want it as high as I can get it, so it stops chunks from visibly loading in and out, but... terrain vector, let's just chuck everything back up. Who gives a shit? None of this helped. Let's just crank it all the way back up. This is all, like, mostly video card stuff anyway. My video card's not even under full load. Like, my video card doesn't care. That only goes up to high. I think I had this on high? Yeah, I did. Go up to 2048. I think I had that set even higher through a config file somewhere, but we can fix it later. Yeah. 99 fucking problems. Okay, maybe that did make it slightly worse. Just a little. I'm curious which exact thing is causing the problem, though. I reckon it's the tessellation, maybe. Yeah, now it's really bad. Okay, so we're doing science, alright? We're gonna do some science. I'm sorry anyone that wanted to see just a flying stream, but no. Let's turn it down to low. It's gonna look like absolute dog shit now. Oh! Oh, no, there it is. I was going to say maybe that fixed it, but no, it's still hanging. Just as badly, if not worse. It might be the textures, honestly. I might need to turn those down. Come on. Yeah, I know. I could do that. I don't think there's a way to save presets in this, but I wish there was. So I could just set a preset. So that I can fuck with my settings as much as I want and not have to worry about, did I set it back to what it originally was? Yeah, let's leave that at 1536. Wait, no, that's shadow maps. I want terrain shadows down. Contact shadows. Let's just leave those. Those should be okay. Yeah, that's true. We have the VOD. Don't really think any of this is helping much. It's just lessening the amount of time it spends frozen, but it's not actually stopping the stuttering and freezing, which is interesting. Okay, we should be full rich. We are props full forward. Come off the power a little, but not too much, because like I said, this thing drops like a rock once it's dirtied up. We've got enough frames to land at the moment, but that might change. Oh, that's rough. That is rough as guts. We're actually probably a little fast now, but that's alright. Once we drop everything, she'll go like a fucking stone. I just don't want to get behind the aircraft. Like I said, it's slow to catch up on the RPM. Like, it's really slow to respond to power or RPM inputs. I'm going to drop the gear. We're outside wide arc, so I probably shouldn't drop the flaps yet, fully. We've got them part way down. Okay, let's go flaps 30, which is halfway. Had them on 15, sorry, so I had them a quarter of the way. Now we go full flap, and now we start applying power, because you can hear it starting to get close to stall buffet. This thing buffets pretty early. You'll hear buffeting at like 100 knots. Now, some of that's probably FS realistic, which I am running. I've got like the gear drag settings on and stuff. Some of it's probably gear drag. But I get very uncomfortable in the beach around 100 knots and less. Please, can I have more than 2 frames every 5 seconds? Ms. Fizz, please. Please, this is not the time for this. Oh my god. This is gonna be a fucking shitty landing. Well, the windsocks agree at least. Come on. Come on. We've got a slight crosswind, and we're in an aircraft that likes to drop out from under you. This is not the time I need my frame rate to be doing this. Pretty sure it's a terrain load at 400 that's killing you. This is the worst possible time to try and open the options menu, but let's do it. It's never been an issue before. I think it's only an issue because I'm streaming. So we can set it to like, I don't know, let's set it to 250, right? That's an appreciable decrease. I'm going to have to do this with the keyboard because I'm going to have stick input right away. It's still stuttering. Like, it doesn't seem to have improved things at all. In fact, it seems to have debatably made it worse. We're going to float the entire length of the runway here because I can't land. Fuck it, let's go full power. We just overboosted. Uh-oh. Engines aren't going to like that. Okay, gear up. I said gear up. Flaps, 1 stage up. This is atrocious, man. Like, I'm pretty sure it's because I'm streaming as well. Like, it shouldn't be running this badly, even on high settings, let alone these settings. There's no reason it should run this badly. Whoops, fuck, that's not what I wanted to do. It would also be nice if I had presets, because then I could have a streaming preset and a non-streaming preset, and just switch between the two without having to do everything manually. Let's pop that down to 200. pop that down to fucking 125. Medium. Like, there's no reason the clouds shouldn't impact it too much. They didn't before. Texture resolution I have to leave on Ultrix. I'd have to restart the game, but like, by itself, it shouldn't cause that much issue anyway, because it's loading up the video card, right? Not the CPU. Whatever. We'll just go with what we've got. And it's still freezing. Yeah. It has made absolutely no improvement whatsoever. Now, if I restart the sim, maybe it will, but if I restart the sim, that's another hour and a half waiting for it to load everything. But I might need to. Because I think, I have a suspicion there's a really bad memory leak, especially with photogrammetry scenery, because I've noticed the more photogrammetry I fly over, the slower and slower it gets at loading terrain chunks elsewhere. No matter where I'm flying, the second flight, it always struggles to load terrain chunks, especially other photogrammetry, it just won't do it. So there must be like some really bad memory leak going on with it. Texture's filling up the GPU memory? It could be. You know what? I think it's going to make the stream extend even longer, but we might restart the sim after this and just cop the extra hour and a half. So sorry for everyone that wants to see just flying, but we're going to have to take a bit of a break. Might do some more SnowRunner while I wait for it to load. But, oh, there's a seam in the ground there. Like, I can't even land this, honestly. This is ridiculous. It's getting worse as well, the longer the sim's running. And, yep, there goes the fucking monoliths. I don't know, man. Like I said, it hasn't really been a problem previously. In fact, especially off-stream, MSFS, with the settings I had it on before I started fucking with it today, it would run smoother than DCS. A lot smoother than DCS. And DCS runs pretty smooth on my machine when I'm not streaming it. So, I don't know if something just broke in the latest sim update, or if it's just because I've changed my OBS settings again to play nice with DCS, it doesn't like this. The constant struggle of fucking streaming flight sims, man. The constant fucking struggle of streaming flight sims. It's not one thing. If it's not one thing, it's another. I wonder as well... We'll try one more thing. I wonder as well... If we clear the rolling cache, and then it starts a new one, maybe that'll help? Because you'd think it would be caching the area I'm flying in, so I wouldn't be having to load shit constantly getting stutters. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Does it not automatically clear the rolling cache? Does it not oh my fucking god. You gotta be joking. Alright, well, science time. Science time. Do you keep a lot of tabs and apps open when you play MSFS? When I'm playing it off stream, yeah, because I've got a Twitch stream going in the background of whoever I'm flying along with. When I'm playing it on stream, no, it's OBS, chatbot, MSFS itself, FS Realistic, which is pretty lightweight, and then FSLTL, which is pretty lightweight as well, and especially here, there's not a lot of air traffic buzzing around. So there's not really any reason for it. But let's see. Let's do some fucking science here. Because I had to move my rolling cache off of the MSFS SSD, because MSFS is filling the MSFS SSD, well, my community folder is. So I moved it to my DCS SSD, but I have limited space on that as well, and I need to leave some open for DCS. So it's gone down from several hundred gigabytes to 30 gigabytes, and it seems to have filled that, and it seems not to automatically clear it or something. Because, yeah, I literally just went and cleared the rolling cache, and now it's... like, I don't know, man. Shit's weird. So that's pretty much what we were running before. Well, now that I know that, we'll see in a second. We'll have a moment of truth here in a second, but now I know... Yep. It's still a little chuggy, but it's nowhere near as bad. So now I know that. I know when the sim's starting to chug, just clear the rolling cache manually, because the sim doesn't do it automatically, apparently. Or maybe it does, but it's like not fully cached the area I'm in. I don't know. That's... Oh, I still have 30 degrees of flap out. Whoopsie daisies, I was wondering why I wasn't getting much speed up. Okay, we don't want to get too fast. So let's go back to 30 degrees here. Come off the power a bit. We'll actually come off the revs a touch too, just because I don't want to cook the engines. Probably don't need it max revs, I can have it close enough. And we're going to do something sketchy. We're going to cut the corner on this mountain. Don't do this in real life, kids. Okay, we're still a little fast. We're going to drop gear. Indicating green. The gear on this drops pretty quickly. I almost feel like it drops under gravity and then locks. While it uses, obviously, hydraulics to... Well, I assume hydraulics to retract itself. So it's something to be aware of. Is when you command the gear down, it comes down real quick. Real quick. As opposed to the de Havilland Comet. Not the, oh shit, metal fatigue Comet, but the, you know... UK to Australia race record setter Comet, the wooden one. That thing, the landing gear takes about 5 minutes to crank up and down because it's hand cranked, which is quite cool. It means you have to really plan ahead. Okay, we're a little slow, so we'll give her a little more beans. We'll see, Max, we'll see. We might run into issues when we go to a new location because it won't have it cached, but we'll see how we go. We're way below glide slope, which anyone could have told you. Although the glide slope in MSFS is kind of eh. Apparently, like, the Fresnel lenses aren't set correctly, which was an issue with DCS carrier Fresnels for, like, the longest fucking time. Wind was from the left, right? As in, it was from the left, correct? I think it was, yeah. There's the windsock. So, wind from the left. Someone else is on the fucking runway. God damn it! Fuck it. We ain't going around. There's no traffic collisions in MSFS yet. Maybe one day. Not on a Sobo's behalf, but a modder might do it one day. I want to believe. Let's just thread the needle under this guy. Please rotate. Please rotate. Please rotate. I don't want to get squished. We're getting squished. We are getting squished. Reasonable landing for all the issues we've been having. Oh, but she doesn't want to settle. He's backtracking, I think. So that's FSLTL traffic, I'm pretty sure. Air New Zealand flying this part of the world, makes sense. Not my prettiest rollout, although the touchdown was alright. The first touchdown, the second one was a bit sketch. We want to leave the tailwheel lock on for now. We don't want to pull that off at this speed, or we'll have a very fun ground loop. Yeah, the windsocks are actually consistent today. That's pretty rare in MSFS. Maybe it's because I just said something about it on stream. They've conspired to actually work properly for once. Let's get the window open. Let's get the rads open. We will... Wait. We'll open the oil shutters. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Ross just killed 180 people like he was a KLM captain on Tenerife.
True. What did I do that the... Whoops. What did I do that the left engine didn't like? Hang on. Don't tell me I killed it somehow. Nope, both engines are good. Should be fuel in the tank. Let's try the rear tank. We're on the ground now anyway, so... Booster and starter. Oh, okay, nope. So I guess it drained faster on that side than the other. Interesting. And we're about to get squished by an airliner again. Oh, is he paused? That's a player. Yeah. And they don't have the same scenery as me, that's why they were levitating. Okay, so we've got both engines back. Let's get rid of the tailwheel lock. And ground handling is going to be interesting with a slight crosswind and this thing's tendency to pull to one side. We're going to also lean it out a little. I don't know if he simulated fouling the plugs, but we are going to lean it out a little. Ligma's adding the Yak-38 Siri campaign. Yeah, the MiG-21 taking off from the carrier with Groms and fucking R60s. Good luck landing it back on the deck in one piece. Ooh, a Hornet. Radar pods in the Royal Navy training ramp on the US carrier? Jesus Christ. Well, even then, the US carrier, like, that doesn't give you a whole hell of a lot of landing distance, because it's not like you can catch a wire. Now, excuse my bad airmanship, because it's been a long time since I've actually studied, and it's been even longer since I actually flew in real life. Is it stick forwards with a tailwind, or stick aft with a tailwind? I think it's forwards, right? I used to think it was aft, but you don't want the air getting under the fucking elevator and lifting the tail, so I guess it'd be forwards. Well, we don't have a tailwind now anyway, we've got a crosswind. I don't think this is actually a taxiway. I think this is a access road, but that's okay. We're a little baby plane. We can use this as a taxiway. And I think the grass next to me is a grass strip for gliders, I'm reasonably sure. So I definitely imagine glider pilots would like it here, with all these mountains and all this wind. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of toe brakes, like, as a concept. I get it. I totally get it. Maybe it's just because of the way my pedals are set up, because I have them sitting flat on the floor rather than on an incline like they're supposed to be. But I don't know, I don't like toe brakes. I'd rather have a fucking bike brake like a MiG-21 or a Spitfire has, where you're just pulling a lever. RF and VVS brain, you know it. You fucking know it. And the other thing is, like, with toe brakes, you know, I feel compelled to kick the pedals a bit when I do it. So if I'm either trying to hit the brakes, I'm hitting the fucking rudder pedal when I don't want to. Or if I'm trying to hit the rudders, there's, you know, you've got to have your feet sitting on the bottom of the pedal specifically so you don't touch the toe brakes by accident and have a whoopsie on the ground. It seems like just not a very ideal system. What scenery is this? This is, Innie Builds, I think, Queenstown? It's Queenstown, I can tell you that much. I think any builds made this scenery. I know we're taxiing slower than old people fuck, but again, this thing's free castering tail wheel because I changed it to be one, which it should be, as far as I'm aware. Quite certain it should be. And free castering tail wheels get away from you very quickly if you taxi too fast, especially if you are not very responsive with your toe braking. Yeah, it's New Zealand. South Island of New Zealand. Okay, so we've saved ourselves a sim restart for now, at least. So we'll do our next flight in the Lake Skipper, which is the little free thing that Got Friends released just recently. It's awesome, especially because it's free, but even if it wasn't, I'd tell you guys to get it, because it's such a neat little aircraft. As far as I'm aware, it's based off a real thing, or at least designs for a real thing. But the actual wing and ground concept is pretty well known. Anyone who's a regular here and knows our love of Soviet aviation will be familiar with it from the Ekranoplan designs, like the KM, the Karabil Maquette, the like model ship, and the Jesus Christ, what is going on now? And the Lun. What the fuck was that? My performance is dog shit when I look in that direction specifically. Oh, what? Weird. Maybe I do have a scenery conflict, but it... You know what? I don't know. Let's try the magic trick again. Let's try the magic trick again. Even the menus are loading slowly. Holy fuck. The whole game is chugging really, really bad. Rolling cache off. Ah, it set it to off. Intriguing. So if I turn it back on and then set it to 30, is it gonna... What's it gonna do? Looking at all the fancy textures? Yeah, but the textures aren't that high res. It shouldn't be an issue. Like, I've flown into and out of this airport enough times, I never had performance issues with the airport before. I've had them with, like I said, the New Zealand mesh, the old mesh that I was using, the custom one. But, I don't know. Today was a debate stream. I thought it was going so well until my PC restarted on me, due to my own clumsiness, and now it's been fucking 99 problems since. Yeah, even the menus are lagging. What the fuck is running in the background? Probably nothing. Yeah, my PC's not even really using many resources. Fucking bizarre. Really fucking bizarre. The only thing I can think of is maybe the traffic injector's doing it, but it shouldn't be, because there's not that much traffic here, either in the air or on the ground. Oh, and it's fine now. I guess... Oh, no. Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. Something must have been running in the background for a second. Probably Windows trying to update or some shit. The usual culprit. Oh, we got a helicopter here as well. We got a happy little gang of flyers with us today. It's awesome to see. If you guys want to fly along with me, you're always welcome to, just as long as you know, don't fly through me excessively or, like, do silly shit that takes up my whole screen. I don't care otherwise. Fly what you want to fly. You don't have to be an amazing pilot, just, you know, don't get too carried away with screen time, I guess. I don't want to make it sound like I'm like, ooh, I'm the streamer here, I'm more... But, like, you know, it just gets distracting when people are flying through you or doing little fucking stunt shows in front of you when you're trying to fly. I do strongly encourage attempts at formation flying. Just be wary of the fact that if you have an aircraft I don't, the sim may turn you into, like, a 747 or something, so... I generally try not to fly close formation with people when I'm, you know, flying with streamers, unless I know they have the aircraft I'm flying, so they won't see me as a 747. But you guys can fly with me if you want. I'm usually on either the West USA or North Europe server. I think I might actually still be on East USA because I was flying with Fenrir the other day. Yes, I am. Basically, just hop servers till you find me, because I do tend to change server based on who I've been flying with, and I forget to change it back. So this is an actual taxiway. This is like a little baby taxiway for GA stuff, I guess. Whereas the other thing we were on, I'm pretty sure, was a service road. Oh, we got a levitating airliner there as well. Is that FSLTL that's got him levitating? Because I thought FSLTL respected scenery. In fact, I'm pretty sure it does. Maybe that's a player. Yeah, that might be a player. Not sure. Out of view from time to time would be nice. I don't really use the external cameras much, so usually if I do, I'll have it set up on autopilot. Yeah, that was a player. Cool. But that's what we're flying, is a little Beechcraft 18. We're just going to ignore taxiway rules here, because ain't give a damn. And you can see that free castering tail wheel in action. So I'm just trying to make small taps of the brakes, but I think the brake pedals probably need tuning. I might put a curve on the axis because they're a little too sensitive. That could also be edited per aircraft. In fact, it probably should be, because by default a lot of aircraft are just too sensitive on the brakes, and that's why a lot of aircraft, if you do the one number change to make them free caster, they still don't quite handle properly on the ground. You get into pilot-induced oscillation like I am now. But setting a bit of an axis might help, and also the fact that I'm in third person is probably making it a little difficult too. So we'll go back to first. There's two Bell 407s, and I thought I had the fix for it so that the rotor would appear spinning. Maybe that's been broken, I have to get it again. It's a bit annoying. Be nice if it was actually officially fixed, but you know, why do that? Let's just park up here. That was not a happy sound. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a happy sound. Okay. Parking brake set. We are going to turn off our beacon. Actually, no, we'll leave that on until the engines are shut down. Because, you know, spinning propellers are not something you want to walk into. We'll get rid of the seatbelt sign, that, dome lights. Pitot heat can go off. There's not really a lot to turn off in this aircraft, to be honest. Avionics can go off before we blow the fucking shit out by turning the engines off first. Notice the difference in engine temperature already? That's interesting. We will cut the mixture. We'll cut the fuel. We will kill the mags. And then, I think that's it pretty much. Beacon can go off. Nav lights can go off. I'm actually curious what the Hobbs timer says on this thing. Like how many hours I've got in it. 6 hours in the Beech 18. No, it's not an Electra, but it does look a lot like one. It's a Beechcraft Beech D18. So they look very, very similar. They're about the same size. They both have twin radial engines. They both got a twin tail, but it is not an Electra. It took me a long time to figure out how to spot the difference as well. I still struggle with it. Okay, windows closed. I think that's everything. Cool. And we can go ahead and open our rear door there. Whoops. Zoomed in a little too much. Hang on. Let's see if we can get... maybe from here. Ah. There we go. Pretty nice view. So yeah, the Beach 18 improvement mod. Very much worth getting. Like I said, I can't remember the name of the guy who made it or the name of the mod because I'm a complete scatterbrain, but have a look on .to. It's relatively easy to find. I don't think there's that many other Beach 18 improvement mods, and certainly not as extensive as that. If you already are familiar with the Duckworks mod for the DC3, this is the direction that's heading in. So, I'd give 2 thumbs up, but cup of tea. Counts hours with weight off wheels? No, it counts engine hours, I'm pretty sure. It might be either with the electrical system on or engine. I'm not sure which. Probably it's probably the master power, because the engines would have separate timers for each, I'd imagine. Probably actually in the engine bays. Whoopsie daisies. Is that a Newport 17, it looks like? That's a pretty fun little thing. I don't know if we'll fly it on stream today, but I do need to fly that on stream. Or is that a Jenny? It might be a Jenny. Anyway, that was a nice little flight, so let's go back to the main menu and let's set up the Lake Skipper flight. I'm going to have to change my bindings back to the single throttle rather than twin engine prop aircraft, because the Lake Skipper is not a twin engine prop aircraft. So we'll buzz around the Lake Skipper for a little while, not too long, because, you know, it's just a little electric aircraft. It doesn't have too much endurance anyway. And then we will do a quick flight in the N225. We'll probably fly from Hostomel to, I don't know, going to somewhere in Germany or France would be sketchy because lots of photogrammetry that will cause the sim to crap its pants again, but we could try it maybe. Like, go fly to, like, Leipzig or something. Or we could head east. We could try that. Maybe even go to the Caucasus or something. I'll figure it out. Go to Scandinavia, maybe. So, I know where we'll fly the Lake Skipper. It won't be an atoll or a lake, but I know where we'll fly it. If there's a water strip here, there should be. I could have sworn there was. Maybe there's not. What the fuck? What is this? We're going to have to slew it because this thing, the Lake Skipper doesn't do dry land. Well, it'll fly over it, but it can't take off and land from it. So we will have to slew away from the airport. Just because I thought I had a water strip here, but apparently I don't. As you can see, I don't have a problem. I can stop anytime I want. Yes, I'm a very fiscally responsible adult. Half of these are freeware though, so it doesn't count. This is something I'll have to fly on stream sometime. So there's... CCM did a mod for it, which improves a couple things that were kind of eh. It's got potential, but I think the devs need to put a little more work into it. The devs, not the community. The devs. Most notably, the prop. Anyone see what's wrong with this propeller? Just looking at this thumbnail. Anyone see what's wrong with this propeller? I'll give you a hint, the Caribou has the same problem. And probably at least a couple of other aircraft in the sim. The pitch on the blade, or like the angle of attack on the blade, angle of incidence, whatever you want to call it. The washout of the blade is reversed. It's back to front. Because it was figured out by one of the guys in CCM's Discord. They modeled the blades as if they rotated the wrong way, and they noticed and went, oh fuck. And the quick and dirty fix was to just angle it 90 degrees instead of remodeling the blade from scratch. Or at least that's a going theory, because if you rotate it around, it's correct, but for the wrong direction of prop rotation. With the Caribou, I don't know if they have that excuse or what, but same problem. The prop should have a very high angle of attack near the... Hey Polo, just a bit. Near the hub, the prop should have a really high angle of incidence, and near the tip, it should be almost flat. It should be washed out. Why is that? Well, the faster something spins, the less angle of attack it needs, or the faster something's moving through the airflow, I should say, the less angle of attack it needs to generate the same amount of lift. Lift, in this case, being thrust, because it's a propeller. So, if you have a prop that's actually correctly modeled, or a real propeller, it's got a higher angle of incidence or angle of attack, whatever word you want to use. They're in, more or less interchangeable terms, depending which country you're in. You want a higher angle at the hub because it's spinning slower relative to the airflow, right? The airflow is coming at it from the direction of rotation, and so it needs that higher angle to generate the same amount of thrust. It's not, don't think of the airflow as coming from the front, because that's not how a propeller works, right? That's what the net airflow is coming from the front, but that's not what the prop's doing. And so as you get towards the edge of the blade, it's rotating much faster relative to the center. Because, it's one of the things you learn in high school physics, is that if you have a wheel, the outside of the wheel is rotating faster than the inside. So, same with the prop. The outside's rotating faster than the inside. The outside is biting into the air much faster. It's got a much higher, relative airspeed. And so you need less angle of incidence to generate the same amount of lift, which in this case is thrust. If you have this, with the prop backwards, it's going to do some very interesting things. I'm not sure what exactly, because this is not how you build props in real life, and I'm not sure anyone's actually demonstrated what happens when you do this with a real prop, but... and this is not a mistake that only one or two devs make. This is a common mistake devs make in MSFS. Common mistake. I don't know why it's such a common mistake, but it is. Soviet quality sign is an emote. Yeah, I mainly stream DCS. I've just been on a bit of a break lately, and I fly mostly Red 4. Mainly the MiG-21. And so, the channel theme is a bit around that. Where is... There it is. Lake Skipper. We'll get the red one, because red ones go faster. Fuel? Don't touch this. It doesn't use fuel anyway, it's electric. This is just for center of gravity purposes, same with the CG. Don't touch anything on this screen in the Lake Skipper except your pilot weight, if you want to change that. So, the way this is done is because it's a wing and ground effect aircraft, if you just use a traditional, a normal flight model, it's going to fly like a normal aircraft, just a really shitty one with stubby wings. That's not what you want. So you want to be able to control how it behaves as it gets higher out of ground effect. Because you can kind of get there with the Sims-based flight model, but not quite 100%. So what do? You use center of gravity shift using, magical, imaginary fuel. Basically moving ballast, essentially, is what is going on here, which is really clever. Is it a bit of a janky workaround? Sure, but it does work. It's pretty impressive. And I think it's not the only aircraft to do this from memory. I think there is, one or two other things that do something similar. But yeah, it's quite neat. So let's take it, and we will spawn at a parking spot, but like I said, we're going to have to pick it up and move it using slew, because it has a boat hull, it doesn't have any wheels. So we're going to have to move it over to the water. Oh, here we go. Heavily inspired by the Fly Nano, which never made it past the prototype stage, probably because somebody from OSHA came in and said, "This is... No, none of what you're doing here. None of this." Because you don't need a pilot's license to fly, because it's not technically an aircraft. But it will get you up to aircraft speeds, and it will get you up to it will get you 100 meters off the surface of the water. Or land, if you decide to fly over low-lying terrain. It won't do mountains, obviously, because the air gets too thin for it, but you can fly it over land quite happily. You just can't land on it. So this is Noumea, New Caledonia. I went here once on holiday when I was like 10 years old. It's a beautiful place, and I'd love to go back someday. I'm going to have to slew faster, because it spawns in and immediately kills itself. Also, I might have to make a dash to the sink in a minute, because my eyes are starting to get a little sore. Okay, there we go. We caught it quickly enough with the slew. So let's find the water. There's some water. Oh, that's right. Waves aren't actually physically simulated, so you can clip through them. What's this? Motor battery. That's the electric systems battery. Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to have to be right back, because like I said, my eyes are starting to get a bit itchy. Streaming for as many hours as I do does that to you. Right, I can see again, kind of. It does. It really does, doesn't it? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was originally designed as an amusement park ride. An extremely dangerous one, which I guess is kind of a tautology. They're all extremely dangerous. We've been pushed into the shore. That's what happened there. We're just grounded on a sandbar. Now, the water's not as calm as I'd probably like to take off in this thing, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We don't want direct to. What we want is, if I can go to my menu again. Fuck. I don't know if I can get to the menu button from here. Waypoint info. 3D vision, that's what I want. There we go. So yeah, waves in MSFS are not fully physically simulated, so they will clip through you a bit, which is unfortunate, at least in small aircraft, right? This sits so low to the water. There we go. We're airborne. How about that? It'll get up to about, I think it's in feet, so yeah, like 100 feet off the water, maybe 200 feet off the water, and then it'll want to settle down again. It's not very fast. It does about... It'll, like, fly at 40, 50 knots. It'll do about 90 or 100, but it won't like doing it. These little lights down here, this is your airspeed indicator. It goes yellow and then red when you get into the dangerous stuff. Like, how cool is this? And I don't remember what that button does, and I probably shouldn't press it. It's battery powered, so you've got your little electrical display there telling you how many RPM the motor's putting out, how much battery power you got left, etc, etc. Motor temp, battery temp. How much endurance? Good question. 57 minutes at this power setting, it says. Right there, minutes 57. We've got a pretty stiff breeze here, which is crabbing us a little. And we're super uncoordinated. It's got pretty simple control surfaces. I'm kind of scared to go into external view while I'm actively flying it, so we're going to pause the game. In fact, we probably should have active paused it, because otherwise my pilot's going to be invisible. There we go. Let's active pause it, and then we go external, and then we do a real pause on it. How's it called? It's a nano or something like that? Oh, the ring wings. I do not actually remember the technical term for that. It's spoiler wing or a wing spoiler or tail over wing or something. I don't fucking remember. There is a technical name for it, but it's not very common. It literally looks like an amusement park ride. And notice the controls. Whoopsies. The controls are literally just a random stick hanging out the side of the aircraft. And the throttle is actually that dial on the electronic display. The one that tells you like what your battery status is. That's your throttle. So it's basically set and forget power-wise. For flight controls, you've got elevons on the trailing edge and a big rudder, and that's all you've got. That's all you really need, though. It's a tiny little thing. Like, look at the size of my pilot compared to it. And these pilot models are only like 5'10" or something, I think. They're not very big people. They're like average-size humans or something, but yeah. Isn't it cute? Dangerous as fuck, but really cute. I'd love one of these. I'd absolutely love to have one of these. So yeah, this is, like I said, this is Noumea, New Caledonia. Which is, like an, I want to say 2-3 hour flight from Sydney, maybe a little more. It's not very far. Wonderful place. Went there in 2000 I think, 2000 or 2001, and loved it. It was absolutely wonderful. Crash, you'd fly straight into the prop. Yep. So there's not really much scenery here. I do have some freeware scenery for a bunch of the different airports and air bases around New Caledonia. The satellite imagery for the island is kind of hit and miss. Some of it's really good, some of it's really crap. Noumea is not too bad. A lot of the stuff to the south is kind of crap, because there were clouds. Oh my god. It doesn't like trees. It really doesn't like trees, especially with wind. You got to remember, this thing probably weighs about as much as a human. Maybe less, so turbulence is going to throw it like an actual toy, because it basically is a toy. But it can fly over land, just not very safely. Not that it flies very safely over water either. But also included with the airport scenery, there's some landmarks. So that interesting shape you see on the horizon there, it's the, I forget the name of it. It's a cultural center, and it's named after some historical person from New Caledonia. It's quite pretty, especially at night, because the it lights up. The building itself doesn't look like much, but the things, I forget what they're supposed to represent, but they look quite nice. Man, that is a pretty convincing wind. Eggs? No, I don't think they're eggs. It's, I think it's meant to be like either a chair or like a, I mean, it looks like a chair to me, but like that, or maybe a traditional headdress or something. Because the New Caledonians are, I don't want to fuck this up and get it wrong, but they're Polynesian, I think? Pretty sure they're Polynesian. Because Melanesian's further north, I think. Anyway, they're islander people, right? And so they have like a very sort of strong representation of their cultural identity and their history and stuff, because that goes a bundle with the tourists as well as keeping their culture alive. And I remember as a 10-year-old, I was very enamored by the beautiful ladies wearing half coconuts as bras and bra skirts, doing some very interesting dance moves at the hotel. Now, I could be wrong, because, like I said, I was 10 when I was here, but I think the island that I'm looking at just off my nose is... One of these is the Isle of Pines. It's got, like, a resort with a swimming pool and stuff on it. It's a very small island. It's basically just a resort on an island. And while we were there, we met up with another family who actually lived very close to us. You know, Australian family that lived very close to where we lived at the time. And so, you know, my parents made fast friends with the adults, and their daughter, who was my age, I very quickly developed a thing for. And while my parents were out doing some boring adult shit, me and her went to the Isle of Pines with her family, and the water was like this. It was really choppy, and there was like a, not to judge, but there was a woman who must have weighed like 500 fucking pounds on the other side of the water taxi, the one that Allison was sitting on, and so her back was basically in the water, and she was not having a good time. Also, it was a birthday. I remember it very distinctly because the poor thing was just about crying, and her dad was mocking her by singing, "It's my birthday and I'll cry if I want to." But other than the water taxi ride, it was a very fun day. I think this is it here. It's one of the... Oh, it might be further that way. It's one of the small islands just off the coast of Noumea. It's not very far. It's like a... probably a 10-minute water taxi ride, maybe 20. It felt like a lot longer, I'll tell you that much. Because I'm usually okay with boats. I'm a really strong swimmer, or at least I was. So I'm okay with boats. They don't bother me, especially in relatively okay waters like these, where the only thing you really have to worry about is not even sharks so much as sea snakes. But it was pretty rough even by my standards. Like, it was choppy and half the boat was, you know, basically in the water. Yeah, the battery lasts for ages in this thing. Because I'm throttled pretty far back as well, right? If I go... I'm sitting at my afterburner detent on my throttle, so I'm like 75%, probably not even, like 70% physical throttle position. And it's quite happy at that speed. That's like your ideal cruising speed in this, about 50 to 55 knots, maybe 60. That might be it there. It's one of these islands, man. I fucking forget. There's so many little islands off the coast. Yeah, it's not this one. This one's too big. I think it is that one over there. Because it was literally like... There was a small resort with a like medium-sized outdoor swimming pool, and then there was the beach. That was it. That was like the entire island. And this beautiful coral reef all around it too. So I was out, you know, swimming on the reef, cut the shit out of my foot. Because of course I did. Didn't get infected, thank God. The usual pitfall of swimming around coral. And I got to see some sea snakes. I just made sure I didn't touch any of them. Because the national animal of New Caledonia is the tricolore. It's a three-colour sea snake. Because it was a French colony, right? So they've still got a very strong identification with France. In fact, when we were there, they still use the French Pacific franc. I don't know if they still do, especially since France has gone to the euro, so... Black and white with blue eyes. Yeah, I forget what colour they usually were. I think they were usually black and white, and there was like a third colour, hence the name. Hey Cotty, welcome back. We've had a bit of a shit show, but we've finally got MSFS to behave, mostly. And we are enjoying the Lake Skipper, a very creative and fun way of committing unalive. It's a cranoplan. It's a wing and ground effect aircraft. It was planned, not under the name Lake Skipper. It was called, was it something Nano? Oh look, it's the water taxi, except without the woman weighing down half the boat. It was planned but never built, probably because somebody looked at it and said, "No, we are not insuring anyone that even touches that thing." But we have it in MSFS, and it's a lot of fun. So in a minute, I'll once we get to the island, I'll start climbing up, and I'll show you what I mean about like the way they did this clever shift in weight and balance stuff. I'll actually open the weight and balance tab, and it should hopefully update in real time to show you. Speaking of cranoplans no one to issue insurance to, just got this idea. Anyone made the fucking Raptor for MSFS? Yes. Oh no. No, I thought you meant the F-22. Oh, how foolish of me. No, fucking Peter's Raptor. Yeah, somebody needs to. Like, no joke, somebody needs to. I'm gonna suggest it. Fucking Jonks from Got Friends is in CCM's Discord. I'm gonna say, hey Jonks, You guys want to do weird and wonderful shit for your aircraft? Boy, have I got the chance of a lifetime for you, my son. Flutter at 50 knots? Fuck yeah, boy. And Got Friends have modeled some stuff that nobody else in MSFS have. Like this, for instance. I think they're the only ones to do this. Other devs have done something similar, but for like gliders or whatever, for glider ballast. These guys, I think, are the only ones that have done an actual ground effect aircraft. But they also got VRS and Retreating Blade Stall working on the Mini 500, which I'm going to have to fly today as well. Because I haven't flown it since that update. So that's pretty cool. I think it's at the moment the only helicopter in MSFS where Retreating Blade Stall is a thing. And I think it might be the only one with VRS as well, because I don't even think the Gimbal Cabri does it yet. Because I don't think Asobo's added that to its flight model. I'm sure they will, but I just don't think they got round to it yet. There's a guy that made streams, doesn't stream anymore. Yeah, Rush, he's probably too busy. He streamed a bit a while ago. He was building a plane for somebody, and then they stiffed him on half the payment or some shit, and I don't know what he's up to now. But yeah, that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen on Twitch. I think this is the resort here. And you saw the turbulence as I overflew those trees, right? This thing gets thrown like a fucking toy by even the slightest wind. Oh, we're getting a bit fast. Yeah, I think that's the Isle of Pines, even though we can see there's like no pine trees on the island. I don't know why it's called that. But it's about the right distance from Noumea. The coral reef is about the right, like, there's about the right amount of it. You can see on the water textures, you can see how MSFS does water textures, right? It just applies a texture to the water surface and then deforms the water surface to be waves. These things are really pixelated boats. That's a catamaran. Because this whole area is just boats everywhere in real life. There's a marina there. The marina mod actually added one there, but there should be a big-ass marina around the whole beach here with little huts on it. Like, if you go to Bora Bora in the sim, there's a bunch of little huts out on jetties. Same thing here. I guess, like a lot of the French colonial possessions, they did that when they built their resorts, but... yeah, I think this is the Isle of Pines. I could be wrong, though. Fact check me. Always fact check me, because I'm frequently misremembering shit. But yeah. Probably one of my favorite holidays I've been on. That. It's very pleasant. So if I look closely, you can see adjusting that dial on the gauge on the left is what gives me my engine power. We'll leave it at 75% at the moment, or 70% afterburner detent, whatever it is. Fuck me, that wind. So we got a tailwind at the moment. I'm going to open this tab. Yeah, there you go. See, it's constantly moving fuel around to move the CG. That's how it's simulating a ground effect aircraft, to stop you from being able to kind of cheese the flight model and climb up to altitudes you shouldn't. So as we climb higher, if you look at the altimeter, we're about 200 feet off the water at the moment. I'm giving it all the beans it will give me. Look at our airspeed, look at our altitude, it's kind of struggling. And right around here, it feels like, I mean, the wind's not helping, to be fair. The wind is really not helping, but it feels like it's balancing on a pin. Like, it feels like it could go any direction at any moment. And once you get up to a certain amount of altitude, it will just completely refuse to climb any further. Look at the airspeed, it's just dying on its ass. Yeah, about 500 feet is pretty much as high as it'll really want to go. Probably increases drag too, it probably does. So I'm not sure how well the sim does model ground effect, and it doesn't help that half the third-party stuff in the sim, they don't set the ground effect values properly. If you've ever wondered why at release the Milviz 310 felt like a brick on landing, that's why. In fact, if it wasn't for the float that I had earlier while I was trying to figure out why the game was running so badly, I'd almost want to say the D18 does it too. But I think it's just the 310 at release didn't have enough ground effect, or any ground effect. Like it... There's a, it's a scaler, I think, of how much ground effect acts on the aircraft, And on the 310 it was set at like 0. And Milviz, you know, at least until some of the issues with the Porter debacle ongoing, they were a dev with a pretty high reputation for their previous work in both MSFS and other flight sims. So if even they were fucking lazy on shit like that, you can imagine what the no-namers are like. But yeah, I don't know how well or how detailed the sim is with, like how well modeled ground effect is or how detailed it is, but I guess just to augment it and to make sure you can't cheese it or break anything, and probably also because it is an electric motor, which is a bit weird and probably not fully supported by the sim. They've done a little bit of weird back-end mucking about, but it has the desired effect. It stops it from climbing to altitudes it shouldn't, and it feels like it is genuinely riding the ground effect, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I did know the DCS Hornet had negative ground effect for a long time, because Pom would not shut up about it. Every time he fucking got sucked into a mountain, he would bitch about it. But it wasn't just Pom I heard it from either, I know it was a thing. I wouldn't be surprised if other DCS modules had something similar for a while. If not still. What I'm curious about is... let's do some further stuff here. Developers, dev mode. Thankfully you don't need to restart the sim to turn this on or off anymore. You used to, but this is excellent. So we'll go unpause, tools, camera options, debug drawing, aircraft, CFD. Airflow visualization. I'm just going to turn all these on because I have no idea what I'm doing. Because I'm not a fucking developer, and I'm also not an aeronautical engineer. I still have no idea what any of this represents, other than some of it represents the airflow. No lift from the upper wing. Yeah, it looks like it. But they may have had to do that to get the aerodynamics to work out properly. I don't know. It might be a real-life design flaw of this thing, or it might just not play nice with MSFS. I'm curious, actually. We won't do it today, but one of these days I probably should run the CFD debug visualization on some of the biplanes in the game and see what they do. Because I'm curious. So let's go... we'll turn that off. Oh, shit. Hello. Giggles. Thanks for the raid, man. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you had a good stream, man. We're mucking around with a very creative way of removing yourself from the gene pool. It's the Lake Skipper. It's a little wing and ground effect plane. And I was just having a look at what the airflow debug looks like on it. How did I turn that on? Here. CFD. Oh, no, we leave that on. Let's get rid of all the visualization. And we should be back to where we were at. And then we can close dev mode, because if we leave dev mode open, a few other things don't work properly that I usually like to have running. God, this thing, as soon as it hits turbulence, it's fucking homicidal. So you can fly it over land and over trees, but God, why would you want to? We are in beautiful New Caledonia, specifically Noumea, which is the capital from memory. Flying this absolutely ridiculous contraption, which is freeware, so if you guys play MSFS and you want a fun / terrifying tool to play around with, it's not that bad, really. This is off the Got Friends website. It's an experimental wing and ground effect plane. It was designed, like drafted up design, but never actually built, probably because somebody very sternly told them no. Most likely an insurance company. But we can fly it in the sim. And that's a hill. I should definitely not fly into that. By fins. Oh, yep, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Both the complete disregard for personal safety and the, you know, the potential outcome. And the fact you'd have to be fucking drunk to want to climb into one of these. Honestly, like, I would love to fly one of these. It'd be so much fun. Like, yeah, you might die, but at least you'd die having fun. And because the prop's right there in front of your head, it'd probably be pretty quick as well. So it's got a little battery-powered electric motor, which is why it sounds like a hive full of angry bees. Your controls are this stick here. That's it. That's your controls. Your throttle is that little knob at the bottom of the battery display here. That's your throttle. That's it. That's all you get. It's just set and forget. Don't ask me what the red button does. I'm scared to find out. And your control surfaces are a pair of elevons on the upper wing. Spoiler, even. It's barely a wing. And a big-ass rudder on the back of the tail. Right there. That's it. That's all you get. 3 control surfaces. That's all you get. If you want any more than that, you need the deluxe model. Oh, fucking hell. That was a mistake. So yeah, turbulence, bad no-no. Real life, the constant prop blast in the face would be annoying. Yeah, probably. It wouldn't be too bad if it was, like, if you were in a hot place, at least. It'd cool you down a bit. It'd be like the Heinz fan, but bigger. But yeah, I'd imagine it probably would get old after a while. And the whiny, shitty fucking engine noise. I do like that the pilot model in this, the way they've got him posed, he's literally got his spare arm, because, you know, you don't have a throttle to play with. He's literally got his free arm just chilling out the side of the cockpit. Like, man doesn't give a fuck. I would imagine in real life you wouldn't want to fly one of these on a windy day. Like, this is probably already too windy to fly this thing. Especially over land, because as soon as you hit a bit of turbulence off a tree or a building, you know, you're going to have a really bad time. Cool thing about electric propulsion, you keep a constant CG. Yep. I wonder, like, how much cost-benefit there would be to something like this, having, like, solar cells on the upper wing, like, to trickle charge a battery. Would it even be worth the weight, or the complexity, or the cost? I guess not. Interesting, though. Power's independent of RPM? Yeah. Playing that small, you could sneeze and throw the CG into the utility category. Yeah, you really wouldn't want to sneeze in this. I'm not sure how much the actual design weighed, or was projected to weigh, but I'm going to guess it was not much. From how it reacts to wind, I'm guessing it weighs about as much as I do. Like, the pilot probably weighs more than the whole aircraft. Actually, we can check, can't we? So this is how it's doing the wing and ground effect trickery, is it's using a constantly shifting volume of imaginary fuel just to make the slightest little changes to the CG. Like, these aren't big amounts. Like, this isn't a lot of weight, right? If you look at it in pounds, it's literally like 5, 10 pounds, maybe 20. That's all it's doing, is just moving small amounts of weight around to give you that kind of balanced on a pinhead effect. But if we look at the total weight, yeah, max takeoff weight is 441 pounds. And its max payload, I'm heavier than. So I guess these are designed for kids to fly, which makes it even more hilarious. Put a fucking child in one of these and see what happens. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. So because these things are clearly... Sorry about that, I had to scratch my ankles. Since these things are clearly painted for the job, and they... Like, it just seems like a theme park thing. Like, you would have a theme park with these racing each other. I'm gonna have to see if I can find, like, maybe a lake seaplane racing course and fly these around it. We'll have to set up a race night or something. Or a stream where we get people in from the community and we have a little fucking lake skimmer race. I know CCM's community did that when it came out. It looked pretty fun. I wasn't home at the time though, so I had to enjoy by proxy. But I think that would be a ton of fun. It'd be even more fun if Misfits had aircraft collisions, like, between each other, but sadly, we're not allowed to have that because we can't be trusted. Hopefully one day someone mods it in. Hopefully. What I might do is we'll skip time ahead a little, so we'll get to see how pretty it is here as the sun drops. We don't want it to be too dark, because this thing is obviously not really IFR certified. This is mostly just default scenery. It's not great because this is a very cloudy area in real life. This is live weather, and as you can see, there are clouds fucking everywhere. But it's not bad looking, and I do have a little bit of custom scenery around the airport, in particular that. They haven't lit up yet, which is interesting. They were certainly lit up the other day when I was flying around here at night. So we're going to buzz around in this for probably a few more minutes, and then we're going to do a flight in the N225, which will definitely not be my first flight in it. You better believe I flew that thing the moment I had it fucking installed. I stayed up, like, way later than I should have the day before I flew out to Melbourne just to fly the N225. But it'll be the first time I've flown it on stream, so those who haven't enjoyed it themselves yet might be able to get some vicarious living through it. Flying suitcase. It's great, isn't it? It's fucking great. I love it. I unironically would fucking love to have one of these things in real life. I don't care if it's fucking dangerous, dude. And it's not like it's expensive to run, because it's just an electric motor with a battery. Like, there's no complexity here. I suspect if the real thing was built, especially if it was actually built for like a fairground ride or something, you might have that little indicator on the left. I doubt very much you'd have a full-blown fucking Garmin unit with synthetic vision and stuff. The hell is this thing called? In-game, it's called the Lake Skipper. It's freeware by Got Friends. In real life, it was, I forget the name of the company, but it's called a Nano. Was it like Flex Nano was the company, and then Nano was the actual design name? I don't know. It was an actual design that was never built because, you know, insurance companies and all lawyers had something to say about it. Because no fun allowed. At least I'm guessing that's what happened, because I can't imagine any other reason you would not build this. I wonder if that will light up. Because I'm pretty sure those do light up. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just the backlighting. Yeah, it might just be backlighting. I swear they were lit up the other day. Whatever. Can you third person for a sec? Yeah, let me get it stable. To what degree it is possible to make this thing stable. Let me turn into the wind, actually. Because this thing does not like crosswinds. That's fucking close enough. A little bit more. That'll do it. There we go. That's it. That's it. It weighs basically nothing. It has count them, 3 control surfaces, a pair of elevons, and a big rudder. That's it. That's all you get. You have an electric motor. The throttle control for this is actually just a knob, like a little fucking dial on the battery indicator. And then the flight control is this little stick that sticks out from the instrument panel. Boy, oh, fuck. Oh, bad, no, hang on. Jesus Christ. It is absolutely shaped like a shoe, and it flies about as well as one too. Cheers for that, man. Let's land it over in the bay here. So yeah, this is the flight control here. This stick that just pokes out of it. Man, I love the arm just resting over the side of the cockpit. Just so casual. Okay. I'm gonna have to circle back around because I don't like landing with a tailwind is never a good idea, and it's especially not a good idea with this. So we'll circle around and we'll land along this bay here. A little rough, but I'll take it. And then the little sort of winglet things, the winglet slash bit that goes into the spoiler, whatever you call that, kind of acts as a pontoon when it's, whoopsies, when it's maneuvering on water. We're going to park the prop, we're going to run aground because I am bad at driving. And there we go. Beached. Kind of. So the waves are kind of physically modelled, but they will clip through the aircraft a bit. And the wind is also pushing us against the shore. I'm actually curious, what does this do? Oh, it just shuts it down. That's all it does. And turns it on. Okay, so you, I guess, have these switches down, and then you just press that. Cool. But yeah, that's the Lake Skipper. It is a lot of fun. It is free. It doesn't even take up much space on your hard drive or SSD, whatever, so I would strongly recommend it. It's a ton of fun. Get all your friends into it too. Then you can have like little races, and if they ever actually, you know, if somebody ever actually mods in aircraft collision into MSFS, because they won't do it, like Asobo won't do it themselves, you could even have little demolition derbies with them. Demolition derbies. Words are hard. Right, let's go back to... I said let's go back to... Not that, let's go back to the main menu, but I also need to swap this over, because I forgot it's still on twin engine, which I don't want for the Antonov. That will not be good for me. So we'll go main menu. So I have to make the Sierra auto gyro. I'm kind of surprised no one has yet, or at least no one I know of has yet. So I still don't know what we're going to do for our final destination. It did fly a lot up through Germany and Scandinavia. But I'm going to be wearing its original factory livery. Before anyone gets fucking offended at me doing that, I will be using its original factory livery. If I was sure I was going to be streaming for that much longer, I'd be tempted to actually just fly it all the way out to Baikonur, but I don't even know if the aerodrome's out there, let alone the Cosmodrome. I know the Cosmodrome is not. Surprised no one's made custom scenery for it yet either. It's weird. It's one of those places like you would think, if people have made it for Cape Canaveral, you'd think somebody would do it for fucking Baikonur, you know, where the first man in space left from, but apparently not. Let's go all the way back up to top. Yes, I know I can type in the search bar. I'm too lazy. Where's our factory livery? There's our factory livery. Fuel, you don't need a lot in it because it carries so much. We'll call it 65%. Also, the depending what load you put in it, that's going to take up a lot of weight as well. The other thing is the cargo loading mechanism. I have it set to realistic timescale, so it's going to take like 10 minutes to actually kneel and open the door and everything. So that'll give me time to get another drink and go take a piss and probably get myself a snack. And I'll just leave you guys watching it do its thing. Okay, and then customization. We'll use the original serial number. So that's 480182. Can I copy paste that? Probably not. No, I'll just have to retype it. 480182. Actually, will it recognize? It probably won't recognize this word, but we'll try it. And then 480182. It doesn't have the registration on the wings because of the way the UVW unwrapping was done. It mirrors the wings apparently, but it is what it is. Heavy. Probably the one time ever I should have penned heavy to the call sign with the stuff I fly. Forget 73 Easting. I've discovered Battle of Norfolk. Starts with a 3.5 hour barrage expending 90,000 artillery rounds. That's what, 3 times what the US can currently build in a year? What am I looking for? I am lost. Here we go. Hostamil is up here. And I'm trying to remember where. I think I think its hangar, the one that was specially built for it, is like here, question mark? That's not it. It's too small. Because that's the actual factory hangars. That's where that's the one that the Ruslan was in. That's the one that their smaller stuff's in, and like their maintenance hangars. I'm pretty sure that... No, it's fucking Hostamel. That's where it flew from, dude. Like, this is Antonov's fucking factory airfield. I feel like it was here the hangar was. We'll just spawn it in one of these parking spots and I can fucking push back it into where it should be. Who cares? Whatever. That is fucking Hostamel. Like, how many other airfields, Cotty, do you think have hangars big enough for a fucking Ruslan, let alone for a 225? I'll give you an answer. None of them. Like, none of them. Hey, Raf. Going well, thanks. Hope you're having a good day as well. We're about to take a very large aircraft out for a bit of a trip. Not my first flight of it in MSFS, but it will be my first flight of it on stream. So when I fuck up, you guys all get to laugh at me. So what I'll probably do is I'll get the electric system up and running. And maybe a couple of the other things. I probably won't start the engines just yet, and then we'll load it, which will take, like I said, about 10 minutes for the ramp to do its thing. Maybe even slightly longer. That buys me time for snack, drink, piss, chill out for a bit, catch up on chat, whatever, and then we'll fly. I could switch it to the, like, sped up time for the nose mechanism, but that's not how we roll here. 6,000 foot run. Yeah, this thing doesn't need that much runway. You'd be surprised how little runway it needs. Is it? Did I forget to install the scenery? Let me check. Let me check. Is it the other end? Maybe it was that structure at the other end. No, it wasn't. Did I forget to fucking install the scenery? I bet you I did. Because if you look at the videos where they're surveying the fucking damage, it's opposite these hangars. I probably forgot to install the scenery I downloaded for it, because I'm a dumbass. Are you quite sure it's the wrong airfield, Cotty? Are you quite certain? Okay, maybe it is. Maybe I'm the dumbass. Well, they've got hangars like this opposite where it's parked anyway. Alright, let me fucking move ourselves over then. That was a very short flight. I thought it was the same airfield. So I guess there are two airfields with enough, with big enough hangars to fit these things in. Either way, yeah, less than 6,000 foot runway, it will get off that. It will get off that. Pretty heavily loaded too. Maybe not fully, but heavily it will. It's northwest from here. It must be pretty close then. Oh, right. There's two Antonov. Yep, I get it. I see. You're right. But yeah, this factory airfield, which is 5,800 feet, I got it off that just fine with like the heaviest cargo load it can carry and like 70-something% fuel. And it still had runway to spare too. Yeah, there's its hangar. My bad. My bad. Oh, in fact, you can even see it parked there in the happy times. Once you get up to cruising altitude, it covers distance surprisingly quickly. It's not very efficient fuel-wise, but it eats the distance up. Like, if I had more energy, because I've been streaming for basically the whole day, right? I've been streaming for nearly 12 hours at this point. If I had more energy and I could afford like another 5-6 hours of streaming, I would probably do a flight from Cozumel to fucking Kai Tak and land it at Kai Tak, which I did do off stream the other day. I think I put screenshots in my Discord. But it's a little far to fly at, you know, this late in the day. Might be something we can do another time. Oh yeah, yep, there's the hangar. And yet, no scenery for the opposite hangars? That's kind of... like, why not? They got it for the factory, why not have it for here too? Mind you, all my scenery for Kiev is mod stuff, so... I don't think there's any official scenery for this. Jesus, it's big. And trying to get it slewed into the direct center of the hangar is going to be a pain in the ass, because slew mode is so sensitive. I think we're about centered. We'll soon find out. That ladder might be a bit of an issue. So we need to come right, but just barely. And we need to come forward. Fucking slew mode. You know what? We'll just tap it forwards a little more. There we go. Close enough. We'll say it was already pulled partway out of its hangar to prepare it for fucking loading cargo. But yeah, there we go. It's missing the Cessna in the hangar that lived with it. Yeah, she's pretty big. I had the privilege of seeing this aircraft once as a baby, so I don't remember it, but these were... I don't think it was wearing these colours, because it was already repainted by 89, and I would have seen it probably like 91, 92, something like that. Maybe 90. But yeah, when I saw it, because Dad has a photo of us in front of it, it was still in its Soviet colours, including the Soviet tail registration and everything. They hadn't changed anything on it, they just left it. Let's get rid of the ridiculous fisheye that this thing has by default. Okay. Flight plan, we don't have one, and I could set one, I guess. I probably should have set one up. I don't want to LARP that hard today, fuck it. We'll do a LARP flight some other time, where we actually have a proper flight plan that we follow, but today we'll just wing it. Configure cargo. Ground power unit, chocks. We want to open all of the doors. Now, I don't remember if you need the hydraulic system running to get the nose open or if it'll just do it regardless. I think it'll do it regardless, but we will get the hides up and running. So before I open the door, I'll get the aircraft kind of in a basically started up configuration, or like power on, basically, onboard power and ground power setup. And I'm struggling to speak English today, guys, sorry. But we'll get the nose opening up, and then I'm going to take a quick break and just leave you guys to marvel at the size of the thing and how slowly the fucking nose gear, like the nose moves. This is one of the few aircraft that I do actually fly in this sim that I use the checklist for, because I have to, because I don't remember what to do without it. But also the checklist is not 100% complete, so every now and then I'll find some fun failure has happened in flight because the checklist missed something I was supposed to turn on. Okay, parking brake set, battery switches are over here in the electrical engineers panel. Automatic, there are 5 batteries. We'll go to automatic. External power generator is down here. Ground power, or aerodrome power, I think. Yeah, I think that's good. Fuel heater switch for the APU. That's off. Fire loop is this. This will set it for both APUs. Well, probably we should do it one at a time. Bad habit to do both. APU bleed air is lat. This is the starter. And then APU N1 to 100%. We're watching this. It's starting up. Get the lights set up in the meantime. And then I think, which is the, okay, yeah, that's the overheads. We'll just leave them off at the moment. Is there any other light switches here, or light dimmers? None that work, I think. So we'll wait for it to spin up to 100% RPM on the first APU and then the left one, and then we'll start the right one. Okay, it's running. That's a shut-off valve for something, but I forget what. Okay. Wait for it to spin up. Shut that off once it has. Generator switch for the APUs is on the electrical engineer panel over there. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good one. There are, like, this is pretty good for 20 bucks especially. I've noticed the test lights, or test buttons for the annunciator lights don't work for any of the annunciator panels. I don't know why, I assume it's a bug. But there are some things that I feel very sad about, like, for instance, the fact that the Groza weather/terrain radar doesn't actually work, because this thing is a fucking beast of a unit. Like, God, I'd love to have that working. Also, the display for the weather/terrain radar/everything else doesn't work, but you have a fucking Garmin 530 cludged into it. I would prefer janky fucking Soviet avionics to a Garmin, I'm gonna be real. And the real thing, I don't think, like the Ruslans have Garmins in a lot of them, but this didn't. It had some Russian-made thing from the 90s, I think. Okay, so that's good. So we now want to go to the generator switches, which are over here on this panel. That's off, so they're already on, which is interesting. They just default to on. Generator switch, external power generation as required. We will turn that off since our APUs are now on. Rectifier toggle switches, 4 of them. Transformer toggles, 4 of them. Transformer rectifiers. That was the thing we just did, yep. It's just, for some reason, stuck on highlighting that. Okay, instrument and nav systems all go on. Boy, I love Soviet circuit breakers. Just fucking flip everything on. And then we go over here and start flipping on the instruments. That is Delhi 6202, I'm guessing, is a transponder. Or actually, yeah, that might be a transponder of some sort, I would imagine. This is part of the air data computer. This is also part of the air data computer. TCAS, collision avoidance. This is a, like a little collision avoidance radar in the aircraft. Airliners have these too. I don't know if this was originally part of the aircraft or if this was kludged on later. I think it probably had some sort of Soviet system and it may have been replaced by a Western one, I don't fucking know. Most important part, that goes on. This is the heating for the windscreen. I feel like in the real aircraft I would not be turning that on until I actually needed it, because that's a good way to burn out the electrical system, is turning that on when it's not actually needed. Okay, so then that's all set for the captain's side. And then we do the same thing for the first officer's side. This is part of the flight control system. SVS is part of the flight control. I forget what it stands for, but that's what it does anyway. Okay, those are all on. First officer stuff. Com radio bus switch we already hit. It's that one. Air data, yep, it's all that stuff. Nav light switch. I don't know. They've modeled this wrong. So, ANO is nav lights. This is your nav light switch, and it only goes on and off, like, or up and down. It should be like a fucking 4-position, 5-position switch. So 10%, 30% intensity, 100% intensity, and then flashing, and then off. Unless this is the master power for it, and then this is the intensity, which it could be. But yeah, either way, that should be like a multi-position switch, like it is in the Hind, in the MiG-21. It's the same shit, right? It's probably the literal same switch. This is the beacon, we'll turn it on. Gosnak is like state mark. That's literally an abbreviation for state mark. Gosudastvenny znak. So that's like your company lights for an airliner, like the, you know, the lights that illuminate the all the fucking markings. So we'll turn that on too, even though we probably shouldn't while we're on the ground. Doesn't really matter. Fuel and hydraulics setup. We will not do that. Actually, no, hydraulics we probably should. So it might be an idea to get 1 or 2 engines running. Okay. This is a fucking pain to remember. So this is off. That is on. That's on. That's off. That's on. That's on. That's off. That's off. 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 On. On. So these are automatically set up properly, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah. It's... I wish it automatically ticked stuff when you actually do it. off. So that should be off, and it spawns on. That's off. Whoops, tick. It's on. On, then the next 3 should be off. Yep, yep, yep. Tick, tick, tick. Then that one should be off, which it is, and then the next 2 on and on. And then we've got to do the same for the other engines, so there's a pattern to it for like which one of these is supposed to have that left one turned off, and I think it's every engine except 1 and 6, but I don't remember for sure, so we'll double check. Yeah, ticking this is kind of a pain in the dick. We'll just highlight it as we go. Off, on, off, off. Okay, maybe it's only 2 and 5 that you need to turn that off on. Off, on. Good English. So this has 4 generators. So the outboard engines, the ones on the wings, those have generators in them. The inboard ones don't. So the wings outboard of the fucking the wing root, the extended wing root, or like blended wing root, whatever you're gonna call it. The outer panels of the wings plus the 4 engines, the outboard 4 engines, are actually just taken off a Ruslan. Like literally, they just took a Ruslan airframe and chopped and changed it to get this aircraft. That's how they did it, because it was only ever going to be something they built 1 or 2 of. And so it wasn't felt that there was much point in designing a whole new clean sheet design when the Ruslan already works well. They already build those, and they know, you know, that they can just pull a wing off it and use that, because it's, you know, it's close enough to what they need. So, while fuselage damage is pretty hard to do anything about, or damage to the wing root, and I think it was pretty badly burnt around the wing root, the outer wings, like the entire outer wing panel and the engines, you can just pull off a 124 to build a new one of these if you wanted to. Let me double check, because I think I forgot to turn one of these off that was meant to be off. That one. Uh-huh. And then the other one should be fine as it is. So we're just going to assume we've done that correctly. Nav autopilot computer ground tab. Yeah, I don't care about that. Now that we've got that up, fuel and hydraulics. Oh, hydraulic pump switches. Fuck. I forgot that. Okay, hydraulic pump switches. Fuel switches rich, which are these things. They're guarded to rich, so we don't need to worry about that. Right, it's pretty much primed to go with that in mind, so we're going to jump back here. We're going to go over to the EFB, and we're going to tell it cargo bay lights on, passenger area lights on. Actually, no, we'll leave them off. That's just like the dome lights through here and through the back. They modeled the forward passenger area and the cargo bay. They didn't model the rear passenger area or like the galley or any of that stuff, which is kind of a shame, but you know, it is what it is. Maybe they'll update it to add that in the future. I kind of doubt it though. Main door, cabin door, and internal door. We'll settle that up. And let's take a boiler, a nice big heavy boiler somewhere. Now, one thing I've noticed, because I'm using a custom head position, as the nose lifts up, so does my custom head position, it seems. So it won't do it yet, but as the nose comes up, it'll like clip my head through the top of the cockpit, which is annoying, but it is what it is. And on that note, I'm going to leave you guys to watch this thing go while I grab myself a drink and a snack and have a quick bathroom break. We'll just leave the pause there, and you'll see just how painfully slow this process is. Hey, Ton. Yeah, so the cockpit color was, depending who you ask, it's probably for both reasons. Prevents eye strain on long flights, And also, when it's under red illumination, which is the color that the Soviets use to illuminate their cockpits at night, it basically turns black. So you only see the instrument faces, or, you know, in theory, you only see the instrument faces. You always get some light bleed. But yeah, I will be back in probably 10-ish minutes, by which time it might just about be ready to close the nose again. I told you it was fucking slow. I'm actually gonna grab some dinner because I just realized it's actually dinner time. So that conveniently gives me time to eat while it first opens itself up, then loads the cargo, then closes itself again, which is probably going to take just as long. But hey, at least there's like something happening on screen, just very, very slowly. Also, hey, chocolate. Yeah. Oops. Okay, I'm here, I'm just not on screen because I'm eating, and I don't want to gross you guys out with the horrible sights and sounds of me eating. Sorry, I'm trying to set up the first-person camera on fucking FS Realistic and it's not cooperating at all. Give me a moment here. Okay, I have no idea how the fuck I'm gonna get that working, so don't worry about it. We'll set it up for a future stream. Oh god, I think I did accidentally... Oh, no, there we go, there's our external. Yeah, I have no idea how the fuck to get that to work, so, you know, that's fun. So it comes loaded by default with the generic cargo. We're going to swap that out in just a moment for the industrial boiler, and then we're going to reverse the process of opening the thing up. So like I said, conveniently this buys me time to eat. Yep, and so did several of the Soviet military transports. So this one, I don't know if it technically qualified as a military transport, it had a civilian registration. But it was mostly used to move Buran around, right? That's why it was built. Spiffy, cheers for follow. It was built to move Buran in one piece. There was also a Myasishchev M4, the Bison, NATO reporting name, bomber. There was an M4 converted to what was called the Atlant, as in, like, Atlantis that holds the world up. And the Atlant was designed to carry parts of the actual Energia rocket, but not Buran itself. So the Atlant had like a big egg-shaped, or like a, not really egg-shaped, more like a pill-shaped capsule on its back. But it couldn't carry Buran, whereas this could. And that was pretty much its sole purpose for existence, although obviously people found other uses for it in the 2000s, which is why it was brought back to flying condition after so long just sitting there being used to scavenge for parts for the AN-124s. Now, having said that, if you look at something like an Il-76, for instance, that, to my memory, that does have a crane as well. It's obviously a smaller crane, it's a much smaller aircraft handling smaller cargo, but it still has one. A lot of the Soviet heavy transports, and I think some of the Western ones too, they do tend to have some form of cargo handling equipment built into them. But particularly for the Soviets, it was important because they couldn't be sure that where the aircraft needed to carry something, there would be appropriate equipment on the other end. Even internally, let alone if they were carrying cargo internationally to some underdeveloped part of the world, you know. So it was a pretty big deal. Alright, we're going to load the other cargo, and then we've got to reverse the process, which is going to take just as long. And I will continue eating. We'll have a quick poke around the cargo bay as well while I'm doing this, actually. like I said, the camera freaks out when the door's fully open. Which is, I think, just because I'm using a custom head position, it jumps it with the door. So we'll unload our current cargo, and we'll load this. Be a lot easier to do this if FS Realistic was cooperating with me, but it's not. So this is your little crew entrance to the cargo area. Carries spare wheels because, you know, you don't want to blow a tire and not have a spare. And it carries its own towing gear because, you know, most airports aren't going to have the right towing bar for an aircraft of this size. The Ruslan, the N124, carries its own tow bar as well. I forget how many Ruslans were built, but I think it's like low double digits, low medium double digits. It's obviously more than this, but there's still not that many. There's your gantry crane for moving cargo around. Here's our giant ass boiler. These little compartments here are full of spare parts, equipment, paperwork, etc. as needed. You can see your spare tie downs there. The aircraft doesn't have a rear door. So the C5 that I was in just recently at Avalon, the C5 has the opening nose and ramp like the N225, but it also has an opening tail door. The N225 doesn't have that because it was never projected that it would need one. And so it doesn't. This is just a, not even really a bulkhead, to be honest, because it's not pressurized down here in flight. And then, in real life, if I went through that, you'd see the inside of the tail structure. However, this is not real life, this is a game, and that is not modeled, so you just see, like, nothing, like you just saw there, because I stuck my head through the top of the cargo bay. Your stairs, ladder, whatever you want to call it, up to the crew compartment, sorry, uncoordinated, is there. And you can see the hatch up there. And this hatch is actually... Give me a moment here, we'll unfuck this a little. This hatch there is actually a pressurized door because the cargo bay is not pressurized during flight, whereas obviously the crew compartment is. You got a little jump seat there. Jesus Christ. Jump seat there. There's your cockpit. So it's a pretty big cockpit. Permanent flight crew of 6, plus, you know, you've got your relief crew and anyone else that's presence is required on the flight deck. From right to left, just because I like to throw a spanner in the works, from right to left is the electrical engineer, the flight engineer, the first officer or co-pilot, the captain, the navigation officer, and the radio officer. The radio man is always kind of left out because people forget that, you know, he exists. Most aircraft don't even have a navigator anymore, let alone a radio operator, but the 225 has one. This is like bunk / relaxation space for the relief crew. One of these is a toilet. I think it's this one. And then there's like a little galley, and there's also access to avionics through here, and also avionics behind a bunch of these. Oh, that's the toilet there. So this is all avionics stuff, I think, Nope, it's a wardrobe. I'm wrong. This is avionics stuff behind here, though, because that's why it's got the fucking vents on it. There's your toilet. Yep, there's your crew rest space. And then behind this, I don't think it's modeled. Yeah, it's not. So behind this is a... like an empty compartment, because the Ruslan has the identical nose and forward structure to this aircraft, including the cockpit. However, on the N225, they added a little extra length. There's like a whole compartment here, which is just basically used as spare carriage space for, you know, mattresses for if the crew are going to need to sleep on board the aircraft, extra spare parts, shit like that. And then back here, there's a second larger passenger compartment, which is why there's an escape door there, which is not modeled as far as I'm aware. Yeah, sadly it's not modeled. But there's a second passenger compartment with a galley, like a bigger galley. It's got all the stuff you'd expect, another toilet. And then this compartment is, I think, like spare space and rescue equipment. And then back here, getting into the tail structure. And there's a crawl space through to the tail. And then there's a ladder up to a hatch, which doesn't appear to be on this model. Interesting. There should be a hatch, like, right about here that you can climb out onto the tail structure from to check the upper surface of the aircraft. The fucking size of this thing, dude. The absolute fucking scale of it. It has 2 APUs, as you may have guessed from the fact I started 2 APUs when I got the thing fired up on the ground. And those are the exhausts you can see behind the main gear, one each side. If you look at the main gear, the trailing 4 wheels on each side have steering. Is it 4 or is it 3? I think it's 4. Yeah, it's the trailing 4, because you can see they don't have that scissor link there. Or the bracing strut, whatever it is. So it can actually turn more or less inside its own radius. Like, it turns way tighter than you would expect it to. That's the intake for the APU there, by the way. The gear bays are pretty simple, pretty spacious. The wheels just fold up, like, 90 degrees into the bay. Like, basic design. Why complicate it? Landing lights. There's your engines. So this point of the wing here, everything inboard of this is new build. Everything outboard of this is a N124 Ruslan wing. So if you need to replace the entire wing, you literally just take the wing off a Ruslan and do it. That's also why the engine spacing is even between those two, and it's not quite between the inboard. The inboard engines don't have gens on them. They figured 4 generators is enough. If you have problems with all 4 of them, you probably shouldn't be flying. So the inboard engines provide thrust only. They don't really do anything else. And then we're back to where we started. You can see the little kneeling legs. So it puts these pistons down to take the weight of the aircraft as the nose gear partially retracts to kneel the aircraft down so that the ramp is in contact with the ground and it's less steep to drive vehicles up. And then you've got your, obviously your weather radar and stuff in the nose, which is the black paint. It's like radio transparent paint for fiberglass. And then up here, these humps are the contact points for securing buran to the aircraft. So if they build a new one, they probably won't bother with these because, like, it practically never carries anything on its back anymore. The only thing this aircraft really ever needed to carry on its back was buran, because buran wouldn't fit inside of it. But anything else, like, you can fit it inside the aircraft. So I doubt if they build a new one. Hopefully they will, but I don't know, man. It's, I don't know. But if they do, they probably won't put those humps on it. Maybe they will, but I don't see it, like, I don't see any customers needing cargo move that would actually require that. Anyway, we're gonna go back over here. And then I'm going to go back to the, I'm going to go back to the cockpit view, and I'm going to start closing the door, because I need to finish my dinner and have my tea, and it's going to take, again, like another fucking 10 minutes or something to close the cargo door. I really wish this sim had an automatic stabilized camera to horizon tool. Really wish it did. Okay, and there's our little fucking Garmin unit telling us it's ready to align, so we'll just hit that. And then, okay, that's loaded. So we'll go ahead and close the internal door, which is the one that comes up to the cockpit. The cabin door, which is the one that leads up into the cargo bay from the ground. And then the main door, which is the main fucking door. I don't know what you expected me to say. And give me a moment while I recenter my tracker. There we go. Anyway, I will be back in a few minutes. Oh, something I forgot is we can actually load passengers in the forward and rear compartments, even though the rear compartment's not visually modelled. It does take on weight as like crew riding in it. So we'll set that before we take off. I should have done it already, but I forgot. Does the APU inlet move when started and turned off? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I haven't actually checked, but I'm pretty sure it does. It's not open during flight, I'll tell you that much. And now I'm unmuted, but yeah, I'm back. So this is going to take a little while longer to sort itself out. So what we might do is we might grab the camera again. And we'll duck inside the cargo bay. Probably should have done this while the door was open, but oh well. We'll duck inside the cargo bay. Whoop. And park ourselves right about here. Notice the benches, by the way. If I can turn my tracker back on. The benches, those are actual benches, as in you can sit on them. So that gives you an idea of the scale of this cargo bay. I actually kind of wish that there were human figures that we could kind of put in here to represent the crew, because goddamn, it's big. Sorry about that. Track IR playing up on me. And of course, as the aircraft unkneels itself, the cargo bay is going to slowly rise up, which it looks like it's beginning to do. So we'll pop the camera back outside, so that once we're actually airborne, we've got a, well, once it's taxiing, we've got a better view of it. But you can see the little support legs are starting to come off the ground now as the main, or sorry, as the nose landing gear begins to straighten itself out slowly. Imagine the strength in the hydraulic system that's needed to do that. Like, it's absolutely insane. There we go. I'm going to hop back into the cockpit here in a second. We can set our view back to default. It's still clipped through the ceiling. Excellent. So yeah, that's an issue that I assume they'll be able to fix at some point, but at the moment when the ramp's all the way up, it causes some funny things to happen to the pilot camera. You've got little progress bars here as well to show the progress of, like, all the different elements of opening up the aircraft's nose. So you've got one for the door, one for the legs, one for the ramp, and one for the... what does that say? Hood? I don't know, I can't fucking read. Kneel. That's what it says, kneel. So yeah. It's not fully finished unkneeling yet. When that's fully green, it will be back up to its normal height, and then the door should start closing. Actually, the door, I think, is already slowly closing. Or it could just be a perspective thing because the camera's moved. Oh, no, I know what it is. It's not when the door comes up the camera moves, it's because it's fucking kneeling. Of course. But yeah, so once that's fully green, the door should start properly closing, and then we are going to probably continue on the rest of the startup from there. Whoop. In the meantime, we're going to have to deal with the camera being a bit stanky. So let's go payload, forward passenger cabin, we can load it up with 10 people, rear passenger cabin we can load it up with 22. Sure, let's load it fully, let's have a fucking party, right? Then you got our config there. Apply load, there we go, so we got our passengers now. You can see the position of the rear passenger compartment as well in the little, not schematic, but like the diagram of the aircraft there. And that should be everything set up that we need on the EFB. Damn Soyuz, it's a industrial boiler, like a big industrial boiler. Okay. So, you know what, let's just get continuing with the startup procedure here, even though you're probably not supposed to do this until it's finished closing the door. So, we've done all of the stuff up to the engine start, I think. Yeah, we've done that. Autopilot setup, we can do that on the fly. I'm probably going to be hand flying it a lot anyway. This is a Soviet-era autopilot. It is tied into some modern systems, I think. But this is, like, more or less Soviet-era. And it's kind of esoteric how it's modeled. I don't know if it's modeled 100% correctly. It might be, but I don't really know. I wouldn't expect it to be, put it that way, because a lot of Western devs miss the weirder details of Eastern avionics. This is your controls indicator, by the way. You won't see anything because the hydraulics aren't pressurized, but these indicate where your control positions are. So you got your rudders, you've got your ailerons, you've got your elevators, And there's spoilers on here. These are the spoilers, flaps, and sorry, these are flaps, spoilers, and I think these are actually the droops, the leading edge slats. So yeah, you've got like all of that for your controls indicator. So your engine power indicators. This, like I said, this is the pilot's repeater for the multifunction display. So this can show you the Groza weather radar. It can show you the ground mapping radar. It can show you all sorts of fun stuff, but it doesn't work, sadly. I wish it did. I genuinely, I would love for this thing to fucking work. Or the actual big boy himself, back there in the navigator station. Okay, so that's all done. Autopilot setup, like I said, we'll do it when we actually need to. Beacon light switch is already on. Engine starter cover open, so we're in the flight engineer's position now. Start mode switch, rich, which they are. They're just default in that position. Mixture ratio switches. They are on. Hydraulic transfer switches on. Engine status check. I'm not entirely sure where it wants to check the engine status. I'm going to be real with you. Let me just see. So these are the hydraulic pressures, right? Running through each engine. Hydraulic transfer switches off. FedEx switches on. Auto start button. Hey, the manual start is a little more involved in that you just hit the selector to start the engine individually and you do all this stuff, but the auto start's pretty basic. So FedEx switches are on. Auto start button, which is this one, is press. It's ready to run. And then start button is Zapusk. SV1 is open, which is, I guess, start valve. It's some sort of valve for something. SV1 is open. Zapusk idiot. The auto start's running. And then we keep an eye on the engine gauges, so we wait for them and keep an eye on the needles, and we want N2 of 55% to verify that the engines are all on. Now, I'm not sure how they've arranged this, because of the split in the needles. I'm gonna be real with you, I also don't understand very well how turbofan instruments tend to be laid out, but is this showing the N1 for engine 1 and N2 is still 0? That makes sense for a turbofan to a degree, I guess? But no, there's our 50-ish% almost. Like, is it showing all of the N1s for all of the engines here and all of the N2s for all of the engines here? Like, what is going on with this? I have not figured it out yet. And I haven't actually got a copy of the real aircraft manual to look it up in yet. Engine 1 is running, it says, so... Hey, Envy. Yeah, I'm curious about this. I'll have to figure it out sometime. But yeah, we want to wait for those, and then hydraulic switches, which are those boys we turned off earlier. We'll pop them all on. And then that's pretty much it. And engine generators is all we got to do next, which is like a bunch of switches on the electrical engineers panel somewhere along here. I forget which switches. I think they're already on. We just have to verify they're on. I think they're these. Oh wait, no, those are the inverters. Fuck. These are the engine gens. They're off. Yeah, I think they might have messed the needle order. That or Antonov did something very fucking bizarre when they designed this, and the Ruslan, because it uses, like, basically the same cockpit. They just added another set of engine dials and engine fuel system stuff, so they had to kind of shove this panel sideways. There's our beloved HIS, our friend. Probably one of the lowest fidelity HIS models I've seen for a while, I'm not gonna lie. But I think, you know, it's fair because look how many fucking gauges are in this thing. I can excuse them skimping on the HIS. I think the ones for the pilot and the first officer, I think they got one up there. Yeah, right there. I think it's higher res. I'll have to check when I'm back in that seat. Everyone fucking has one. He's got one. Where's the navigators? The navigator absolutely fucking has one. There it is. And then, like I said, the pilot's got one. There, hidden behind the stick, or behind the yoke. The first officer will have one as well. The fucking flight engineer's got one. The electrical engineer. Where's his HAS? Pretty sure he has one. Maybe he has to play sharesies with the flight engie. I swear he has one, though. Don't know. Okay, so it's just the two center engines that are still spinning up. Now, as awesome as these panels are, the vast majority of stuff on them is not clickable. So, this is your cargo cabin temperature controls. That's what these are. Pretty sure they're temp controls. 15 to 25, automatic manual, yeah, холодное, тепло. Yep, that's temperature controls. This is your bleed air, I think, or your ventilation system. So, VSU is APU. SKV is probably your avionics bay, I want to guess. Грузовая кабина is cargo bay. I'm not sure what the rest of these are. I'm going to be real with you. I'm guessing at like 90% of this, right? Temperatura at border. This is your like temperatures for your fucking environmental control system. It's all ECS. Like all of this is ECS stuff. This is like some sort of systems troubleshooting computer, I think. I've seen pictures of it, but not super detailed ones. But it's inoperable in this, unfortunately. Look at all the breakers, man. So many breakers. So many fucking breakers. You've got more temperature controls here. This is your anti-icing systems, I'm pretty sure. Some of this is anti-ice, some of this is like engine temperature regulation. It's the APU panel, we already know that. This is, I think, pressure altitude, but I don't fucking know, and I can't crane my head up enough to read the labels. This is, Tushenya. Oh, this is the firefighting system. This is the fucking firefighting system. And then, obviously, fuel system. That's your fuel gauges. High-altitude aerodromes. Срезка топливная при запуске на высокогонное аэродрома. So that's srezka, I can't remember what it means. Fuel for engine start at high altitude or like high elevation aerodromes. Okay, our engines should be looking pretty happy. They are. That ain't 55%, my guy, but whatever. We'll take it. Hydraulic switches on. Let me just move the camera over, because these click in and out, and they don't light up when they're clicked in. which makes it kind of a cunt to tell when they're on until these lights pop up. So this is your hydraulic diagram, like your hydraulic system diagram. These are not clickable, but that pressurizes the system, or part of the system. So there you go. And you can individually turn the pumps on and off, but that's not clickable. Those are your transfer pumps that we had on earlier. This is your this is your hydraulic transfer. Pair of 3-position switches. This is your hydraulic accumulator that like directs the hydraulic accumulator flow to brakes, main, etc., whatever. And then same thing for the other side. And those are your hydraulic master pressures there. High mountain, yeah, like high elevation airfields you'd call it in English. Okay, so hydraulic switches are on, engine starter closed, engine generator switches are those 4 that we identified earlier here, so on, nice satisfying clunk as the first one comes online. So there we go. Power system's looking pretty happy. Okay, that is done. Manual engine start we don't need to worry about because the engines are all up and running happily. So the APUs, we now kill them. So you hit the stop buttons, then you hit the fire loop switches and the bleed air, and they're spinning down. It's weird you turn off the fire loop before it's fully spun down. I would have thought it'd be the opposite. Don't know. Who am I to doubt their checklist? And then the master switches we already turned off. And then the rest is all cockpit stuff, pretty much. Now, something the checklist doesn't fucking tell you, and something which I think brought me unstuck last time I flew this off stream. Temperature regulation for the engines. Let's move that to automats, because I'm going to trust that it's modeled properly and the system is better at regulating temperature than I am. Although the gauge doesn't even have any fucking sliders on it, so it's probably not modeled at all. It's clickable for some reason. They had it on warm, so we'll put it on automatic. And then this, I think this is, what is this? Possibly anti-ice? I don't know what it is. It's going on automatic, whatever it is. Because, like I said, I think this brought me unstuck last time. Oh, here we go. POS, I don't know what POS in this context stands for. It could be any number of words. Predkr is probably... No, I don't actually know what that is either. If it was Predkr, I would know what it is. Inner... yeah, I don't know. Drainage of the fuel system. Aha, there we go. Drainage of the fuel tanks. Yeah, if it's Soviet, put it on automatic. This is... I don't know what it is, but it's on automatically. Or like it spawns on, so we're going to leave it on, because we're going to assume that it's set up correctly. Let me just get rid of the highlight on this. So... Haha! Taktическая разгермация. I don't know how this word ends because Russian grammar is a nightmare, but tactical hermetic sealing, or like actually razgerm is like tactical fucking depressurization. That's what that is. Razgermatizatsiya, yeah. Fucking Russian grammar, dude. And then... Oh! These are the spoilers! Yeah. A ключ interceptor. Because the Russian for spoiler is literally just interceptor but transliterated. Don't ask me why. And the Russian for interceptor is, fucking перехватчик. Right, so those are your spoiler switches. And then that... Rezervny Vypusk chassis, that's your emergency gear. Like your emergency landing gear system. What's this? Отключение предупр something, abbreviation, signalizacji. Oh god. Pompage, that's the, Предельные параметры тормоза. That's for the FADEC system, I think. Because the FADEC system is referred to as pompage over here. That's pretty much everything we have to worry about here. I'm just poking around for things that I can read. Because I haven't actually fully gone through this cockpit yet and read everything. Oh my god, these are actually functional. Holy shit, it doesn't say anything about them in the checklist. I wonder if the README file has something about them. Because that'd be cool if they're actually functional. None of these are clickable. That's for the intercom. Oh, whoops. The fuck did I just press? The wrong button, that's what I just pressed. So here... Yeah, this is your radio and intercom controls for the flight engineer. So probably every seat has one of those hidden somewhere. To select, like, what they're talking over. There's a bunch of stuff over there in the electrical engineers panel that we haven't looked at yet. Oh, over there. And again, like I said, the test lights seem bugged at the moment. None of them come on. Well, some of the cockpit ones come, like some of the front cockpit ones come on, but not all of them. It's a bit munted, especially because you can click the test buttons on them. I don't know why they haven't got them working yet. Might have just forgotten. So that's all. We don't touch any of that. That's happy how it's set up. We don't want to fuck with it because we will cause problems. Those are your generators. So you use those to check the voltages and currents through your generators. Kind of like on the Hind, how you've got that rotary switch by your right elbow. That's the ground power. We don't need it because the aircraft's running off its own engines. That's the APU gens. They can go to off since the APU gens are actually off. I don't think it matters if you just leave the switches up, but we're going to switch them off anyway. That's the aerodrome 27 volt power na zapusk vesu to APU starter. So that's the aerodrome 27 volt line to the APU starter. So that's when you're starting the APUs off ground power. That's where your oxygen plugs in. That's your oxygen gauges. Okay, what's this? Heating. Aha, heating for something. Battery heating. That's what that fucking is. Battery heating. I bet it's Model 2 because I had my fucking electrics fail on me one time mid-flight and I couldn't work out why, and then I realized this isn't even mentioned in the fucking checklist. Battery heating. I bet you that was what did it. If in doubt, turn the heaters on. This is non-functional, sadly. We've already talked about what all this shit does. Okay, so we're pretty much done with this side of the fucking command deck here. Although, we can move our head up and have a look at some of these. Yeah, this is your fucking pressurization system. This is like how you control the cabin pressure. So if you've ever seen in an airliner cockpit, they have the manual dials to change the cabin pressure if the automatic system fails. This is what these do, all of these. Then that's the gauges for the APUs, both of them. This, temperatura noskov kryla. This is, oh! I think that refers to this. That's heating for the, or the temperature of the leading edge slats. It literally translates to wing socks, but wing sock in Russian is leading edge slat. Cabina equipage. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out. I think these labels refer to the stuff below, not the stuff above. So yeah, this is all pressurization stuff, and this is wing slat temperature. This is crew cabin, cabina equipage, crew cabin. There's your pressure. There's your fucking climb descent rate, because that's important for pressurizing shit correctly, right? So you don't blow people's eardrums out and stuff. Kabina služby personala, or služba personala, which is like your extras, that's your spares, the other 20-something people we have in the arse end of the plane in the second cabin. Slats Krilki? Are you sure? Because in the MiG-23 they are referred to as Noski. In the Su-27 they're referred to as Predkrilki. Fuck, English speaker tongue, not doing me any favors today. Kabina Grusovaya, this is the cargo cabin. And then these are your temperature controls and your three-way switches. If you've flown any Soviet airframe in DCS, you're familiar with this switch. This is your automatic warm, cold temperature switch. What are these? Oh, that's the, I don't know, random stuff. I don't know what these do. Something to do with the electrical system. They're only partially labeled. These are light dimmers for his panel, but they're non-functional. This whole panel just uses the flight engineer's dimmers. So that's all our electrical system, remember, and our electrical gauges, and then you've just got shit tons of breakers. Shit tons upon shit tons of breakers. And I actually... This looks like an ocular for something. I think there's a periscope. I could be wrong, but I think the aircraft has a periscope. And I think this is it. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Like, you stick your eyeball up to it and you can see behind the plane or something. I'm like 90-something% sure this is a fucking periscope. Ventilation? Could be, but if you look at the other ventilation... Oh, yeah, it might be. No, you're right, it's a ball, it's ventilation. I got overexcited about nothing. It's just different to the other ones. So that's ventilation. Yeah, that'd be ventilation. I'm a dumbass. That's ventilation, and then there'd be some over the other side too. Flashlight for emergencies. Like I said, that's oxygen. Here's your breakers. None of them are clickable in this, but I didn't really expect any to be. Dvigateli is engines. Upravlение is flight controls. Toplivnaya sistema is fuel system. PPZ, I don't know what that is. SKV, probably flight control systems. SDS, is, I know that's flight control systems, or like the flight air data computer or something. VESU is APUs. This, I think they mistranslated something, I think, because if you look at this gauge, it's... Either one of them's probably wrong, but it says like SARD, and this says SDRD. I think they fucked up on one of the labels. They also use the wrong font, but you know, this is just me nitpicking at this point. I'm used to seeing POS as an abbreviation in terms of Posadka, which is landing, but I don't think that's what it's referring to here. Navigacion oborud, navigation equipment, pilotajne oborud, that's pilot's equipment, that's like, I guess, the flight instruments. Radio sviazne oborud, radio signal equipment, chassis, landing gear, gidravlika, hydraulics, obviously it's learn worded, istochniki pitanie. Istochniki I think I've heard before, but I don't remember what it means. Osviesh is signal is like... Osviesh is an abbreviation for interior like illumination, like backlighting on gauges, that kind of stuff, and signal is signal lights. So like warning lamps and stuff. So, we're just gonna hop over as I continue to idle the aircraft on the ground. We're going to hop over to the other side of the panel because I want to have a look at it. And you can see there's even more breakers to a lot of the same systems here. And that's the 115 volt system. Anti-ice panel. Huh. I told you, it's this stuff. And probably this stuff as well. Okay, so... Navigation panel. Here we go. So this is a navigator's office. I think this is like a little fucking radio or something, but the first time I saw it, I was like, is that a fucking tape deck or some shit? I wish it was, that'd be cool. He's got a little desk lamp. We'll turn that on to like its dim setting, because it's just aesthetic. Look at this lovely fucking varnished fucking desk he's got. So this is your nav system. It's pretty complex. Kind of similar to what you'd expect to find in a Soviet airliner, or something like a bit more complex than what you find in the Kar-50. Again, more shit. None of this is clickable, by the way. These are all Soviet native navigation systems. This is your basic bitch West compatible fucking DME VOR stuff. I forget what this is. I think this is your ILS, but I could be wrong. I think this is the ILS. This is your course markers, so you can set these as your first and second course to feed into the autopilot. But the autopilot, the way it interfaces with a lot of these systems is kind of bizarre. So I prefer to just do it manually through the center console, which is like a override control for it. So if I could be asked to set up our radio nav, we'll do a serious flight in this one day where we actually plan like a high altitude airways course, and we do actual like DME VOR stuff and fucking ADF and all the good radio nav stuff, and we don't turn the Garmin on, but we won't do it today. But that's where you do this. Then he's got his flight instruments, so he knows what the plane's doing. There's his HIS there. He's got a radar altimeter. The radalts in this indicate kind of weirdly. This one's not flagged out, but the two up here are often, like, maybe they fixed it, but it was flagged out last time I flew it. Maybe there's been a patch since. Even though it was clearly working, it was flagged out for some stupid reason. So we'll turn it on. There it is. That's a test button is what that is, my bad. So we're like 2-3 meters above the ground according to it. We'll set the alert altitude to 250. It doesn't really give you much of an alert. A light comes on up front that tells you your altitude's getting a bit low. There's other warnings too, like you'll get warnings about terrain, you'll get warnings about low altitude, but like you don't get an actual obnoxious warning, hey, you've just crossed your fucking warning altitude. However, you will get reader reading out altitudes to you as you approach the ground. So as you're on landing approach, you'll hear like 250, 250, 200, 200, 150, 150, and then 100, 150. I think she gives you... I don't remember in this if she gives you any below 50, but in the real aircraft she goes 50, I think 40, 30, 20, 10... 5, and then like usually the crew are counting over the top of her at that point, so I can't remember how far she goes down the numbers, but she goes pretty far down. So that is our pribori instruments. Shitki is that dial controls the overheads, like so. These should actually, so Nisha Stola is like lower desk, under desk. Yeah, Nisha Stola is Stola. It's probably your under desk lighting. This thing has fucking gamer RGBs under it, I bet. Or it's like there's like a strip light that's meant to be under here or something. But that'd be what that dial's for. But it's in-op, and then this is probably for something similar. But that's all we get for the navigator's lights. I do not know. Polioty, Neokrivat. Don't open in flight. Susha More. Dry land, sea. That's what that is. Dry land and sea. So this is probably your fucking Doppler radar system. That's what that'll be. Is there a master transponder switch? Maybe? There's Izdieli 6202, which is probably a transponder, but it's in-op. There's probably a master transponder somewhere. It's probably up on one of these. This, I'll get to it in a minute, but this is the IFF panel. This should be your transponder, but it's... I would hazard a guess any builds don't understand how Soviet IFF transponders work, so they just left it alone. This is your ARC 1, ARC 2, automatic radio compass. Everyone knows what an ARC is. VOR 1, ZAD is, I assume Zadny, like behind, or like a back bearing. That's probably what it is, back bearing. So VOR 1 and 2 back bearing, VOR 1 and 2 tech. I don't know what that's an abbreviation for, but it's an option. And then this is your channel selector for the compass indication with the arc, I think, like it is in the hind. I forget how to set it up because I don't use it in the hind even. Navigacja is in-flight navigation. Posadka is landing. You've got your 2 fucking HSIs here. Probably so you can queue up a course ahead of time and then just punch over from one system to the other so you don't have to futz about with anything. Visata is altitude. That's your free air temperature, so we're actually kind of cold. It's just above freezing today. It's like 5 degrees. Well, no, less than... no. 20 degrees, 10 degrees, like 2 degrees out. I can read. This is RSBN, which is INOP. Because it's... Again, I guess any don't understand what RSBN is or how it works. But, these are your distance counters. They work with the DME as well, by the way. So, and you can switch the scale on them. Milli is, I assume, nautical miles. Makes sense, right? International standard. But then you can set it to kilometers as well. And I set it to kilometers because we're flying a Soviet aircraft. We're flying it in fucking metric. Unfortunately, I can't rip out the fucking westernized instruments that they put into it in the 90s. But, you know, whatever. This is the RLS radar. This is for the Groza. Man, I fucking wish this thing worked. Podgotov is like, that's your standby mode. Za and PBD, I don't know what those stand for. Izluch is sorry, that's not a U, that's a U. Izluch is illuminating, that's what that is. If you've ever wondered if you've ever seen me flying like the Su-27 or something and wondered why it says Izluch on the bottom of the HUD, it's because I'm switched into nav mode with the radar still emitting. This... I'm trying to remember what aperture is, because I remember seeing that in the MiG-21 radar controls, and it's something about when the system is about to eat shit. Like, if the aperture light comes on, bad shit's happening. RLS, Radiolokacyjna Stancia, radio location station, literally that's where the term radar came from, it's just a direct translation. And then Odkljuch off, this isn't even labeled. Mashtabi is range 50, 100, 200, 400 kilometers. Regime Obzor is, Regime Obzor, because it's plural. This is your search modes. NVPP, I don't know what that stands for. 200, 60, I'm assuming these are maybe, like, azimuth angles. MPM 1, MPM 2, I don't know what that is. UVS, I don't know what that is. Again, that's range Mashtabi. Stabilizacja. ZK will be course. US, don't... it might be angle, like, I'm trying to think. Ugolnaya Samolot or something like that. Like, no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. But anyway, ZK is course. And then KUO, I have no fucking clue what that is. Naklon Antieni, this is something to do with the antenna. Передача управления. That's like display mode or something. I forget what передача means. Передача is like a reply or response in terms of signal, I think. Because I remember seeing it on the MiG-21 jammer pod labels, like on the control panel. Rabota, this is just power switch. Everything's just labeled Rabota. This whole panel, this panel is just work. Nothing happens on this panel except work. Peter Dutch's relay, thank you. Yes, you're right. Now I remember seeing it somewhere. Yardicust is brightness. DN, I assume that's like, I don't know. I would normally assume DN is day, but the brightness knob is here, so why would there be a separate daytime knob? MMD, I don't know what that means. Oh, moving... No, it wouldn't be moving map, surely. Because it would be a different fucking abbreviation. I don't know what that... No, there is no moving map in this. There would have been an old paper one, like there. Sorry, I'm having brain farts. Fon is... like, lighting, I think. It might be like a dimmer for the actual, like a polarizing plate or something. It usually means canopy, like Fonaria or Fonara, whatever it is canopy in the context of a fighter. The hell are we looking at? This is the Antonov 225. This is the navigator station. I'm trying to intuit how the aircraft works with my extremely limited knowledge of the Russian language. Yes, there are English labels. No, I'm not using them. Using the English labels is a sign of fucking weakness. Yark podsviet, that's backlighting brightness. Yark indikacja, that's indication brightness. So that's backlighting, that's indication. And then these probably... I think this actually, like, slides in a track. I think this whole panel fucking folds away. That's cool as hell. Look at this. It's got, like, little handles. I'm assuming that's what it does anyway. And then these probably have something to do with, like, dialing in what the radar's actually looking at. Font as a word should also be background. Oh, that would explain it, yeah. That's like your background illumination, then your backlighting illumination, and then your, like, symbology illumination. Brightness, whatever you want to call it. This is your arc, your radio compass. So this is your arc frequencies here. These are... You would have seen it during the startup if you were here for it, but these are the master power circuit, or like the master circuit breakers for all the different nav systems and instruments. We've already gone over that. That's probably something to do with the Doppler radar. What do we got here? An actual comms radio. That's your intercom and stuff. So this is your communications panel. This as well. So you can see just how many channels this thing has to talk on. A lot more than the Hind does, and even the Hind has a lot of them. This is another duplication of this panel. So this is an autopilot, so it looks like it's got double redundant autopilot panels at least. Or like, these are waypoint inputs. PPM is steer point, waypoint. Yarkas Tableau is the, like, this. And Indikacja would be this. Then this is all your weird mathematical navigation symbols that anyone who flies the Car 50 in DCS should be familiar with, because I sure as shit am not. And then you can select between RSBN, ANS, I don't know what that is. Oh... Is that an inertial navigation system? Is that what the... No, surely not. Inerts would be inertial navigation. ANS, I don't know what that is. Air vent. Alright, let's move over. So we've gone through the navigator station. Let's move over. This is the Radio Man station. I'm curious what this is. It looks like some kind of... I don't know, it looks almost like a trackball. It's just chilling there. Actually, it looks like a fucking tennis ball in some sort of weird holder. I'm sure it's not, but that's what it looks like. It looks like something was probably removed from this panel. There's, again, the radio and intercom controls. He's got his little comms cards there, which should be familiar to a lot of my DCS player friends. You'll see those in a lot of the Soviet aircraft cockpits. This, I'm guessing... I don't actually know what this is for, but there's your HIS. You got your comms radio, you got your second comms radio. This is just not even labeled, so I don't know. And then this is another radio panel, it looks like. if we go up here, he's got very little on his overhead. Because a lot of this equipment, this probably would have had a fuck ton of radio heads in it back in the day when this was built. But since then, like you can probably imagine, this tall, skinny one was probably similar to what we have in the DCS MiG-21, with just the single knob and the preset channels. And there's it, yeah, that's probably exactly what it is, because look, it's got the little panel above it for the radio squelch and the volume. That's probably what that was. So this probably, this panel would have been gutted and just skinned over, or like, you know, blanked over as they got more modern sort of general purpose radios on board. Shiny faux wood laminate, so yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I like their designer seats as well. Got a flashlight, you got your circuit breakers. We've already had a look in the rear cabin of the aircraft. For those of you who missed it, sorry, but deal with it. Oh, actually, we did miss something, which is this is going to clip me through the... Oh, I can't clip through the cabin wall. Interesting. Can I get a camera back where the crew rest area is, or will I have to use the free cam? Panel throttle quadrant cargo hold. Quick view. Quick views don't have labels. Yeah, I think we're going to have to... we'll go back to the pilot's camera, but then we'll go back to the external. I need to speed the drone up a little because it's very slow at the moment. Although it's going to make it kind of hard to navigate the inside of the aircraft. Ain't she a beauty? Right, so if we slip in behind the cockpit... Oh, for scale, by the way. Crew for scale. That's that big spacious cockpit we were in, that palace of a cockpit. There it is up there. So if we go back into the crew compartment behind the cockpit, whoops, not that far. That's an emergency escape behind there. And there's like a slide and stuff. This thing has life rafts that hold like 60-something people on it. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it has to, because if it's carrying its full complement of passengers and relief crew, you will have about, you know, 60 people on board the aircraft. Pretty crazy. Like, this thing carries more people than a small regional airliner while being a cargo plane. And sorry about the drone camera being all skewy. It's always like this. Please, Asobo, give us a button to automatically align the drone camera to the horizon. It is driving me insane. Right. So, now we've got our cockpit illumination shit key we don't want on, because I don't like having the overheads on, usually. Centralny pult is central... pult is instrument panel. Levy, I forget, Levy pult, I think. Levy pult is left panel, and then reserve is the backup instrument lighting, which instead appears to just put a light in the footwell. I don't know what the deal with that is. Oh, no, I know what it is. There's like a light, there should be a light bar under here, but it's not modeled. But the light is. So we'll leave that off. This is your nose wheel steering switch. It just locks to on, so if you want to turn your nose wheel steering off to test the rudders working, you just hit that, give the rudder a boot, then turn that back on when you're done. Heating, this is your leg heater. This is your leg heater. Or I assume it's a leg heater. The abbreviation is for leg, so it might be referring to a leg as part of the aircraft, or it might mean literally your legs. There's your little intercom / radio selector switch. Steklo oczyściciel is glass oczyściciel. Oh, defog. Windscreen defog. None of these work. This is your emergency hatch. The windows don't open on this, by the way, unfortunately. I don't know what this fucking thing is. I honestly don't know what the fuck this thing is. We've got a couple more circuit breakers here. Lighting, like I said, Avarini, Vychod. This is your emergency exit lighting, I assume. I can't quite make that out. Podsviet, that's... Oh, Podsviet Krila и... something else. That's lighting for the... or like underlights for the wings. So when you've got crew walking around the aircraft on the ground, I guess you flip that on so they can see where they're going. Signalizacija, яркости control. This is your test button and your brightness for the annunciator lights, which the test buttons do not do anything for, except the test button for the parking brake. I think if you have the parking brake off, the test lights come on. But it's like the one thing that actually works on in the entire fucking aircraft. I think there was another test button somewhere that did actually work, but I don't remember where it was. It was like maybe on the center console or something. This is your steering tiller when you're on the ground. This, I think, is to adjust your... No, that's not to adjust your seat. What the fuck does that do? I don't know. I actually do not know what this does. Oh. Is that the... No. No, it's not. I don't know what that does. I have no idea. What do we got here? Obduvstekul... This is something to do with... I think this is like the rubber seals for pressurizing the cockpit, like the rubber seals around the windows. I think that's what that is. So, like, when this window is closed, it pressurizes the seal around it. I think that's what that does, but I could be wrong. I can't speak Russian very, like... Well, I basically can't speak Russian. I only understand a little bit. And abbreviations fuck me up even worse. Automat... Ключ... Obagrieva, heating for stekel pri перегреве. Something to do with heating. That's probably the heating for the canopy glass, or like for the windscreen glass. Part of the automatic system for it. После проверки постав. After testing. Постав, I forget what that means. Переключатель в положение отключ. I don't... Some of those words are familiar, but I don't know what that actually does. Sorry to disappoint. Pull down to make this pop out. This is like an emergency escape hatch. The brow panels don't come down, which is kind of sad. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal, but being able to pull these down or pull the curtains down on the front windows would be pretty cool. The important parts do work, as you can see, and you can even aim them around, point them wherever you want. Like I said, this is during startup. This is all like that shit canopy or your windscreen heating. We'll turn it on now. Fuck it. It says turn it on, so we'll turn it on. Hopefully, there's no ill consequences. So you've got a lot of repetition of the autopilot navigation systems here. So here's your VOR DMEs. Here is your... This is your Civi transponder. Here you go. Here's your transponder for whoever asked. And fuck me if I know... On... I'm guessing this is like... period of reply or something. We'll just leave it on 4. One of the few words of English in the cockpit, and it's misspelled. Excellent, love it. We'll leave it on TARA. I assume that's a good thing. We'll just leave it on that. Above and below, we'll just... that's probably for which transponder antenna is active, so we'll just leave it on both. This is, again, another radio head, so Pesha is your squelch. TCAS panel just has a jack on it and nothing else. This is part of the autopilot system. Kurs 1, 2, отключ. Kren is bank angle from memory. Tangage is pitch. Okay, yeah, this is your autopilot. This is part of your autopilot system. This is like a master shutoff fucking panel for it, I think. So course is obviously your course. Kren is bank angle. Tangage is pitch. Ate is auto throttle. And then those big fucking red ones are your disconnect, like your master disconnect. Yarkist is brightness, but then on functional. This is your IFF panel. For God knows what reason, they've modeled this cover open. Stiran is your self-destruct charge for the IFF. You do not want this panel open. That is bad no-no. Because if you bump that button, you self-destruct your IFF using a small explosive charge. So I don't know why that's modeled open. Bedsphere is your ELT, like your distress beacon, emergency distress beacon. Zapasna is standby. Avt is automatic. Rub is like Rabote, which is working. I forget exactly what this does, but it's like some important thing for tuning the IFF response. I don't know. This is part of the parole system, I think. It's not an SRZ02, I'll tell you that much. I think it's parole, because it's the same panel that the fucking MiG-29 has. Nabor Nomera is... I don't know. It's like a chained cover on something? Like, onboard number or something? Like, I don't get it. Unless that's meant to be like a... Oh, that's a fucking encryption key! That's what that is. That's an encryption key, and that's plugged into the IFF. Yep, okay, it makes sense now. I get it. And then this is just blanked out stuff. This... SO72M is a civilian transponder, so this is your traffic transponder that gives, like, what you are, where you are, what you're doing. This is, like, the equivalent to a SOD-69 and a MiG-21. That's your test button. Arcuch, it's off. Gatov, ready. RSP, UBD, and UBDM. I assume you'd want it on one of the last two settings for like normal operation, but it's in op. None of it does anything. Yep, this is the N225, Steve. God, we got a lot of Steves here, don't we? This is your emergency, like this is your backup lighting. Reservnaya, Asveshnaya, whatever the fuck the word is for it. Upper panel, Opoznavanje. I don't remember what Opoznavanje means. But that's like part of your light system. Signalizator SRPPZ. Good question. Is that fucking relief? I recognize this word. I forget what it refers to though. Zakrilki is flaps. GPSS is probably like GPS, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Rich. I don't remember what that is. Opoznavanje? Like identification? I don't know, dude. I forget what half these words mean, but it would make sense if it's ident, I guess. Because I remember seeing it on the MiG-21's radio navigation panel. And I think the transponder panel too. Auto control, gotovnosti, kvizletu, fucking English speaker brain, and kapasadke. So this is for takeoff for landing. This is like your automatic control preparation for takeoff and landing. I don't actually know if it does anything, but it's clickable. This, I assume, is something to indicate... I don't know. I want to say it's like engine indicators, engine status indicators or something. Oh. Maybe fuel tank. Could be fuel tanks. Yeah, this could tell you when your fuel tanks are empty, maybe. Lights we've already got set. We're not going to bother with the taxi and landing lights, because why would we? It's broad daylight. And the middle position should be off. Arcuch is off. Fari is like landing lights, but we'll just leave it off. This is your whiskey compass, because you need a whiskey compass. Jeez, guys, we've nearly finished our cockpit tour. A lot of this is just lighting. So that's освещение, that's lighting. It's basically a, not quite a mirror image of what the pilot has, but pretty close. So we can, that's already on. This is Shitki, which is like the brow lights. There's your little fucking radio comms and intercom panel, and then the rest of that's just blank. That switch is probably the same thing it is over here, and I forget what it is over here. Holy Christ, this plane has a lot of stuff in it. This is your emergency rudder controls. So this is your emergency left and right rudder controls here. You unlatch that knob and then you turn it. This is your... Rul Vysoti is your elevator. Rasoedinение Bortov, like... Soedinение is like unified. But I'm not sure what the rest of that means in context. Bortov means like on board or like on the ground, depending on context, but I can't figure out what that means exactly. But it's an emergency control that has something to do with the elevator, put it that way. Aha! Изменение кэша РВ меньше больше. This is your pitch trim indicator. And you got some switches there. If you fly the Su-27 in DCS a lot, you might recognize that specific phrase because it uses it to label the pitch controls, like the overrides for the pitch controls and the dampers and stuff. This is your rudder trim, left and right. This is your aileron trim, left and right. They're just sprung switches. This is your master autopilot control. This is something to... This is probably the fucking shut-off valves for the engines, but it's not clickable. So this is... The middle one is your najat povernuts, so push to turn. This is your course. So you can use this to control the autopilot course and override all the other autopilot controls. And spusk and podjom is spusk is dive and podjom is climb. So this is your pitch control for the autopilot, and then you've got your master switch there. So you generally don't want to turn this off, or like you disable the whole fucking thing, but this is like your master controls for the autopilot. So if you're a monkey like me that can't remember how to feed in the inputs to the rest of the controls, you just use this one. It's very similar to like a Cap 140 or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the basic GA autopilot control, except on a much bigger aircraft. Zakrilki Konservi, this is Rezervное управление. This is your emergency controls, like emergency flight control switches for Predkrilki, which is your leading edge slats, Zakrilki внутренние, inner trailing edge flaps, Zakrilki Konservnie, which is your outer ones, I think, or like the trailing segments of them, since they're fowlers. Wave runner and XX Bass XX. I'm sure I just mutilated your name, but thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. And for anyone else whose alerts I missed, I do appreciate it, guys. I'm just kind of focused on this at the moment. Can't quite make out what those switches are, but there's something to do with the engines, I think. Levi Pravi, this is probably emergency switches for something, but you can't read it from here, and I'm not about to move the camera. You know what? I am going to move the camera to find out. What the fuck is that? I don't know if I can even get my head in the right place. Yeah, I can't. I have no idea what that does. These are... Upravlение Maligazum. This is... These might be the fuel cutoffs for the engines. Or no, these are something to do with idle, because Maligaz is like idle. Minimal thrust, or like minimal gas. So this is something to do with idle. So this might be like, oh, yeah. Like high idle and low idle or something like that. Ground, no. Flight idle, P, полет. Ground idle, Z, земля. That's what that is. Flight idle, ground idle. That's your fucking idle switches. There we go. Mystery solved. This is stop crani. This is your fuel valves to the engine. So this is actually your engine fuel valve shut off. These might be fire extinguishers, maybe. I don't fucking know. They're not labeled. They're just numbered. 6 throttles, 6 engines. Then you've got your flight position. These will reverse, and the reverse lever is kind of hard to click from here. This is the reverse lever. This is your flaps, zakrilki. It calls for 2 degrees flap as part of the before takeoff checklist, so we're going to set it to that. Stoporenia is... I'm not actually sure. I think it's like the friction lock for the throttles. That's probably what it is. Yeah, that'd be what it is. Friction lock for the throttles. And then this is your spoilers. So that's retracted. This is armed, like ground armed, and then you've got your different spoiler positions. And you can see the spoilers moving there. So it moves in stages. The bind is all or nothing, but you can move it in stages with the mouse. So if you look on there, you can see the spoilers are now in. You can see if I move the flight controls, you can see everything moving there. I'm not going to move the... You know what? I will. I'll move the pedals, but we'll... Because I have the tiller double bound to the pedals, because I don't have a tiller to actually steer with. So what we will do is we'll do that, and you can see the rudders moving, and then we can put these back on, and we've got nose wheel steering again. This is your landing gear lever. It has a catch, like a safety catch above and below, so you've got to flip both of them. These are engine instruments. I think N1 and N2 or something. Or like core speed and fan speed. This is your... Hang on. Give me a minute. I think it's something to do with the trim system, is it? Cabrir Pikir something Hervé Osili na Sturm? Can't make it out. Sturz? Probably. Oh! That's probably to tell you when the aircraft's kneeling. I didn't check it while it was kneeled, but that's probably what that does, because it looks like it's just like almost a spirit level. Everyone knows what your standard flight instruments are. We don't need to talk about those. And that's about it, really. You've got the fucking controls for the display here, and like the radar display mode, the anti-collision mode. Like, I really wish this thing worked. I really wish some of the more esoteric, like, Soviet-era electronics worked in this. But hey, I'll take what I've got, and maybe someone can mod it in later. I think this is encrypted. Maybe if any are very nice, they will unencrypt it, so we can fiddle with it. There's your HAS. This is left side angle of attack, right side G-load. A lot of people here will recognize this instrument. Yeah, there's your test light for that, but that's... doesn't matter because it's already... Oh, the fucking radalt's not flagged out anymore. Cool. I wonder if I just forgot to turn something on last time I flew this, or if they actually did patch it. So we'll set it to 250, or 200 actually. We'll just leave it 200. Because I'll get a call out from Rita at 250 anyway. It's 150. 200. Jesus Christ, it takes forever to scroll it once you get past 100. Right about there. And then also we've got one over here for the first officer. We will get off the ground eventually, I swear. I wasn't planning for the stream to go quite this long, but we're doing it live. I could have done a really long flight in this. I kind of want to, but we'll do it another day. Today is the let's destroy our voice by talking about all the esoteric systems in the aircraft. No, you want Envy? You want to bet? My first flight in this was meant to be like 30 minutes worth of circuits around Kiev. I accidentally flew to fucking Turkmenistan. Like, you just do not tempt me. I did a short hop in this the other day, which was fucking Vietnam to Hong Kong. and we landed at Kai Tak, but it wasn't on stream. I wish it was, because it was really cool. Oh, to change the distance counter from miles to kilometers, by the way, you set that to automatic for a start, even though I don't know what the fuck this does. So we will come up here, automatic, we'll just set everything to automatic. There we go. Morskaya mili, yeah, nautical miles, that's what it is. So we'll set it to kilometers. This is, again, part of the navigation system. In fact, this... Yeah, ILS, SP50, I don't know what SP50 is. Navigacja is navigation, Katsiet, MSP, I don't know what those settings are, but this is possibly the autopilot still. This might even be the auto landing system, or part of it. Marshrut is like following waypoints, Pasadka is landing, Dien Noch is day and night. It doesn't seem to do anything though. Have we missed anything? I'm sure we have. But I'm sure I'm also boring you all to fucking tears, so I'd better get this thing off the ground sooner rather than later. Oh, the one thing we haven't covered yet, the fucking autopilot panel in the middle. It's kind of basic. This is your selected autopilot, or like the selected speed for the auto throttle in kilometers an hour. VPR, PR is Priborny instrument, so like indicated airspeed, basically. H. So, like, the Soviets used Latin letters for a lot of technical stuff, so H is height in this. Height echelona, metri, echelon height in meters. NZ is, or sorry, HZ is, where is it NZ? I'm not 100% sure the way this is laid out, to be honest. VY is your, fucking... climb descent rate. Words are hard. And that just controls the backlighting. This is your vertical speed setting thing here. But like I said, I usually just use the master panel down here because I don't trust this one to actually feed in the inputs when I want it to. Got another switch there to disconnect it. Up here, autopilot, autopilota. AT is auto throttle. MVP, I forget what that stands for. Horizont, that's your level flight mode. So you just press that, the aircraft levels off no matter what it's doing. Zeka is course, so that's course following. Vert is vertical speed. So this is like your climb rate maintaining autopilot. This is your level maintaining autopilot. Score is like your speed maintaining one. I think there's a better translation for that, but I forget. Max, I forget what that does. I think it's like max perform something. I have no fucking clue, dude. I'm just guessing. Like, please look this up. If you ever sit in the cockpit of one of these and try and fly it, please look this up because I'm probably wrong on like 80% of this, right? I'm just guessing from what little I understand. Visata, that's your altitude hold autopilot. Different than horizon hold. Altitude hold, horizon hold. Different. And then you can set these. I have no idea what most of them do. Oh, this is maneuver right, maneuver left. But yeah, I don't know what most of these do. You can change what this measures. I would imagine this system was probably refit at some time, and that's why part of it's in English and part of it's not. So you can set it to your arc frequencies to see what those are. I don't know. Oh, it's just reading the VOR there. So that's your true airspeed, ground speed. This is your autopilot speed, indicated airspeed. I don't know why... That's kilometers an hour, but I don't know what it's referring to. Oh, delta H, change in height, but that... Why? That's weird. Degrees... Again, like, I'm not 100% certain this is how this is supposed to work. It might be, I might just be dumb, but it feels like they've kind of clodged stuff together here. Excellent song, isn't it? I fucking love this song, man. We'll set this to terrain avoidance mode. Although if you need terrain avoidance mode in this thing, you fuck something up real bad. Again, the test buttons do not work for the fucking instrument, or for the annunciator lights. That's telling us that our parking brake's on, which we know, because we put it on intentionally. Alright, time for me to shut the fuck up. I'll just double check the checklist. Once we get airborne, I'm not too concerned about following the fucking checklist. I just want to... Okay, so, yep, center line is required. Strobe lights, I've already got them on. Parking brake set, whatever. Engines warm up. 70% N1. Yep, that shit's already on. Takeoff, 35 degrees. So it's like the Su-25. Takeoff and landing flaps are both full. 35 degrees, takeoff and landing. You can actually see that labeled. Well, you can't because the fucking throttles are in the way, but, it's got, like, the position for the flaps for Posadka. Sorry, no, it's VZL, so it's Vzlyot and Posadka, so it's telling you, like, literally take off landing, which is 35 degrees. Fucking parking brake release, yep, we get that. Yep. You do need to neutral out the gear lever. It will give you an annunciator light caution if you don't. I don't know if there's any actual consequence for doing it, though. Or for failing to do it. Reverse thrust lock is down, so you bring this up before you go onto the runway. Just in case you need to abort the takeoff, right? You need full reverse. So if you can find the fucking click spot for it, there, you have this up and prepared, and then once you're airborne, you put that back to bed, because you aren't going to be using it in the air, obviously. And then you just bring the flaps up as needed, turn the lights off as needed, and then climb, yep, whatever. Bring the flaps up so that you don't get the white needle past the stripy no-no needle. Easy. Fucking easy. This thing's really surprisingly easy to fly in MSFS. Real life, probably very different, but in MSFS it's easy. The, does have a speed indexer here, but you can't manually move it, which is interesting. The blue stroke is your, I think that's your typical rotate speed from memory, about 280 kilometers an hour. Yellow stroke is landing gear speed, I think. And then flaps are as the pointy needle tells you, the RO needle tells you. So yeah, let's get this aircraft rolling. I'll just make sure my camera's in the right position. One thing I did notice is the way it's modeled in Flight Sim, it will actually accelerate very slowly on the ground at flight idle. You know what? We're gonna do something. No, it's still rolling at ground idle. Okay, it probably shouldn't. Is it gonna do it again? Yep, it's accelerating at ground idle. Oh, you know why? Because my dumbass closed the cover, and the cover puts it back to flight idle. Let's try again. Nope, still accelerating. Alright. Well, there was a theory there, but the theory was wrong. Now, I gotta figure out when the fuck I'm clear of that hangar. Which you would probably have a marshal on the ground telling you. But, we don't. So we're just gonna have to guess. This poor little... This is the ground power card in front of us. He's going to get fucking flattened in a minute. We'll actually, we'll use third person just so I can see when the aircraft's wings are clear of the hangar, and then we can go back to first person. I think we should be okay to swing the tail. The fact that there's such a short distance between the hangar and the taxiway should tell you a few things about just how tightly this aircraft can turn on the ground. Like, I'm not even giving it full fucking tiller at the moment, and it's quite happily turning very tightly. They have modeled the main landing gear steering in this, by the way, so that will help you turn tighter. We should just clear that with our wing. I would love to see, well, I would love to have been able to see this aircraft again. I saw it as like a baby or a toddler. I was very, very young. I don't remember it. I only know I saw it because Dad has a photo of the two of us in front of it. But I would love to see it again. And it was not wearing these exact colors when I saw it, but it was still wearing Soviet colors. This was its factory colors. The colors that it would have had when I saw it were a little different. It was under a different registration. It was at 82060 when I saw it, and it had like the tactical number on the nose. Oh yeah, Seal. Oh yeah, we've just had like an hour and a half long tour of the cockpit of this thing, and me guessing terribly at what different Russian abbreviations mean. It helps if I give it a bit of power to get it rolling. But yeah, you can see just how well it turns on the ground, despite its size. We're gonna bring the reverser up just in case of an emergency, but we shouldn't have any here. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the videos of it arriving into different airports from the cockpit view. It's awesome. There was a guy who did a walk around, like a walk around of the aircraft and a walk through of the interior of the aircraft with Dmitry Antonov as well. Like a year or so before the unfortunate events transpired, which is really cool to see. He went all through like the access ways into the tail of the aircraft and everything. We don't turn yet, we turn on the taxiway. Hey Kim, morning. What are you flying? We are flying the biggest of Chunguses. One moment, let me get it lined up relatively straight on the taxiway. This is what we're flying. Sorry about the drunken camera work. It is what it is. There we go. Whatever. It's still crooked, but it's close enough. The monitor. So this one you mean near the fucking vertical gyro? This is like a Imperial VSI on the outer scale, and then it's TCAS as well. So it's your combined like Western. Oh, pedestal top. This thing. This is the autopilot, and this thing is this is like the combined radar and this is all the Soviet avionics basically. This is an MFD for the Soviet avionics, and then this is a fucking Garmin 530. And then this display also acts as a doubler, like a repeater, for the Groza radar, which the navigator has, which sadly is non-functional. Like, none of the Soviet avionics except some of the autopilot and instrumentation, none of that's functional. So this cool thing and that extremely cool thing don't work. I wish they did. But the fans work, at least, and we can move, like, we can move them around and point them at different things. Whoop. This is X'd out. We probably shouldn't be taxiing here. Wow. If only we could turn the aircraft around in an extremely small space. So, as I was saying earlier, Garmin 530s were pretty commonly retrofitted to Ruslans, that N124, which this was based on, but the 225 never had a Garmin unit in it. It had, I think it's called like a Contour or something. It's a Russian-made unit. What's the wind doing? We're past the hold short line, but I don't think we care, because when this thing enters the fucking taxiway, everyone else gets out the fucking way. Okay, so we want to take off that way, towards the city, as a matter of fact. God, I hate how this camera ends up at this drunken angle every single time. Like, literally just... My guy, straighten out to the horizon. There we go. So we'll backtrack, we'll turn around, and then we'll be taking out over Kiev. Plastic around the windows looks like concrete. It's what's the name of it? It's kind of like, you see it used for like swimming pool shells a lot, or like spa shells a lot. It's like it's made of chunks of different types of plastic. I don't know if this is made of recycled plastic, but often recycled plastic looks like that. It was a whole ass thing in the 70s and 80s. It was very fashionable. Not so fashionable now. Bakelite? No, Bakelite's actually... Bakelite's different. Bakelite's a polymer made out of, from memory, like cellulose and shit. Like, Bakelite's derived from plant material and various resins, I'm pretty sure. But no, this is something different. I forget what the name is. I'm sure it has an actual fucking name. But it was very common in the 80s and even through the 90s and early 2000s. It's kind of funny. So this is... I've set up the head position to be like this. The default head position in this aircraft... Look at the fucking fisheye. Like, I get it. It's a big aircraft, but you don't need to do that to make it look even bigger. Like, it's just... It makes the instruments hard to read. I don't know why they did that. Wonder if carbon fiber will look ugly in the future? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't really like the look of carbon fiber now, let alone in the future. Bakelite has aged gracefully. This stuff, on the other hand, not so much. But also partly because I remember this texture of plastic mostly from, like, doctor's appointments and other places that I wasn't overly enthused to be going. We're going to set this, I'm not going to really use it that much, especially on climb out, but we're going to set it to 450 indicated, I think, which is a decent enough speed once we clean the aircraft up and we're kind of in an established climb or cruise. Because I probably will engage the autopilot at some point so we can have some glorious views of the exterior of the aircraft without me accidentally crashing it, but I'll just set it up already. And like I said, I don't fully understand how there's like so many different autopilot control heads in this, and I don't understand how they interact with each other. There must be like some sort of hierarchy, right? But I haven't figured out what it is yet. Because I haven't read the manual. Why would you read a manual? Says the guy that tells everyone to do it for DCS. Shit, now I can't get... There we go. 450. VNE, it's like 600 and something, 700 indicated. I think it's not that high. At the moment, because we've got our flaps part way out and our gear out, it's like 450 or something. Oh, you can change that. I'm dumb. Yeah, that's the indexer for the autopilot. So that little white carry that moves around is the autopilot indexer. We'll just leave this for now. I'm scared to click to try and uncatch the safeties because I know it's going to lift the gear on me on the ground because it'll go, oh, you're trying to click the gear lever. Like, no, I'm not. So I'll just use my my button box to bring that up. Which is what I usually do anyway. And then I'll have to neutral it once we're in the air. Again, I don't know what the consequences are for not neutraling the gear. I don't know if it's like the 21 where bad shit happens, or if it's just like, oh, naughty, you know, you're going to burn out the brake pads. But yeah, we neutral it after we get off the ground and retract the gear. Start turn? I don't need to. It turns really, really well. Because it steers from the front and the back. Now, bear in mind the nose gear is like below my seat, or actually a bit behind my seat. Watch this. It turns almost in its own length. In fact, if I had my throttles split, which I don't, because I don't have 6 throttles, I could probably turn it in its own length. Now, they probably wouldn't try to do this all the time because it's probably pretty rough on the gear, but it can do it. Like I said, this thing will take off from the factory runway with a pretty decent load of cargo and fuel in it, so I'm not too concerned about how much runway we have here at Costamil. It's plenty. It's way more than this thing needs, put it that way. Okay, full flap for takeoff. Reversers set. Spoilers armed. Flight idles set. Trims are good. Engines all showing that they're happy. We're going to put the parking brake on and run them up just to be sure. That is a checklist item, but we don't usually bother with checklists here. I'm just doing it for this today because it is such a complex aircraft. There's your 70% on the engines. So this is N1 and that's N2, I think. Or maybe not. Oh, you know what that is? That's probably like exhaust temperature, exhaust gas temperature or something. This will be RPM. Alright. So we're good. Everything's on that needs to be. Right, let's do it. Stand on the brakes, parking brake off. Throttles up. She's rolling despite the toe brakes, so we're going to come off them. Full throttle. We probably don't even need full with this this length of runway, but we'll do it. Just double check. Probably should have turned the nose wheel steering off, but whatever. Flaps are out. Trim is good. Speed's alive. We're tracking pretty much straight too. You barely need to rotate this aircraft. It will basically just lift itself off the ground. So I'm barely putting any pressure on the stick at all. Just a little bit of back. If you give it more backstick, it will positively lift off the ground. But here I'm just letting it take off in its own distance. And there we go. She just lifts vertically. It's like a B-52 taking off, how it almost looks like it's pitched a bit nose down when it lifts. Same thing with the N225. Okay. Gears coming up. First stage of flaps in, gear back to neutral, close the cover. Second stage of flaps in. My frames are getting a bit shitty, but we are near a major city. What I'm going to do just quickly is we're going to go back and we're going to do the thing that magically fixed it for us before, is we're going to delete the rolling cache file, and we're going to start a new one, because somehow that fucking fixed it last time. God knows how. Data rolling cache on, and it'll create a new one, 30 gigabytes, not 340, I don't have that much space. Some red light's still there, front panel, I'll check it in a second, but I think I know which one it is. If you mean like the instrument panel, not the top enunciator panel, it's the manual throttle enunciator light. That'll stay on the whole flight, because I don't usually use... Well, most of the flight, because I don't usually use the auto throttle. I don't trust it. And I don't really need it a lot of the time. The aircraft will give you warning callouts for different... like if different parts of the automation are disconnected. Including stuff like the auto throttle. Yeah, Bluey, it was really weird. The sim was literally unplayable earlier. It was stuttering really, really badly, like 2-3 frames every 5 seconds, just in bursts and then freeze, burst, freeze. And then in desperation, I tried turning down my video settings like quite far. It made it worse, if anything. And then I was like, you know what, fuck it. Came to the rolling cache, deleted it, problem gone. What the fuck? Does it not automatically clear itself? Like, what is going on? Maybe I'll just turn it off altogether, I guess. We'll see how we go with it turned back on, but if it keeps playing up, we'll just delete it all together, and it just gives me more free space. But it means that, you know, if my net drops out, then I'm not going to have much buffer before I lose my scenery. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that caution right in front of me is the auto throttle off caution. Okay, yeah, you know what? Rolling cache can fuck off. Fuck it. Get rid of it. It's still a little choppy, but we're in a giant aircraft over a very large city. Oh, next stage of flaps come up. We're airborne, so we get rid of the thrust reverse lever. We're not going to be using it in the air. Last stage of flaps up. And there we go. Our VNE is currently indicating 600, which I think is what it actually is. 600 indicated. So it's a little lower than I thought, actually. And we can afford to pitch up quite a bit more. Because we're not climbing very steeply. We're climbing out to the southeast. So there's Kiev over there. We might loop back and head north. We might go land in, like, Germany or something. I don't know. I don't want to make a super long flight, so... Now, one thing to be aware of with this module is the trim is giga sensitive, so, like, you just breathe on the fucking trim hat, and suddenly you're full aft trim, and the aircraft's dropping like a rock. That one took me a while to figure out. So you literally just touch the trim, that's all you do. Ooh. Ammo dump, probably. Kind of doubt that's there anymore. We're going to come off the power bit so we don't burn the engines out. We don't need full power to climb. So we'll just give us some back trim, not too much. One more click should do it. Yeah, one more. That's the limit of what I want to do. If I give it another click of back trim, it's going to probably yeet itself. There's the Antonov factory, which I always... and including at the start of the stream, which I mix up with Hostomil. So there's the city. Okay, we can give it a little more back trim. Those are our trim indicators down there. We're actually pretty slow on it, so we might get away with a little more. Oh, no, there we go. Too much. Nose is raising too quickly. Like I said, it's super sensitive, and it'll get itself into fucking second regime really easily. So you literally just dab the trim until it starts getting away from you, and then you compensate. It's kind of weird how it does it. I assume it's just a quirk of how they programmed it. I doubt the real aircraft's that sensitive. That is Giuliani down there. You can kind of see the museum section of it, which is like down there. I don't know if it's still there, but that's got Su-15s, it's got Tu-22s, it's got everything. They got so many different aircraft down there in the museum. Has HAS-1, does it work? Probably not correctly. I don't think any of the devs in this have got a chase. Oh, no, it doesn't work at all. It's just running, but it doesn't actually work. What is this? This is the Antonov 225. I think the only devs who have got an HAS right in MSFS so far are, like, Eastern European devs, and even most of them get it wrong. The guy that's making the AN2, which is going to release any day now, he should get it right, because he knows what he's doing. He's really good. He made the Piaggio, and the Piaggio is one of the best planes in the sim. Okay, we are going to engage the autopilot. Not... yeah, we'll give it course. Vertical speed. We'll dial in a bit. Let me check what my course bug's doing. Fly like 030. There we go. Like I said, I just use the master fucking autopilot shit because I don't trust the rest. We're going to bring this down, actually, so we get a good climb speed out of it. We'll bring it down to 400. I don't like the way the aircraft is pitching up abruptly. This is what made it try and commit Sudoku last time I fucking used the autopilot. Okay, so let's set 400 indicated airspeed and let's engage the auto throttles. There they go, they're moving. Oh, we're in a really steep climb, hey. Let's shallow that out a bit, because that's kind of a bit insane. And I don't want the engines, like, chugging away at full power the whole time. It's not good for them. So let's... somewhere around there. Ground speed of 489 kilometers an hour, and gaining. There we go, that's a better climb angle. It's a lot more sane. Is that snow? Or it might be snow. Yeah, it is. It's not sand. Snow. Interesting. Live weather might be having another moment. So here she is. What a beauty. And a beautiful city below us. So I've done a flight around the city at low level in a Yak 18 quite a while ago. Oh, we got somebody over there that took off behind us. So I've done a flyby along the river in a Yak 18. We went and checked out the statue of the motherland down there. Sorry, down there. There she is. And all the cathedrals and monasteries and things. All the old, you know, state institutions, palaces. This is mostly default scenery with a few custom landmarks, from just freeware custom landmarks from fs.to. Unfortunately, there's no photogrammetry, and I don't know if there will be from before the war. I hope so, but I doubt it. My dream project, or like my dream thing I'd love to see in this and various other games, particularly simulators, is the ability to set, like, not just the place you want to see in scenery, but the time. So I could set the time to like 1980 something or 1970 something, and it would be as it was then, without any of the modern shit. Very colourful apartment buildings down there. Why launch MSFS for 1 hour each time? Is it because of custom scenery? Yes, but it's like there are ways around that. Most people use add-ons linker so that they only enable the things that they need for that particular flight, and they just restart the sim after every flight. It takes like 5 minutes instead, but I'm like a moron, so I don't do that yet. But I'm going to have to now because I don't have enough space on my SSD to keep doing it the way I am. So basically, don't worry about it. It's a problem only stupid people like me have. Oh shit! Ultra! Hey, cheers for the raid, and Wave Runner, cheers for the follow, by the way. I've been missing alerts all day, sorry. But, hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. We are flying the one, the only, the Chungus. We just took off from Hostomel. We are flying past Kiev. We might swing it north so we can hit up Pripyat on the way out. And I don't know where we're landing yet. We're going somewhere. And we're carrying a very big, heavy industrial boiler with us, so... We're flying the aircraft in the colour she was built in, or, you know, first flew in. Except she doesn't have the registration across the wings because of the way the textures are set up. But when I saw this aircraft in person as a toddler, who unfortunately was too young to remember it and only has a photo to remind me, she was still painted in Soviet colours even though it was like the early 90s. So it took them a while to get around to doing a repaint. But yeah, that's Kiev down there and the Dnieper River. And Pripyat and Chernobyl are up that a ways on the left fork of the river, so they're like over here. We'll just swing north. Okay, so now we deal with the autopilot gremlin again. We'll steer like 330 and we'll see how that travels. It should take us more or less over the Pripyat River. Should, in theory. It is Soviet. It was built by Antonov. It was operated by the Ukrainians after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and unfortunately destroyed last year by a bunch of angry little dudes with guns. Do you have a 6-throttle control in real life? No, I have a 2-throttle control. I mostly play DCS, so like I don't have a yoke or anything. I'm using just like a HOTAS, like a fighter HOTAS to fly this. Hey Poggy, it's all good, man. I've noticed Twitch does sometimes, for whatever reason, unfollow you from people. I've had it happen to me, like where I've thought I was following someone and Twitch decides, no, apparently I wasn't. It's all good. We are actually using the autopilot. We're trusting it so far, though last time I tried to use it off stream, it attempted to kill me. Engines are pretty happy, 91%. We're just letting the auto throttle run it here. Seal, Stoporenia, is that like throttle friction control? I had to guess that one. I guessed like 90% of the stuff in this cockpit, I'm gonna be real. The in-plane autopilot or MSFS' weird autopilot? The in-plane autopilot. But this plane's autopilot is weird because it's got this control head, it's got this control head, it's got another control head up here which isn't even clickable. Like, it's weird. So I just use the master one to control it. That pair of runways you see in the distance, that's Borispil, that's the Kiev International Airport. Giuliani is domestic, that's the one we flew over before with the museum attached to it. Big, big plane. And we're running at a relatively low power setting, so you can't see much smoke, but when this thing's running at high throttle, it belches like yellowish brown smoke. Even in the sim they modeled that, which is pretty neat. Overall, like, this thing's $20. If you have Microsoft Flight Sim and you haven't got this yet, it's $20, and they're pledging whatever money they make off it towards either rebuilding the second airframe or at least memorializing the aircraft permanently, which is a good cause as far as I'm concerned. And it's nice to have a digital representation of it, even if it's not 100% fully modeled, or they, you know, some things aren't 100% correct, because the devs, while they were working with Antonov, they're Westerners. Like, the devs are Westerners. They're not going to fully understand how the systems on this thing work, because it's very esoteric. But it's cool to have, and I'm kind of hoping at some point they remove the, you know, marketplace encryption from it, so that maybe modders can go in and add to the systems that aren't functional. The one I really want This is a display for it here, but the one I really want is the Groza, the weather radar, which is in the navigator station there. That would be really cool to have. Microsoft Flight Sim has weather radars, but they like your normal sort of like commercial weather radars that you'd find in like a Cessna or something, or like you know, a TBM. I want a proper Soviet big time weather radar. This thing is like, it does weather, it does anti-collision, like air to air, it does ground mapping. This thing does like everything. Got a lurk. Got an early morning. Well, sleep well, Poggy. Cheers to the lurk. Chair fabric is fun. The cockpit in this is beautiful. It's even better at night. In fact, I should have set the time of day. Let's set it to afternoon, so it will get dark by the time we land. So we'll just yeet right about there. Some more dramatic lighting. And then that funny shaped lake, that's the cooling pond for Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So that's a cooling pond and the actual power plant. I've done a flight around Pripyat and Chernobyl, as well as around Kiev at low level in a yak. So I've done flights around here before, but you know, with a more up close look at this area. I think we'll fly a helicopter around Pripyat maybe after this flight, because I've got to test out the changes to the Gottfriend's Mini 500, and you know what? Why not fly it there? Maybe we'll do that. It's surprisingly quiet. I don't know how accurate the sounds for it are, but it's surprisingly quiet for such a large aircraft. So today we have a cargo of a very large industrial boiler and 30-something crew and extras. So if we go here, cargo, configure. We got a large industrial boiler, our payload. Hey, Saber. Thanks for the resub, man. Big boy indeed. So there's our cargo, 140,000 kilograms. Our cargo is 140 tons, right? 140 tons. And then we've got, in the crew bays, we've got 16 passengers in the front cabin, just behind the cockpit, which, if I could kind of stick my head a little further down that hallway, it is modeled. You can see the front passenger cabin. The rear one's not modeled, but it does count passengers. So we've got 16 in the front, 22 in the rear. And this aircraft would normally carry like a full relief crew. It would carry its ground crew for offloading and unloading cargo. It's fully self-sufficient. The tow bar for the aircraft is stored like just behind the ramp when it's actually moving cargo, because it needs a specific tow bar. It's got two nose wheels side by side, like as in two legs side by side with two wheels each. And so it has its own tow bar that it brings with it everywhere it goes. It's got a crane. It's got a fucking gantry crane inside of it to move cargo around. Like, it's just incredible. Yeah, Seal, it must be. It must be. Alright, we're going to tell it to level off at... Okay, it's not going to do what I want it to because this fucking autopilot is bizarre. Oh, there we go. Visata, it now recognizes I want it to fly to this altitude. 9,500 meters. So it'll climb to 9,500 meters slowly, and then it will level off at that. Zeka, we will tell it, yep, I want you on course. Auto throttle should still be on. It is. Cool. Crew area is huge. Yeah, the crew area is pretty impressive. And it was indeed designed to carry Buran. That's why it's got those humps above the wings. Those humps cover over the attachment points for the shuttle. It's also why it's got the split tail, because otherwise Buran would have disrupted the airflow over a conventional tail, so they split the tail. And you can see the size of the pilots there for scale. Can we actually carry Buran? Unfortunately not. Maybe one day it'll be added. I hope so. I kind of doubt it, but I hope so. So there we go. That's the cooling pond for Chernobylskaya Atomnaya Elektrostanция imeni Vladimira Ilyich Lenina, because Russian grammar is a fucking nightmare. So the actual power plant is this thing here. This is the extension. So this is like I said, we can do a close-up flight of this in a helicopter later, but blocks 1 through 4, which were the operational blocks, 4 was the one that had the whoopsie, they're all part of this. And then the 2 new ones, 5 and 6, were being built down here with separate cooling towers, and the construction was abandoned after the disaster. And the city of Pripyat is this shape here, a little to the north of the power plant. And the Duga over the horizon radar... Oh shit, connection lost. It's gonna have a tantrum. Misfits does this sometimes. The Duga over the horizon radar system is like down there somewhere. We're too high up to see it clearly through the mist, but it's down there and it's big. After the disaster, a new city was built... There's little bits of snow down there, which is funny. A new city was built to the east, about 50 kilometers away, called Slavotich. Slavotich is... I don't think we're over it yet, but it's somewhere around here. It's pretty recognizable from low altitude. It's... In some ways it echoes the design of Pripyat, but there's more circle, like there's more... The streets have like curves and stuff instead of being a big triangle layout. But it's somewhere around here. That actually might be it there. Chernihiv is somewhere around here as well, which is a fairly major city. The border with Belarus is basically in front of us, because we're pretty much right next to it. To get between Slavotich and Pripyat, or Chernobyl, the actual plant, you have to actually cross Belarus, because it has a little like dick that sticks out down here into Ukraine. Well, you know, before any border fuckery happened, it's probably got an even bigger fucking clusterfuck going on now. God, how's that for a view? Was Pripyat a closed city? Yeah, pretty much any city to do with the Soviet nuclear program, whether it was the civil, like, nuclear power program or the military program, was closed. And Pripyat was both, because the reason the RBMK reactor was designed the way it was, aside from being cheap and easy to build and producing shitloads of power, is because it's an excellent breeder for weapons-grade plutonium. Because you can reload, like you can refill the reactor basically while it's running. You don't have to shut the reactor down to pull fuel rods and put new ones in. You can do it while the reactor's running. It just hot cells the entire containment building. It's basically a warehouse. And the crew operate the refueling machine from behind very thick leaded glass and like a concrete labyrinth. So they're safe from the radiation, but it hot cells the entire chamber for the reloading process. The first Australian reactor, which was kind of a weird design, kind of like a Canadian CANDU reactor, it's similar to an RBMK, but not. It uses heavy water instead of graphite as a moderator. But the first Australian reactor had a very similar reloading machine, and likewise it would hot cell the entire chamber when it was being refueled. 5:30, I gotta go to sleep. Been watching since stream started. Jesus, the commitment. Thanks, Super. Appreciate it, man. Have a good sleep. Always good to have you around. Yeah, Lucas Heights is a research reactor. We don't have any power reactors here, unfortunately. Research and production of medical and industrial isotopes. Are we at our cruising height yet? Nope. Very slowly climbing to it, though. So you'll notice, see all that caution light's gone out because the auto throttle's on now, and then we've got our status light telling us that we've got the Kursovaya Stabilizacija on, so we're course stabilized with the autopilot. Fat Sloth Sim. That's an excellent name. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to all the new viewers today. Appreciate you guys. For those who recognize the most important part of this cockpit, yes, you can turn them on and off. Why would you turn it off, though? Individually, by the way, for each side. Takes a while to spin down. You can't stick your finger in it like you can with the DCS Hind. Maybe we can request that feature at some point, although I doubt they do it. But you can also move it around. So you can point it forwards if you want, you can point it sideways, up, down, whatever. Oh, that display is still on. Wait, mine was too, I think. I usually leave this turned off for the flight. Fans act as a stroboscopic FPS monitor. I think, yeah, not only that, but I suspect they may actually be impacted by the throttle setting. They shouldn't be, as far as I'm aware, unless it's like... Because they're running off the electrical system, right? And the electrical system should not be dipping that much with throttle reduction. But I swear, whenever I reduce or increase the throttle, I notice a change in the fan's fucking speed. Weird thing, but, you know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm hallucinating. But how cozy I mean, cozy but, like, spacious. Especially by Soviet standards. This is a big fucking flight deck. This is essentially the same flight deck as an An-124, because the Mriya, the An-225, was based on the the An-124. So if you take an An-124, you add probably, like, another 20-odd meters of fuselage just about where the wing joint is. And then you, like, the wing from here out, so the wing where this silver section is outwards, is an An-124 wing, literally, and engines. This, the wing root and the inner engine is new built for the An-225, but outboard of that, it's just a 124 wing. The tail is obviously fully custom built for this aircraft. The fuselage, as I said, is longer. There's some reinforcements for carrying Buran on its back, but this was derived from the An-124, which is the second largest cargo aircraft, I believe. I think the 747-8 can carry more technically in terms of, like, weight, but the 124 can carry more size, or something like that. It's very convoluted now. But yeah, it was based on the 124. Because they were only ever going to build one or two. Does its job perfectly well, and all they needed was just basically 124 but bigger, and able to carry Buran. 6 contrails for 6 engines. It has 2 APUs, one on each side. 4 electrical generators on the outboard engines. The inboard engines are just engines, and I think they also drive part of the hydraulic system. So we should be over Belarus now. I don't actually know where we're going with this. I'm just pointing it generally north. We're going to find somewhere to land at night, and we're going to land. I have landed this thing at Kaitak off stream, but I do have screenshots to prove that I did it. I didn't bounce, I didn't break anything, but I did land a little short of the displace threshold. So technically it was a bit of a... into Kaitak without breaking it. Hey Tote, good to see you, man. It's been a while, and yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I hope you have been too. You can see here, the VNE has reduced to 500 kilometers an hour, which is interesting. Might be an altitude thing. Why are you still climbing? No, go there. Fuck. There we go. I think it's obeying me now. I think. This autopilot's kind of esoteric, and I'm not fluent in Russian, I only speak a little bit, so my understanding of how it works is very limited. So I mostly guess and just press buttons until the aircraft appears to do the thing I want it to do. I typically don't use autopilots much in MSFS. I would hand fly it, but I'm too busy admiring the view, to be honest. I do, of course, hand fly the takeoffs and landings, and most of the climb out and the descent. 747 in the sim has a terrible flight model. To be honest, even if I had a good flight model, I probably wouldn't be much good in it. I'm not used to airliners or airliner-sized aircraft, so I can land the DC-6 okay. My first DC-6 landing, I tail struck it because I just wasn't used to being in a plane that long, like that far forwards. But every landing since in the 6 has gone pretty well. DC-3 is easy, but DC-3 is not very big. But this thing I've gone surprisingly okay with so far. I've only landed it twice so far, I want to say. So once at Turkmenbashi, which used to be known as Krasnovodsk. In Soviet times, it was a major training center and testing range for the Soviet air defense forces. It's on the eastern shore of the Caspian Sea. That was my first flight in it, so I took off from the Antonov factory, actually. I thought it was Hostomel, but it was the Antonov factory. Took off from there and just went, fuck it, let's head east. And by the time I realized, like, oh shit, I'm over the desert. I didn't mean to go this far east. I was like, you know what? Let's go across the Caspian. So I did. Landed at night, so my first ever landing in this thing was at night on a normal, not super long, not super short runway. It went really well. Nice smooth landing. My second landing was at Kaitak. Daytime, decent weather, but it was at Kaitak. So I'm pretty happy with that. The second flight was from... it was from one of the Vietnamese air bases. It was from Yen Bai, I think. One of the famous air bases of the Vietnam War. Which is also a pretty short runway. This thing will handle short runways a lot better than you would think. Particularly for takeoff, but like it's no slouch. It can turn in its own radius on the ground, because its nose wheel and rear main wheels steer. So obviously the nose wheels steer, but the rear 4 main wheels, it has 7 bogies on each side, with 2 wheels each bogie. Well, the rear 4 bogies each side all steer as well, to shorten its turning distance. This is Susie and the Banshees, yes. So, we'll just let it fly for a bit. It is leveled off now, which is good. That's what I wanted it to do. I probably should set my altimeter. Where is the setting? 760. Okay, it's set for standard pressure anyway. So, permanent crew of 6, and then your relief crew is going to be probably similar size, if not bigger. Plus, you've got the guys for handling cargo. So this aircraft's always got a lot of people around it. We might... Maybe not while we're flying, because the camera kind of wiggles around when you're flying, and I still haven't figured out how to get FS Realistic's first-person mode to behave itself. But when we land, maybe I'll do a tour of the inside of the aircraft. Plus, it looks way cooler at night. So... From here, working around, we've got the electrical engineer. This is the only aircraft well, aside from this and the Ruslan, they're the only 2 I know of that have a dedicated electrical engineer like this. This is the flight engineer, so he's babysitting the engines, the fuel systems, the firefighting systems, like all of that stuff. Then your first officer / co-pilot, your captain, obviously. And then navigator behind me. I'm going to turn the dimmer on that up a little. He's got a little desk lamp. Isn't that cute? So that's navigator with his big-ass radar. And then the radio man. This plane has a dedicated radio man. He's a bit out of, you know, a little out of a job now, because if you look at his panel, there's like 2 or 3 control heads, and then just a bunch of shit that's been patched over, where there were, like, used to be probably half a dozen old Soviet radios, and they've just replaced it with like 2 modern commercial ones, and that's about it. But this plane does have a dedicated radio man, and he is in the cockpit for all flight operations. Because you'd imagine it's probably pretty easy to get task saturated in this, so you don't want the primary flight crew to be dealing with radio comms. So we've got another autopilot indicator light echelon, which is for our altitude echelon, which is set, and we're basically holding altitude more or less. It's doing a little up and down with the air currents, but it's good. Crew design straight out of 1953. You would be surprised, this aircraft is actually very heavily automated. I know it doesn't look it, and this is, bear in mind, this aircraft was built in the mid to late 80s, and it entered service in like 1988. I think it first flew in 88. So this is pretty archaic by late 1980s standards. But you've got to remember, airliners back then still had a flight engineer. Airliners were still almost wholly steam gauge cockpits. It was very rare to see glass at all. A lot of them still didn't even have fucking FMCs and shit in them. But imagine if this didn't have the automation it does, how much heavier this workload would be. Like, the engine startup sequence is automated. You can do it manually, but it's automated. You literally just press 2 buttons to start all 6 engines and let it run. There's a lot of automation behind the scenes going on here, which you know, this is, again, the whole cockpit is taken from a Ruslan, and they just add extra gauges for the extra engines and fuel and hydraulic systems. So the flight engineer station got extended a bit this way, and they added this kind of quarter panel here for him, but otherwise this cockpit's essentially the same as a Ruslan, and the Ruslan is from, like, what, the early mid-70s? They haven't changed much. Hey, Soul Sniper Games! Cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm going well, thanks. Hope you are too. Yeah, I'm flying Microsoft Flight Simulator in the Antonov 225. This will be my 3rd flight in the aircraft, but my first time flying it on stream. Even if this plane wasn't automated, it does not give a lot of workload per station due to splitting into 6. Yeah, it's not too bad, really, if you think about it. Like, anything electrical, that's this guy's job. Anything engines, fire extinguisher, heating-wise, is this guy's job. These guys fly the plane. This guy navigates and tells you what the weather's doing, and then this guy just talks to people. His job is to just talk to people. It takes a while. I was streaming for years before I got affiliate. Like, there isn't really a good way to predict it. Sometimes you just get a bunch of people arrive and suddenly you get affiliate. Sometimes you can be waiting for years. It's really hit or miss. It's why I always recommend to people, don't come into Twitch thinking it's going to be a job. Come into Twitch as a hobby. And if it becomes a job, then that's cool, but, you know, even for me, I've been doing this for a few years now, and I'm doing okay, but I still view this as a hobby, not a job. Does it have crew quarters or a kitchenette? Okay, so back there, I guess we could do this. It's just probably going to clip the camera through the aircraft a little bit. Let's grab the camera controls. Let's grab the showcase drone camera. Let's slow it way the fuck down. I know a lot of people use an Xbox controller to control the drone camera. I'm starting to wonder if I should set up something like that. It's probably a lot easier than using a keyboard. And less chance of bumping something I don't want to bump while I'm flying. Let me also straighten out the camera a little, because it's crooked again. I mean, you've basically just kind of given yourself one, if I'm honest. So, like I said, it's going to move around the camera, so it's going to pitch up and down and you might get seasick. But yeah, back here, you've got a jump seat. That's the hatch to the cargo bay. There's a ladder that pops down from here. This is pressurized, because the cargo bay is not pressurized. So this is, this is a sealing, This is a hermetically sealed hatch. There we go, English. It's a hermetically sealed hatch, because the cargo bay is not pressurized and the crew cabin is. You've got your little porthole there. You've got an emergency exit with an escape slide and various other things on this side. You've got... Oh, it's still going to do it even with the sim paused. Okay, never mind. I know you can turn the camera motion on and off, but... This is the avionics bays. There's more avionics further back in the aircraft, but this is like the, I guess, line replaceable units. You've got crew rest areas here. So you've got like a little crew rest area, an intercom. This folds out into like a little desk. These can be used as beds. This is a wardrobe. So you've got wardrobes for like clothing and stuff. You've got a little fucking galley, like a kitchenette. You've got a toilet, which is that. Now the rest isn't modeled, but through here there's an empty compartment that's mostly used for spare equipment. That's the extra compartment compared to a Ruslan fuselage that they added on. They just use it as like general storage. Then there's another like crew cabin area with a lot more seating for like 20-something people, I think it is, 20-something, 30-odd people. With another galley, like a big galley. It's got another toilet. My Rakel, thanks for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's got, like, more safety slides and rafts and stuff for if there's an emergency. It's got a bunch of line replaceable units for the avionics. And then if you go further back, there's a catwalk through the non-pressurized area of the tail structure that goes into the tail boom, and it goes to the actual tail control linkages, so you can, if need be, you can inspect them in flight. And then there's a hatch on top of the tail, which isn't actually... I noticed this this texture's not... doesn't have it. But there's a little hatch right at the back of the tail, right, like, there, which you can pop your head out of and crawl onto the top of the aircraft while it's parked on the ground to, you know, service the tail, or, you know, check everything on top of the aircraft's okay while it's on the ground. Obviously, you wouldn't want to do it in flight. You'd get swept overboard. So it's pretty impressive. It has the, you know, obviously it has the big nose ramp everyone knows about. It does not have a tail ramp. The cargo bay ends about where the back of the wing is. So it's not like a C5 Galaxy where you have a front and back entrance and a cargo bay that runs the entire length of the aircraft. It only runs about to the back of the wing, maybe a little behind it. Well, actually, like to the back of the main landing gear. It runs to like here. And then this is just all hollow tail structure on the bottom, and then part of the crew cabin above, and then like this is your catwalk area that you crawl through the tail. But this whole section, the bottom of the tail, is hollow. There's nothing in it except a spare ladder, and I think there's like one or two other spare parts that are kind of strapped in there, mostly for use on the ground while servicing the aircraft. So we can turn the drone speed back up now. And as usual, the camera will not be straight to the horizon, it wants to be crooked. There we go. Heavy weather here. It might be an interesting landing wherever we're going. Where are we going? I have no idea. We do have this little Garmin here, so we could figure it out. Obviously, if I was doing this seriously, I would be navigating properly using, like, radio navigation. I generally don't like relying on the GPS, but because when I play Flight Sim, I'm just doing it for fun, I'm not really trying super hard. I do tend to use this a bit. So, U is... We're over the former Soviet Union. I can tell you that much. I'm not entirely sure where we are. I think we're up pretty far north. So I have no idea where we are. What we could do is we could open the like default in-game VFR map. That will tell us roughly where we are, but what it will more importantly do is we can click on airfields to get their radio nav beacons. Let me figure out, where's the coast? Jesus Christ, where the fuck are we? Okay, let me go down. This is the Pripyat River here. This is Chernobyl. Kiev is at the bottom of this reservoir. So this is all Belarus. We're still in Belarus. Russia is like over here, I think. This is Minsk. Okay, so we're east of Minsk, or southeast of Minsk. So, what we could do is continue up here. This will take us to, so this is Lake Ladoga, I think. Yeah, this is Lake Ladoga. Or it should be. Have I fucked myself up? No. Hang on, I'm lost, chat. I've got to get my bearings. I wish you could zoom this map out further. So EE, this is Estonia. Right, so this is Estonia. So this... That's not Lake Ladoga, that's something else. Lake Ladoga is this. That's it there. Okay, so this is St. Petersburg here. So this is the Baltic Sea. So let's say we want to go to... Let's go visit Polar. Let's go visit Polar up in Norway. How about we do that, chat? So... God knows which airfields or airports in Norway this thing can get into. It does alright for short takeoffs and landings, but still. Okay. Let's go way up north. Trying to remember what the airport code is for Bergen. I think we've already gone past it. Wait, no, it's like up here somewhere. I think? Or no, maybe we did go past it. Oh, my geography brain, it's not working. That's Buddha. I think we've gone too far north. You know what? Fuck it. Let's land there. I'm pretty sure they have a decent runway. Also, Dazza, just before, welcome to the stream. 11,000 feet? Yeah, that's easy. That's plenty. 071 110300. And then... That's the volume. Huh. Interesting, the volume's labelled on this one, but not that one. They're exactly the same set, it's just one's labelled, one's not. Okay, there we go. We've got it set to automatic, kilometers, DME VOR, we'll switch it over to ILS when we get close. At least I think I know how to switch it to ILS, we'll find out. This switch probably helps. Marshrut or Pasadka. Pasadka is landing. This, I think, is part of the ILS. I think. Tip Mayaka is type, and then Mayak is beacon. So it's probably like for the actual landing beacon or the marker beacons at the airport or something. That's probably what it is. I don't know what it does. We've set it to automatic. And then what is our nearest... What's our runways? 071 and 262. We'll probably come in from the water, I reckon. I mean, we could land either way, but the water's probably an easier approach with this aircraft. 338.0 on the arc. .0. The arc is over here. I got to tune it over here. Hang on. I could just go to the navigator's seat, but, you know. You know what? No, we'd better go to the navigator's seat. Instrument. Navigation panel. There we go. Thing. Oh, right, it's not going to give us the... E and B O. Bordeaux. Can I center the camera on it? Yes, there we go. FLV 374. So let's go 374. I've never actually properly learned to do radio navigation, by the way, even though you guys see me attempting to do it all the time in DCS and usually getting away with the way I do it. I've never actually, like, properly learned it. So if I get fucked up and lost, don't be surprised. I'm used to having an RSBN that doesn't work properly for an RSBN and nothing else. So when I'm actually given, you know... What's that? 338, yeah. So yeah, when I'm actually given a full navigation suite, I have very little idea what to do with it. We're not going to pick these up until we're way closer anyway. If all else fails, F10 map? Yeah, I know, right? Well, that's why I'd have a navigator in the real plane, right? This guy'd be telling me, like, no, you fucking moron, you're flying the wrong way. Right, let's jump back to the cockpit, or to the pilot's position. Like, you can already see it's pretty cozy in here. Wait until it gets properly dark, and it's just the night lighting. It's beautiful. To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand declination and declension of Slavic language. Yes. Yes. How does CENTAG work, considering it hasn't been around for 20 years? They added it back into the game as, like, part of the 40th anniversary thing. They also did the same for Meigs Field at Chicago, and I'm glad they did, because I don't care if the airfield's not there anymore, or if the airport's not there anymore. I want to land there. Like, if it was up to me, I'd start removing modern airports. Like, I'd get rid of fucking Cheklap Kop in Hong Kong and just have CENTAG there. I would get rid of a bunch of modern fucking expansions onto airports and just have them as they were 20, 30, 40 years ago. Like, a bunch of old fucking air bases all over the place, I'd still have them operational, just so I can fly into and out of them as they were. Like, I'd love to have a time slider as well as a time of day slider, so I could fly as things were, like, you know, fucking 40, 50 years ago or whatever. There is a developer, Red Wings, who are the guys that made the Connie, the Constellation, and the Farman, that big French 1920s biplane. They are working on a project to bring a whole bunch of, like, 1930s era scenery and aircraft to the sim, which is really cool. I wish more devs were doing stuff like that. Oh, the 295. Yeah, the Americans have a similar thing for their fighter pilots and bomber pilots. Very similar. It's one of those things that's universal, I guess. $295 must be pretty good for crew comfort. Well, the toilet's basically a hole under a seat. I wouldn't say it's that comfortable, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Finov has Yak 28R. Nice. They got a lot of cool stuff at Finov. I think they've got a, like, giant mural of fucking MiG-25s intercepting stuff on a wall, too. Harry said they have one anyway. They got a 23S at Finov as well. Nice. Hey Jazz, good to see you, man. Yeah, oh shit indeed. We're in the Chungus, and oh my god, this weather is not looking promising. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm not sure I like what the weather's doing here. We might need to divert. Maybe we won't visit Polar after all. Let me Meta. Oh, I can't type in one. Barbasovo. Oh, we overflew that in the Grand Journey. I know where we are. Right, so if I want to predict the weather ahead, or forecast the weather ahead of time, I have to come down here. And they give you this on the EFB, which is very handy. ENBO. Not ENBOY, ENBO. Visibility. Good. Scattered it. Okay, so the weather's actually really good there. It's just between us and them that it's shitty. So yeah, we'll just fly into Bordeaux. Sick. Happy days. In fact, since I now know where we're going, I'm going to do a dirty thing. You know what? I better... do I want to do a direct to? Do I want to do a direct to? I probably shouldn't, because then I'll get reliant on the magenta line, but we might. Just so I know which initial heading to steer to actually get on course for it. So we want to go... LMN B Oh, Bordeaux. Oh, we're already going more or less the right way. So we'll bring the autopilot a little to the left. Should actually tell me what course to steer here. If I zoom in enough to actually see the screen. Track. I don't like what the aircraft is doing right now. That's concerning. Track 335 magnetic. Okay, distant or direct to track is 327. So there we go, close enough. That might have been turbulence we just hit, we're good. So, I did have a bit of a faux pas with this last time I flew it. I had the autopilot on, I was taking some pretty screenshots, and the aircraft suddenly attempted to commit on a live, and was mostly successful in that endeavour. I had to slew to get it back up to flying altitude and flying speed. I figured out what it was. The trim on this, the way that the devs have programmed it, the trim is so sensitive that if you have it anywhere near, like, not even full back trim, but if you have it back trimmed and the autopilot commands a particular thing, especially a particular angle of climb, the aircraft will just end up in second regime, and the more you try and back trim it, the worse the problem gets, because it just turns into a feedback loop. So I've learned not to get too carried away with the trim, the pitch trim, and not to let the autopilot get too aggressive with its climbs either. So I've really started to have to babysit this on the occasions where I do use it. I wish I could figure out how to turn the fucking brightness on this thing down. It's so bright. We might just press that button. It says set brightness offset, but if I then do anything with the knob here, it fucks up my altimeter setting. So we're just going to press that so it's not blinding me. There's a brightness knob for the VSI and TCAS, which is that. And there's one on this side too. I said there's one on this side too. There it is. Just looking in the wrong place. Oh, we don't want to turn it off. Well, I mean, I don't need it, but we'll dim it a bit. And as the sun sets, it will get very, very cozy in here. Turn the brightness down a bit on these two so they're not too bright. And the brightness for this, I think you set it through the menu. Page menu. No. We're a little off course still. Oh, because it's degrees magnetic and this is fucking degrees true. Right, because Soviet instruments, they're calibrated for fucking true north. We want to come left a little more. A couple more degrees. I'm sure there's a dollars. $20 fucking dollars. It's pretty cheap. Now, bear in mind it's not simulating all the systems. In fact, probably about half the stuff in the cockpit you can't click. But what it does simulate, it simulates well enough, especially if you don't know enough about the aircraft to know better. Put it that way. But it's pretty cool. Like, even with its flaws and the things that aren't simulated, it's pretty fucking cool, honestly. Wait, what? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Shit, what was it? 111? It was 111, wasn't it? Fuck. Now I've gone and screwed myself up, because I wanted to change the brightness on it, and it went for the wrong fucking thing. Oh, because the brightness... Right. That's kind of annoying, I can't change the brightness on it. We'll double check what that was, I think it was 111. E and B O. Nope, 110. I was wrong. Yeah, we'll just leave it at 110. Oh, the brightness works on this one. Does it do it for both? No, it only does it for that one. Maybe if I move my head over on this... Nope! Why is it like this? Click spots are kind of janky. Sealfax, cheers for follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. I know this is kind of, you know... There's not a lot happening, we're just cruising, but... I don't know. I like just cruising in an aircraft at night like this. It's nice and cozy. I can see why some people enjoy doing, like, airliner stuff in MSFS mostly. I don't do large aircraft very often. I'm more, like, GA stuff and military aircraft. This is obviously the biggest thing I've flown in a sim because it's the biggest plane ever built, but, like, normally I won't fly anything bigger than, like, a small, a large military tactical jet, put it that way, but... Every now and then I do enjoy flying something like this just for the cozy vibes. Chuck it on autopilot for a bit. Go somewhere I'm interested in going or that I've never been before and then just hand fly it down for landing. Where's the flag in escort? Yeah, I don't know about that. I really want someone to make a Su-15 for this sim. It would be fucking awesome. I would fly the shit out of it. No airliner streamer would be safe. There she is. We might bump this up to 450 indicated, because we are cruising kind of slow. And I would like to get there a little sooner rather than later. Yeah, 450. In fact, yeah, we'll leave it 450 because we want to have a bit of margin of safety over our VNE, which is 500 at the moment. Just make sure the flaps are fully up. They are. Spoilers are still armed for ground. Everything else here looks good. And like I said, if you press the test light for the lamps on the parking brake, they actually work. Amusingly, the test lights for anything else don't work in the cockpit. So it's a fairly recent release. I'm expecting it to have some bugs that'll probably get fixed, but that's one of the more annoying ones. Now the radar's showing in op because we're too high for it to actually work, which is what it should be doing. It wasn't working like that before. So I think they patched it. That or I just set it up wrong before. So, distance to our destination is a long way. A fucking long way. It's like 815 miles. I don't know if I'm actually keen to do that in one stream. I kind of underestimated, to be honest with you. What's our ETE? Oh, we got a fucking massive headwind too. That's not helping. ETE is 2 hours and 5 minutes. Oh, what time is it? It's getting pretty late. Yeah, 10 PM. I don't want to be streaming until 10 PM. We might cut this short. The problem is the weather's so crap, I don't know where we're going to land. There's a bit of a gap there. Okay. Let me consider our options. 9 AM. Yeah, for you it is. Bit different for me, Kim. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. To even hit the Baltic coast is going to take us forever. How about... What's that? 50 mile scale, message, set course to 327. We'll leave it 324, so we're actually kind of turning left of where we originally wanted to go. We'll scrap our plans to go visit Polar. We'll hit Polar's neck of the woods up another time. What I'm going to do is I might swing us west and hope the weather over Poland is slightly better. Although even to get to Poland is going to take fucking ages. EV is fucking... Oh, right. Right. Fucking Lithuania and Latvia. Just trying to figure out which of these airports are going to be big enough for us. And there goes my phone, so I'm not going to have alerts because I need my phone for alerts. EP is Poland. This is Kaliningrad here. No. EYSA. What city is that? His ILS is 1083. Oh, that's the volume knob. .183, and the other one is 1087. There we go, and what do we got for beacons around it? RDV 307 on the arc. .290. I should have set these up the other way, but whatever. Whoops, fuck. Kind of awkward to reach it from here, but oh well. 290. God damn it. There we go. And then we'll come down here and direct to, what was the airport code? Yeah. Oops, shit, that's not what I meant to do. Can't even remember how to spell it. Oh, Ignalina Power Plant should be under our flight path somewhere. It's in, like, around one of these lakes. EYSA. That's still a fucking long flight, but it's a lot less than 800 miles. Okay. Whoops. Direct 2. No. Clear. Press that. How do I select that I want to fucking... I don't know how to use one of these things. Clear? No. Cancel. Oh, there we go. Yep. And then direct 2. I think we got some turbulence there. What was it? It was EYSA. Probably not. I mean, I can't say for sure, but I'd imagine they probably didn't. Okay, cool. So we need to turn. Let's just fucking whoop. $255. It's kind of hard to coordinate between this course select knob and the actual course you want. Because like I said, doing it on the other panel, I don't trust it. So it's going to be magnetic as well, so we'll call it probably 250. 250 is probably close enough, and then we can just correct from there. It's a CRT looking thing for this. This is a repeater display for the weather radar, for the ground mapping radar, for the original collision avoidance system. Like, this is basically a multifunction display for all of the original Soviet avionics in the aircraft. Unfortunately, it's non-functional in this module. And then we've got our original weather radar. Better if I lean the other way. Our original weather radar. Right there, the Groza, which would feed a like display repeater into that, so the pilot can see it. Okay, we are kind of on course, 255, and we're tracking 252. So we'll just bring it 1, 2, 3, and I assume that's 3 clicks is 3 degrees. I hope, or at least close enough. Now, I have no idea what the weather at our divert destination's doing, but hopefully it's not too bad, and hopefully this doesn't go all the way down to ground. As long as I've got a little bit of visibility, I'm good. I can just kind of... Oopsies. I'm not experienced in the ways of the ILS, just so you guys know. So this could end terribly. Course following, because I accidentally bumped one of the autopilot functions I didn't mean to bump. Autopilot, auto throttle, course following, altitude. Cool, ground speed 700. So we actually have a tailwind now. Thank God. So we had a fucking headwind before, a really bad one. ETA 22 minutes. It's still a pretty long flight, but hey, we'll get there. We'll do a short mini 500 flight around Chernobyl, but I don't want to be streaming literally all night, so it will be a short mini 500 flight, guys. I can't promise you more than that, unfortunately. Let's just leave that in that mode, and we'll range it in a little. Yeah, we're basically paralleling the course, so close enough. It's a road underneath us. You just see the lights through the cloud. So the cloud's not that thick. If I can see a road down there, the cloud's not that thick. Actually, that looks alright. It's probably just high altitude cover. Not very thick, not a storm. Okay, we're good. So really, if I wanted to, we could set it down here, but we'll carry on through. Approach and landing will take you at least 20 plus minutes. It won't take that long. I usually just direct it in. Take over from the autopilot and hand flight. Oh man, that is an awesome sight. Get one from underneath as well. God, that looks awesome. This thing's actually pretty easy to land, honestly. Like, not just for an aircraft this size, but in general, I found it surprisingly easy to land. So I'm not expecting to have too much trouble with the approach once I find the airport. And it looks like the cloud cover's not as thick as I thought, so we should be okay. Just punch down through the cloud and land visual. So DME's not active yet. But we're still a ways out. MSFS support cloud splitting or distrails? I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know. How far we got to go? 123 miles, I think. In cloud splitting, do you mean like in terms of when you fly through the cloud, it creates like an actual, you know, vortex that separates out the cloud layers and kind of disperses it? Because no, it doesn't. I don't think any. If you meant something else, it's some technical term for navigating on instruments. I'm not instrument rated, and I have very little idea what I'm doing, so I'll just get that out of the way now. I am definitely not instrument rated, and I have very, very little idea what I'm doing flying on instruments. I know to trust the instruments, but I don't know what half of them do. Thing you said first? Oh yeah, like actually physically splitting the clouds? No, it doesn't. I don't think I've ever seen a sim support that. I'd be surprised if there is one. It would be nice though. It would be very nice. City down there. I'm pretty sure it supports wake turbulence, because I was flying formation with Fenrir the other day, and when I got behind him, I got burbled around a bit in otherwise calm weather, so I didn't think it did at first, but it seems that it does actually support wake turbulence from other players, not just like AI traffic, but from other players' aircraft. Or it could just be wishful thinking, I don't know. Getting a little snowy down there. So, if I want to turn on the lights for the cabin behind me, I've got to remember where they are. Not there. I was looking at them earlier, my brain's just blanking on me. Yeah, I know it supports ridge lift. It supports ridge lift, thermals, all of that stuff. Gliding and misses is actually really, really awesome. Turn his little shield lights on. I almost want to say it was on the navigator's panel. Maybe? Maybe not. We can put those on. There's... Where the fuck was it? Oh, right. It's on the EFB. Big brain. Dashboard. I think it's on the configuration page, though. Yeah, configuration, lighting, passenger area lights. The cargo bay lights are already on. I just usually leave those on for the whole flight, even though you probably turn them off because there's no one down there during flight. I wish you could have the passenger-only area lights on and not have the dome lights in the cockpit. Like, get rid of these, and then just have the passenger area lights. Like, the, maybe have the dimmer that controls the overhead lights in here, control the domes as well. Because, like, with these on, it's a bit too bright in here for my liking, but that looks really cool. Although you'll notice the way the cockpit's set up, you've got a curtain here to block out the light if it's nighttime and you don't want any light bleed in here, and also the... at least the way that it is in-game, the light from the dome lights doesn't bleed too badly into the actual, you know, instrument panel. Oh, we got a course on something. Hey, hey, there we go. Which one's that? It's the ADF. So let's pick that up first. And then I can't remember which direction was which VOR. We haven't got it yet. I guess it's probably too short range to pick up from here. We've got the ADF though. So we'll just fly it in on that until we get closer. So we want to come right a couple of degrees. Actually, we almost want to come left a little bit. Got 2 clicks left. It's yelling at me that I'm off course to the right, so... Yep, weather's starting to look a lot better down there, so I'm not too worried about the landing. Although, yeah, that still looks like fairly thin high cloud in front of me. We should be right. You know what? With how late it's getting, I might not do the Mini 500 flight tonight, so if you guys want to see Chernobyl and Pripyat, I have streamed from that area in Flight Sim before, on one of my much older streams from before the current unfortunate events were happening. So as much as I hate to say go look through my VODs for me flying a Yak 18 around there, go look through my VODs or on YouTube, because it won't be on Twitch anymore, for me flying a Yak 18 around there. Because otherwise I'm going to be up all night, so... We'll probably do the Mini 500 next time I stream MSFS. I'm not sure when that'll be. But we may or may not do it around Chernobyl. I don't know. It's been a while since I flew there, so I kind of do want to go there again. But I don't know when that'll be. We should have had that in navigation mode, although I don't think it's going to make any difference. Yeah, we're nowhere near picking them up. Well, because, yeah, you have to be lined up, basically, to... Oh, shit, hello. What the fuck? No! Yo! I've never seen a screen doing stuff before. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. How many Mini 500s could you fit in this thing? A fucking lot. Shit tons. Hmm. 705 kilometers an hour ground speed. Happy with that. So yeah, we got a nice tailwind. Kinda wish I could turn on a little bit of lighting on the overheads. Just because it is a little dark up there, but eh. The bloom HDR effect is kind of killing my eyesight here. How are we going for distance? 55 miles. Did I plug in the wrong numbers to this, or am I just dumb? I'm trying to remember. Do you need to actually be lined up with the... Like, is the... No, VOR is fucking omnidirectional, isn't it? So it shouldn't matter. It's like RSBN. It doesn't matter where you are relative to it, as long as you can actually pick up the signal. But I can't. Again, I have no idea what I'm doing with this radio navigation stuff. I know how particular forms of it work in particular aircraft, but not enough to be confident with. Oops, no, I don't want that on. I also wish I could turn up the brightness on the instrument panel just a little bit more, because it's a little tiny bit too dark. And that barely helps, because it illuminates the fucking footwell, not the instruments. God damn it. High dynamic range eyeballs. Yeah, I know, right? Not sure why there's a click spot there, or what it does. Let me double check my numbers. So that's for the ILS. Is there just a... There we go, 116.3. We'll set that. It's because I was trying to tune into the fucking ILS like a dipshit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Set that to ADF2 and that to VOR. No? Okay. Set that to ADF. And we're a little offset here. That's okay. Cool. Well, we have distance now, at least in kilometers, 60. I think I am going to... Wait, is that in kilometers? It should be. Yeah, kilometers. But... Oh yeah, there we go. So what we'll do is we'll come off the power a bit. Well, we'll actually turn down our auto throttle speed to 380. Just arbitrary 380. I guess that's what we're going to go with. And we will tell it to descend to... I guess I need to set the descent speed manually, and then it will automatically disengage when it hits the echelon height. I think that's how that works. So we'll set it to, I don't know, 2,000 meters-ish. And then... When you next streaming tank game? I'm not sure. Probably pretty soon. I was going to do it at the, like, after playing MSFS this stream, but I've been playing MSFS a lot longer than I expected to be, so... Don't know. Okay, that should do us for a descent, I think. Yeah, we'll make it about 2,000 meters-ish. Now, I don't know if it's automatically going to switch to altitude hold when we hit that number, but we will see. Hopefully it does. I'm actually going to... Because we're getting really close, shit. We are really, really close. I'm probably going to have to do a spiral descent here. Cut this way back. Keep it at 300 kilometers an hour indicated. I'm going to pop the spoilers. That should help slow us down a little. Hey, planet neutral. We'll pop one stage of flap. Might make it 2 here. I think we're slow enough that we can. We are slow enough that we can. But the autopilot's doing some unpleasantness, so we might... You know what? Fuck the autopilot. Oh, not this. Not this. No, you don't. Fucking trim. This is what it did before. So yeah, if you disconnect the autopilot in certain situations, it will attempt to commit Sudoku. Which is very annoying. What's it yelling at me? Opazna Zemlya. It's yelling at me that the ground's ahead of me. Well, thank you, genius, I know. Okay, where's Yulia? It should be in front of me somewhere. Cargo is fixed good back there? Yeah, the fucking giant 140-ton industrial boiler that we're carrying? Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Landing lights on. Hopefully we're not fast enough to overspeed them. I'm going to pop the spoilers out partway, about halfway. If it'll let me. Why are you still on auto throttle? Fuck off. I told you to disconnect the autopilot. Oh wow. That's pretty. That's really pretty, holy shit. And the airport is under me on the left, so we're gonna have to make a pretty steep bank turn. Tactical descent. This is fine. This aircraft was totally built for tactical descents, right? Just get these turned off, and we'll turn off the passenger compartment lights because they're kind of blinding me at this point. We'll leave that on a bit. Nope, not that. There we go. There we go. It's still kind of bright, but not too bad. Where's that light coming from? It's like one of his brow lights is still on or something. Weird. There's a... Oh, you know what it probably is? The fucking reserve lamps, for some reason, are... No? Dunno. Weird. Yeah, weird. I don't know. There's the airport under us. So, I'm not entirely sure what the wind's doing, and I don't really care, to be honest with you. I will make the wind my bitch. The weather doesn't look too bad, so we'll just kick her around. Instead of doing a really steep descent, we'll just do a kind of lazy descending spiral kind of dealio. We're still pretty high though, and kind of fast, so I'm just going to bring the spoilers all the way out again. Watch my pitch trim, it's about where I need it to be. I might bring it a bit more nose down even. There's our warning about the ground being right in front of us. Can't read what that one is on the brow panel though. Oh, we're getting a little fast. We're not going to need to worry about the ILS because I can see the airport just fine, so we'll just land it visually. Be careful with the trim. Don't want to get too carried away, especially when the full flaps come out and the nose bounces up. We are full flap. It's just taking forever to slow down because we are descending really steeply, to be fair. Was a bit of a tactical descent after all. Yeah, there's the airport there. Those faint blue lights. Whoop. Co-inverted, test the hold downs. Yeah. This thing is surprisingly aerobatic if it's not fully loaded. CG Aviator did a video where he was just throwing it around, doing like a full-on aerobatics routine in it, and as long as you give it enough space and you time things right, it'll do it. Now, would you in real life? No. I don't know if the aircraft would hold together, but it does in the sim. So yeah, this is Suliai. This is an old Soviet airbase, which is now an international airport, apparently. Yeah, almost, right? Kind of like the fucking ballad of the Mirage F1 getting spanked by a Su-25, a clean Su-25, and claiming hacks. Like, almost like you need a shit ton of thrust to get all those weapons off the ground. In an armored bathtub. Okay, I'm actually going to go auto throttle again, just because it makes things a little easier for me on the approach. Normally I'd hand fly it completely with the throttle, but, well, what do you know, the aircraft's also better at holding the speed back than I am. And we'll probably disconnect it and go manual throttle once we're on final. It was pretty funny, man. It's pretty funny. Okay. Gear can come out. And I think you return it to neutral even when you tell it to deploy. Whoop. We're going to pop the spoilers back to arm rather than deployed. I've got to watch the nose doesn't rise too much because I don't want to stall and die, especially this close to the ground. We're actually climbing slightly because I'm very bad at this. We're already at full landing flap. Excellent. Okay, now I'm going to disconnect the auto throttle. Yeah. I don't think I'll need the second guess, to be honest. Okay, more power, a little more nose up. Radal's still showing off the off the scale, which is good news, but we're probably like way below glide slope now, so I should probably level off a bit in this turn. There's the ends of the runway. Oh, we're not too bad, actually. This is a decent setup. I'll take this. For fuck's sake. I know, right? How's that for a view? That looks awesome. That looks absolutely awesome. I'll take the left runway, just because it's easier to intercept it from the angle I'm at. Going okay with our speed. Slopes, not bad. We might actually be a bit high here. I think we are. Pretty sure we are, actually. The pappies look like they're all white. Although I know the Misfits pappies are not the most trustworthy. Prime the thrust reverser. Should have done that earlier. Oopsie daisies. We're drifting a bit. Might have a little bit of a crosswind element here, or I'm just getting clumsy with my feet, which is more likely. At the moment we're taking runway yes, whichever one, but we'll go left, I think. Just gently drift her over. I am indeed pretty high, so we're just going to cut to idle for a moment to shed some altitude without picking up too much speed. I wish I had more incremental control over my fucking spoilers without having to look down and mouse them, but this'll do. I can kind of flash them out and in if I need to. In fact, that's what we're going to do. We'll flash them out. Dump the altitude. Bring the throttles back. Here in a second we'll pop them back in. ATC's freaky. Oh yeah, ATC's shitting themselves. Runway looks decent for length. We should be okay. Width. Anyone's guess. There's Rita. With the altitude callouts. She's really quiet. Stop it this shot, 150. 100. Pity shot, 50. Fuck, that is a pretty narrow runway, huh? Ooh. I always forget how tall this thing is. I think that's my roughest landing yet, and we're off to the side. Whoop, 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 whoop. I did not prepare for how narrow this runway is. But we saved it. Just barely. The funny thing is, my first ever landing in it was at night, darker than this, in the arse end of nowhere, and it was a perfect landing, but also it was a much wider runway. I'll take it. I will take it. Should we land on the taxiway? No, this is a runway. Just a bizarrely narrow one. Thanks for that. Yeah, we're just about done. I was going to do another flight in a helicopter and I was going to do some gun GHPC, but no way, man. I've been streaming all day. Fuck that. I need a rest. Gotta remember to take these corners wider because the aircraft is so long and, like, I'm sitting ahead of the nose wheels slightly. But yeah, welcome to Sulio. We'll just cross the other runway, ain't give a damn. Tonnage has right of way. Also, they tell me. We will neutral out the... Oh no, the tail trim is pretty neutral already. Not like we're going to do another flight in it tonight, but just out of habit. It's a good habit to get into. Fuck knows where the terminal is in this place. Use the VFR maps. I don't have charts for it. Let me guess, I'm at the wrong end of the airport. Oh, pfft. Yep, I'm on the military side of the airport. Figures. That'll be the terminal there, probably. This is where the fucking fighter pens are. You know what? That was a fucking taxiway, but it's marked as a runway. Motherfucker! Fucking Soviets, why? Why do you do this? That was probably the fucking emergency runway. Oh my... That explains a few things. But look, it's seriously, it's marked as a runway. It's got touchdown markers, it's got fucking threshold markings, it's got numbers on it, it's got pappy lights. I thought it was a fucking runway. Well, it is. It's just a really narrow one. I'd totally land a MiG-21 or a MiG-23 on that. A fucking Antonov 225, I might think twice if I knew better. Fucking... God damn it! This is a big fucking airbase. Jesus Christ. Like, from reading about this airbase, I knew it was pretty major, but god damn, this is a big airbase. So we'll go left here. We'll use an external view. It'll be a little hard to taxi with external at night, but I'll switch over to one in a second. Hang on. Let me just get it straightened out a little. I hope we got wingtip clearance to these buildings. I didn't even think about that. Do we have wingtip clearance to this? Barely. Let's just kick her over a bit to the left, just in case. Oh, just barely. Okay, we'll straighten it out now. I think I found the terminal, if that is a terminal, whatever passes for one anyway. That's right there. That's the runway I landed on. Look how fucking narrow it is. Jesus Christ. Hey, I put an Antonov 225 down on that, and I didn't even go off the runway. I nearly did. Maybe one of the tires ended up in the dirt, but I'm proud of that. I'm very proud of that. That could have ended a lot worse than it did. Now, where the fuck is a terminal? We had a... oh, fuck me. I've gone past it. God... You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Fuck it. Someone put the beeper on. Does it have enough thrust to do this? Oh, it's moving oh so slowly. I don't think I can actually do this. Yeah, it won't reverse. Sag, I'm gonna have to turn around properly. Backtrack onto the narrow runway. Yeah, I do, you're right. This fucking taxiway is wider than the fucking runway I landed. Jesus fuck, man. Alright, we're gonna turn left because we've got enough space here to do it. Come on. Needs a little encouragement to get rolling with the tiller cranked hard over. Come on, keep turning. If I had differential thrust, it'd be a little easier, but because I don't have 6 throttles, I kind of can't. Oh, we landed with a tailwind too, Jesus. We're going to end up a little bit in the grass, but it's fine. I could have just used a push back to turn around, but I can't be bothered to set that up, so we'll just do this. We'll just cut across the grass. It's very strong grass. The strongest Lithuanian grass. There is no terminal. I thought it was... Is it still an airbase? I thought it was listed as an airport. Whatever. I'll park it up on the biggest apron I can find, which is little down here, I think. Yeah, look how narrow this is. Like, goddamn, I landed this plane on this. I'm a genius. There's also an access road. Don't take that. Yeah, let me just take the access road in my fucking 225. This will go fine, I'm sure. Oh, I think I just overshot the turn. Didn't I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Double check. Sure did. We'll take the second right and we'll loop around. Yeah, we'll take the second right and we'll loop around it. It's not very well lit. Well, I mean, the taxiways and runways are, but like the aprons and stuff. ATC's given up at this point. They've said, fuck this. I'm done. My shift's over. I'm going home. Now, I could go through the full shutdown procedure for this aircraft, but like, I can't be arsed. The checklist is too long. Wait, there it is. He says as he stamps the brake and kicks the tiller over. So what I'll probably do is just park it up, start the process of opening the cargo bay, and we'll end the stream there, I think. Yeah, oh, the nose opens. Yeah. Like the nose opens, the ramp pops out, everything. Now, I'm sure there's, like, proper parking spots here, but we ain't gonna bother. Actually, I'll peel off to the left here. It's a shame there's, like, no floodlights here. It'd be nice. I mean, there are, but they're over there and amongst the barracks or whatever that is, so I'll just set it here. Put fucking houses onto the hard stand? Yeah, I know, right? They're probably like those, fucking collapsible cloth aircraft shelters, and it's just interpreted them as houses or something. Right. Okay, parking brake. Reverse off. We're not going to need it. You know what? No, we will actually... We won't do like a full shutdown, but we'll do like kind of a shutdown. Yeah, we'll pull the flaps in. You're supposed to pull the flaps in, I think, when you shut it down. Cool. So now, let me turn on the... all of these lights so I can see what I'm doing in the cockpit. There we go. And we need to... Okay, that's all whatever. That's whatever. What we'll do is we will hop to the... electrical panel. That's the hydraulic. That's the engines. That's the electrical. There we go. Electrical panel, we will... Actually, I should have gone to the flight engineer panel, because I need to... We can just use this. We'll strafe over sideways. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Is it actually doing something? Now it is. Okay, and then we come over here. Whoops. Turn the APU gens back on. I'm going to... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I'm going to go back to the pilot seat for a sec. Put all the lighting on. Let's open all the doors. Shocks and ground power. You probably wouldn't bring any of those near the aircraft till it's actually not running, but whatever. Just set it up. And then I will go back to the electrical engineers panel. Or actually to the, yeah, we'll go to the electrical panel. So we can just stray sideways to do stuff. Battery heat can go off. These are the rectifiers, I think. Engine gens are down here. We'll leave them on for now. We want to get the APU up and running. And yep, there we go. Generators on. But is it actually running? Yep. Okay, that APU is running. Okay, that's aerodrome power. What am I missing? Yeah, okay, so it's the generator for the APU on. Goes the battery set to automatic. Give it a minute. Get this one up and running, and then we'll start knocking the engines over. Tatu. Yeah, go to the angry boy, the giant fucking S-200 site. Which is a video on your YouTube with Flight Over Chernobyl. I honestly don't remember the title of it, but it would be like, at this point, over a year ago. Probably a year and a half ago. You want to probably be looking for... Let me see if I can find it. Drop the link in chat, if I can. My YouTube's like really disorganized because this is just a hobby to me, so I don't really have the time to organize it, but it makes it a pain to find specific VODs. Oh, damn it. Found it. I'll see if I can find the actual timestamp for the flight. My MSFS used to load so much faster back then. Jesus. I think this is the right video. Oh yeah, here we go. Just as soon as it decides to copy from the timestamp. This is where I was flying around in a Spitfire. I think there was another video. Let's see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I had another video where I did the whole thing in a Yak, which would be a better aircraft for it because it's slower and it wouldn't make it as hard to see what's going on. Bear with me. We're getting there. Bear with me. I gotta figure out exactly where it is. And I had a bunch of accidents in the Yak-18 because I kept overstressing the airframe because I'm so used to like fast jet aircraft in DCS that I kept overspeeding it. So I've got to find the time where I actually got to Pripyat without breaking the plane. I think I found it. If YouTube would just like actually load the video so I can see where I'm flying over. I'll give that a minute to just load, but we'll continue on with this in the meantime. What was that I was going to do? Electrical system, right. We'll start knocking over the engines, or the generators on the engines. Yeah, leave that off. Those can stay on for now. Those are off. Those can stay on automatic. And then... okay, I think we're good with those. Those should be left alone. And then we come over here and... hydraulic system should be good. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to the pilot seat and we're just going to kill the engines the quick and dirty way. And then move the camera back. Surprised it didn't give me cautions about the engines going out. Maybe it doesn't when you trip those switches. Where's it? Engines panel. Oh, there's the cautions, so engines off. We can just leave those as they are. Just leave those on. I don't know if you actually need them on to do like ground stuff, but go ahead and turn the fuel systems off at the master valves. The test light. Right, that doesn't work either. Okay. Let's check up on this. YouTube is still fucking me over. Excellent. Sorry about the delay. But I'm having trouble actually finding the right timestamp in the video. Okay, I think I've got it. There we go, that should be the one. Is there anything else I need to turn off? I think I'm pretty good back here, so we'll go up here and we'll start switching off. All of this stuff, including the fans. Get rid of those. I love this song. I hear Morse code coming through the fucking nav system. I didn't even hear that before. Alright. I'll call that good enough. It's not a full shutdown, but it's good enough. And then if we go to the external view, whoops, it's going to take so long to finish annealing. Plane's tired now, doing a big yawn. Yeah, so's the pilot. Very tired. It's a better angle. This is a better angle. It's a much better angle. Alright, let's see who else is online that I can send you guys along to and pass the love along, because holy shit, I'm tired. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I hope you'll enjoy the stream. It was a bit scuffed, but we got there in the end. One of my longer ones too, even though it was split into a couple parts. Let's see who's on. I'm losing my voice. Fenrir is on, but we raided him just the other day, so we'll spread the love a bit. Let's raid. Let's raid Burstix. So Burstix is pretty new to Flight Simulator, and he really enjoys doing bush pilot stuff, so if you guys enjoy that as well, you'll certainly like it in his community. Lots of fly-alongs and stuff. Let me just set this up. There we go. Thanks again, guys, for hanging out with me today. Have a wonderful rest of your evening or day, whatever time zone you're in. Stay safe. I will catch you probably in a week. I don't know. I was planning on doing 2 streams this week, but obviously that didn't happen, and I just ended up doing a turbo long one today. So we'll figure something out, but In the meantime, stay safe, guys. Enjoy Burstix, and I will catch you when I catch you.